For entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses, yet provides you with business management knowledge, technologies, financial support, and digital marketing tools to help you get your business off the ground and running. Join us. Unlock the potential of your event with ARDC's live streaming and video production services. Reach a larger audience and engage with them like never before. With our services, perfect for weddings, funerals, corporate dinners, workshops, product launches, product or service activations, and church events.
Take up the seats of the chairs of session. I'll say the rooms again. Zebra upstairs is 2, Victoria is 3, and ground floor is 4. The boardroom. I now aim the presenters in this room. Can we have the slides, please? The presenters in this room. Let's have the slides presented to the IT team.
Morning, everyone. I'd suggest maybe the people at the back to move forward because we're a smaller group. And can we have Malay Kenneth, Paul Waswasali, Dr. Scholastica, Najuma Josephine, Jonas Musenero, Emmanuel Kibet, Helen Winnie, and Winnie Muyindike. Mary Namukisa, Eugene Bizimana, Rogers Kajabwangu. These are our presenters this morning. I detect that some of them are not here yet. So we might have to skip the order. Where is Kenneth Malay? Oh, come on up, come on up. And Paul Waswa, where is Paul Waswa? He's not here. And Scholastica is here. Okay. So we can have Kenneth going first, and then. IT, please signal me when you're ready.
Mary's around.
Yeah, so you're most welcome to this parallel session, which covers the basic clinical and translational health sciences theme. Presenters, as you know, you'll have 10 minutes to present to us the science, and then members can note questions, comments, and we'll have a very nice discussion at the end. So members, remember less is more, so let's try to keep time. IT, you're ready? Kenneth, the floor is yours. Thank you. Kenneth is going to present to us a talk on zinc deficiency and associated effects on the immunity of admitted children under 5 in Masaka Regional Referral Hospital.
Thank you very much. All of you are welcome. Protocol observed. I'm here, Malek Kenneth, presenting our study findings. I was with Dr. Twine Barnabas and Associate Professor Gertrude Chiwanka from Bara University of Science and Technology. Overall in Africa, we still have challenge of what we call hidden hunger, and one of the most common of those nutritional deficiencies we have is zinc. World Health Organization reports it to be a public health issue, third most, and affecting mainly the sub-Saharan Africa. I have them.
Yeah.
Since the problem is most common in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, these are areas of high risk where zinc assessment is very important. First of all, to determine the extent of the deficiency and also come up with appropriate interventions which include treatment and prevention. So, zinc deficiency mainly affects children who are below 5 years, impacting their growth, impairing their immunity. They have a lot of infections leading to morbidity, and others die. So, in Uganda, especially in the clinical setting, the burden is unknown, where not only assessment is not part of primary health care, but supplementation is also not part of the routine. Our study was done in Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, where it is true, just like in all other regional referral hospitals, extent and effects are unknown. So we went out there to provide, for the very first time, preliminary information in a hospital setting of the extent and the effect of zinc deficiency among the under 5, particularly 12 to 59 months. So it was a cross-sectional laboratory-based study on pediatric ward of Masaka Regional Referral Hospital for children between 12 to 59 months, alongside their caretakers, excluding all those who had received zinc for the past 28 days, despite the reason for that. In a period of 1 month, we were able to recruit 40 children. We collected information, their demographics, anthropometry, and full blood count, serum, zinc, albumin, C-reactive protein, and interleukin 2 and 4. Our work was approved by MAST Research Ethics Committee. We consented and used unique identifiers for the study participants. For the results, social demographics, anthropometry, and clinical diagnosis are shown there in Table 1. Importantly, the only difference for those parameters was that the females were older than the males. Otherwise, height, weight, mid-upper arm circumference was not different across the groups. Most importantly, the conditions known to be endemic in regions where there are zinc deficiencies were in 80% of the study participants. So we looked at a category of the smaller children, those who are below 24 months and those above 24 months, because of their difference in growth requirements and physiology, and found out ideally that children who are below 24 months have a high prevalence of poor nutritional status, as evidenced by negative 3 standard deviation scores and the mid-upper arm circumference. For our biomedical parameters, for the children we studied albumin and zinc, those are very important markers of nutrition. We are seeing that the mean albumin is almost at the lower level and zinc is below the normal levels. indicating another indication of poor nutrition status in our study group, and a very high level of inflammation in the same study group. This value is more than 9 times the lower limit. So we found out that we had a high prevalence of zinc deficiency, up to 40.6% in our study participants, and nearly 1 in 2 for those who are below 24 months, which is a very vulnerable group for this purpose. We also looked at what is mainly used in clinical settings. If they assess for zinc, that was height for age, and it was slightly low at 22.5. Usually there is this discrepancy between these two values because we have acute zinc deficiency, which is easy to pick in cross-section studies. So that's why they have that discrepancy. Otherwise, these results, our findings suggest that since these children come from communities, chances are high that they are high zinc deficiency still in the community, and it has a lot of complications, implications to these children due to stunting. And in a country like Uganda, whom we are looking forward to achieving Standard Development Goals 3, this is not a good value at all. We looked at some of the parameters in the white blood cell count to study the relationship. Most importantly, these children quite had anemia and a low lymphocyte count, and others were maintained. When we looked at the correlation, we found out that white blood cells count was moderately positively correlated with white blood cell count, and the same with the lymphocytes. But overall, we had a low lymphocyte count, which is an indicator of possible deranged adaptive immunity. And we went to try to study more what is exactly taking place with these adaptive immune cells, and we studied interleukin 2 and 4 and found out that there weren't any differences between the gender. However, we also had a positive non-significant correlation between interleukin 2 and zinc, which still was not significant, but we had quite high levels of interleukin 2 and 4, which were indicating high inflammation in the early phases. So for our conclusions, we had a high zinc deficiency in hospital and anemia in our study participants, an indicator of poor nutrition status, and this deficiency affected the lymphocyte count and also had inflammation. For our recommendation, we think zinc deficiency and other micronutrient deficiencies should be incorporated into primary health care with targeted supplementation to the high risk, and perhaps further studies, for example, in a multi-center setting, preferably longitudinal with several markers. And we are very grateful for our research assistants, participants, and the Department of Pediatrics, Masaka General Hospital, and the Karanja Fellowship for the funding, my colleagues, and lab technicians and family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. You can take your seat. You take questions after. Please leave that behind. This is quite exciting to see one of our Kayanja scholars presenting his work. Next, we'll have Paul Waswa. IT, please have his slides up. He's going to present to us a qualitative study exploring the utilization of HIV prevention services among youth in rural southwestern Uganda, barriers and recommendations. Paul, please note that Kenneth has set a very high bar of keeping time, 10 minutes. So please, next presenter, upload your slides. We have Scholastica Shaba and Najuma Josephine going next. Do we have Paul Waswa here? Yeah. Do you have his slides? The person loading slides is on our left. Do you have Scholastica? Yeah, please. Maybe let's skip and move to Scholastica. Self-management needs of adolescents and younger adults living with HIV in rural southwestern Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Scholar Shava, and I'm presenting self-management among adolescents living with HIV in Uganda, but focusing on barriers and facilitators. So we know that despite availability of HIV medicines, HIV still remains a common illness among adolescents, especially those aged 10 to 19, who account for 5% of the 1.4 million people living with HIV in Uganda, but also HIV is a leading cause of mortality in this age group. As of 2020 in Uganda, about 2,800 adolescents had passed due to HIV-related complications. And these treatment outcomes happen to be more or poorer during the transition from when they are moving from the children's HIV clinic to the adult HIV clinic. And there are a lot of challenges why this happens, including stigma and lack of efficacy to assume those responsibilities. Despite that, one of the reasons why they are not able to make it when they grow up as they transition is that they lack skills to do what they're supposed to do, to assume responsibility and navigate care on their own. And it is worse for sub-Saharan Africa, where the large burden of HIV is, where we lack appropriate interventions to empower these young people to gain the skills they need, progress and thrive as they grow older. So in our case, what are we doing? So this study comes in to understand what their challenges are, and if we understand the challenges, we come up with interventions to help them transition, thrive, and grow up as mature adults who can manage on their own. So this analysis aimed at understanding the barriers and facilitators to self-management skills in this population, but in southwestern Uganda, and wanted perspectives from the adolescents themselves, but also from the healthcare providers and their caregivers as well. Because for this to work, it has to be teamwork. All of us have to be involved to come up with an intervention that makes sense and can be adopted and useful for the young people. So we recruited our participants from the HIV clinic attached to the regional Faro Hospital. And we know that Mbarara itself has the highest prevalence compared to the national prevalence, 13% versus 5.8% national prevalence. So it's a region of interest as HIV prevalence is concerned, especially among young people. So our participants were in 3 groups: adolescents themselves, caregivers, and the healthcare providers. And what we did was in-depth interviews. And for the adolescents who are focusing on those aged 15 to 24 years, are receiving care in that specific clinic, they had to be able to provide consent and or consent. And they should have been fully aware of their HIV status, because we actually have young people who access care and they have no idea what they are suffering from. So we made sure they were aware to make sure we don't cause other issues that were not anticipated. For caregivers, we targeted those who are living or supporting an adolescent aged 15 to 19 years, or supporting a young adult aged 20 to 24 years living with HIV. And for caregivers, we are targeting those who work in the HIV clinic, but focusing on that particular age group. And we used an interview guide that we developed from literature, from understanding, consulting experts. The aim was, do we have the right questions to ask to make sure we get the best information that we can use moving forward as we plan to develop an intervention. Recruitment procedure was, we recruited from the HIV clinic, so we approached these young people on their scheduled clinic dates. And of course, as I said earlier, they had to provide assent or consent or both to be able to be enrolled in this study. And our interviews were quite a little long, between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we did thematic content analysis, and this was an iterative process. We had to read the transcripts over and over to make sure we get themes relevant to self-management. And this helped us to generate a code book. And then to be able to understand, I and my team, we coded the first 8 interviews in duplicate. We came to agreement to say, now you know what? We have a clean code book we can use to code the rest of the interviews. And when we did that, we divided the rest of the interviews and coded separately. And we coded our data using MassQDF version 12. About a few of the statistics, we realized that these young people, mean age was 20. Majority had started ARIT at 5 years. And duration, mean age on ARIT was 14 years. So the main themes identified were the barriers. We had lack of parental caregiver support, lack of disclosure of the HIV status, but also associated stigma, lack of self-advocacy skills, in one way I normally want to call it self-empowerment, financial instability, and then the facilitators, we had informational support, acceptance, self-care skills, self-disclosure as well. Those seem not to be very clear, but I wanted to give those who are close by, probably could, see the quotes. And I'm highlighting the barriers, lack of support, lack of self-advocacy skills, and lack of disclosure of HIV status to the adolescent. As I said earlier, majority actually on treatment when they don't know why they're on treatment. And more of the barriers, we have the lack of self-disclosure. They themselves actually don't disclose to other people, and when they don't disclose, things become tough. And then the financial instability is all about, if I'm not able to earn a living, how can I afford to transport myself to the clinic? They actually say, depending on other people is actually difficult. Sometimes you live with someone, they don't care if you get the clinic or not, find a way. So it's more like, can I be able to have some funds, to have a small business or do something, support me be able to take myself to the clinic when there is need. And then of course acceptance. They say when you accept your situation, you're likely to go through life despite living with HIV. And then of course self-disclosure. This young person is saying, when people know your status, life becomes easier for you to navigate. You can walk into a room and say, hey, I need care. Which room can I go to? And that becomes easy. And then self-care skills. If you know you have the condition, you're supposed to take your medicines. You're supposed to seek care. When you do, it becomes easy. And then information support. When you have the information about your illness, about your medications, it becomes easier for that young person to navigate. And that was from a caregiver. So in short, we identified several barriers, but we also identified facilitators. The barriers are summarized in there as well as the facilitators. And these don't differ from what exists in literature. We know that social support plays an important role in promoting resilience and self-management among these young people. And when they have these supportive networks, and it becomes much easier for them to remain in care, but also having self-advocacy skills and being able to have a voice and talk about what their challenges are makes it easier for them to make decisions concerning their treatment, but also seek care and discuss what works best for them. And then of course acceptance is more like a nice thing on the cake. They are able to navigate life without much stigma when they have that acceptance. And the other factors, we see that financial instability discouraging them from accessing care, because they need transport fare, and this can happen every month. So if they don't have that, it's not easy for them to get there. And self-care comes with a lot of things, physical activity, sleeping habits, and these promote good health, which promote self-management behavior. And in short, I'm saying that self-management goes beyond medication adherence. There's a lot more that these young people need to be able to thrive despite having HIV. Study limitations, we did this study in one clinic. So these findings cannot be generalized across the whole region, but that's the plan. Now that we know this, can we go beyond to understand what happens in other regions, or actually, before we go to other region, other clinics within the region as well? So in conclusion, we have identified the barriers and facilitated self-management, and we know that self-management is critical for these young people if they are able to progress and transition from childhood HIV clinic to the adults and become adults despite their HIV status. And this sets precedence for us to come up with appropriate interventions to support these young people on their journey as they grow up despite having HIV. And one of the things that was emphasized is that these young people know their status early on in life, so that they learn on how they can assume responsibility for their own care without depending on their healthcare providers or caregivers full time. Acknowledgements. This study is kind of funded by two funders. One was Harvard University Center for AIDS Research, and the other is my own funding, the K43, and my mentors, research assistant, and the participants. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Scholastica, for a wonderful presentation and presenting it in impeccable English. Another round of applause, please. Yeah, I wish we had time to ask questions when they were still hot, because I have quite a couple for you, but we'll run through the program as it was developed. And then at the end, I'll ask all of you to come up here and we can shoot those questions. So without further ado, let me call up Mr. Paul Waswa. I hope his presentation is up. IT, please. We are on time. Paul is going to talk about a qualitative study exploring utilization of HIV prevention services among the youth in rural southwestern Uganda. Paul? Oh, you have that. Is it working? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, morning everyone. I'm Waswa Paul, MBCHB5. It's our study. We're a team of 7, which was mentored by Professor Jerome Kabachenga. And it was a creative study trying to explore the utilization of HIV prevention services among youth aged between 15 to 24 years in rural southwestern Uganda, and was in the Ruwezi district. In that, we managed to come up with the barriers to utilization of these services and some recommendations from the participants. Next. Yeah, that's the team. Yeah, Sub-Saharan Africa counts for over 69% global HIV cases, which is East Africa, where East Africa and South Africa, East and Southern Africa, counting for over 44 new cases in 2021. And Uganda was ranking 6th in actually globally, following South Africa, Nigeria, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Kenya. We rank 6th in HIV cases, new cases. Young people still continue to be disproportionately affected by HIV, despite the extensive existing preventive measures. And this because if you look at only women, and young adolescents, they account for over a third new cases in this group, despite the existing preventive measures. So we thought of coming up with some barriers to why they're not utilizing these HIV preventive services very well. So that was the main essence of this study. we came up with objectives, where the main was mainly to set barriers, like why these people not utilizing these services very well. So we came out to explore the barriers, and then also we had one specific objective, which was to establish recommendations from these very people. It was a cross-section qualitative study, which was carried out in Rubirizi. We chose Rubirizi because Rubirizi, I think, is the second. No. Rubirizi has several fishing areas, and in several studies, fishing communities have indicated to have high levels of HIV. So we chose Rubirizi because of that. And our participants were youth who are both in school and outside school, aged 15 to 24 years. And then also we had other participants who are teachers in charge of health in schools, VHTs, these are the ones in charge of health in communities, and then health workers mainly at clinics, and we had key informants. We had 4 key informants who included the DHO of Rubirizi, the district education officer, the district health officer, district focal person in charge of HIV, and the district community development officer. We conducted focus group discussions among the youth, in-depth interviews for the teachers, VHTs and health workers, then key informant interviews for the key informants. All the interviews were recorded, and then transcribed verbatim. Those in Nyankole were translated to English, and then codes, we sat down as a team. We got familiar with what we had, with our findings. Then we generated codes which were imported into NVivo software. Generated a code book, then analyzed thematically. Results, we had a total of 61 participants, where 46 were youth, 24 were from school, and 24 were out of school. We had 3 teachers in charge of health from schools, then VHTs, village teams, 3 of them, then 3 health workers from heart clinics, and 4 key informants, which I have mentioned before. Our barriers, we found that actually from what we got, some participants expressed dishonesty in health workers, where they were like, some were like health workers at health centers. When you go to test and you find out HIV positive, they spread rumors that you are positive. So one said that why they fear to go test. Then others, some youth express a low perceived risk for susceptibility to HIV, whereas some youth deep in village do not test for HIV. Is that some of them are so proud, so I think he wanted to mean they feel like for them they can't get HIV. So that's why they don't even. Since they can't get, there's no essence of testing. Then also, lack of youth-friendly services. This was from a health worker who said, another thing is that most of our health facilities, we don't have youth-friendly corners, which means that we fail to give youth services. So usually youth prefer youth-centered services. Then ignorance and misconception towards HIV prevention services. This was from, actually this was both in school and outside school, where even girls do not want boys to use condoms when having sex for the fear that they do not get sexual pleasure, and that the boy may put it on very well and it ends deep in the vagina and cause vaginal cancer. All about prejudices can't let them use condoms, which results in easy spread of HIV among youth. Still, it happened also, this was in school. So that's why I'm saying that the use of condoms at some time is dangerous, because you may find instantly or carelessly, and you find that it has gone into the vagina, and at times you are forced to go to the hospital to remove it. Then also stigma towards HIV. This was a health worker who said one thing is that stigma remains still a problem, and because of this pandemic that have been there, it has put the youth or the risk of acquiring HIV, because there have been redundancy among youth, and yet the fear to be seen at health facilities. Among the recommendations we got, these were mainly from the key informants and other stakeholders. Our formation of youth peer support groups. Okay. Formation of youth peer support groups, where one thought that these people, I think there should be youth leaders in their communities, because they know themselves very well and prepare meetings and invite these medical workers to talk to people. Another one was social economic empowerment. This was from a key informant who was like, they need to start some good programs that focus on youth, youth-like skillings. For example, welding, carpentry, and salons. From what we found, what actually the barriers actually at both individual, community, and health system level. Because of fear of breach of confidentiality by health workers, when they seek these services together with ignorance and myth in both schools and unschools going through it, hindered their seeking behavior for these services. Stigma towards seeing anyone seeking health, HIV services made the youth distance themselves from these facilities. And then also generalization of service delivery across all age groups at facilities never favored the youth. Among recommendations, economic empowerment and establishment of youth peer groups to barrier stigma and reduce transaction sex, because economic empowerment means people will have something always in their pockets, so they girls may not go in for old men, which would really reduce their.
Can you wrap up, please?
Okay.
Can you wrap up?
We acknowledge and appreciate all the students who participated, the teachers, health workers, and parents who consented for their children, and then also the Rubirizi district administrators. We finally appreciate the tutor program, because they are the primary funders through their PI, Professor Celestino Boa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. A round of applause for Peter. This is really impressive. He has a bright research career ahead of him. This time I would like to acknowledge my co-chair, Professor Jerome Kawachenga, who is here. I think he might take us in the second part of these presentations, or the Q&A session. Let's move straight ahead to hear from Najuma. Is Najuma here? Please, presenters, if you come with your talk, make sure it's uploaded. The IT guy is on our right. Who do we have next? Who is available? Whose slides are available? Is Jonasi here? Yeah, are your slides ready? Yeah, please. Let's hear from Jonasi, who is going to talk about bioremedial potential of bacteria isolated from soil in automobile garages and fuel stations in Barara City, southwestern Uganda.
I'm here to talk about the topic.
Kindly just say a brief about yourself, just who you are.
Jonas Munezero, as the author of this work, and I worked with Mr. Kennedy Kasaza, Associate Professor Joel Bazira, and Associate Professor Gertrude N. Kiwanuka of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Okay. Our study was about isolating, looking at the bacteria from contaminated sites of petroleum and petroleum products. Because these products are being used in our everyday life as a source of energy, both in industry and homes, and also they are source of revenue to the government. However, these petroleum products are the common causes of soil contamination because we over-rely on them. Also, they are majorly involved. They cause contamination as a result of oil spillages during transportation, during storage and exploration. Several studies have shown that bacteria can utilize these petroleum and petroleum products as a source of carbon and energy. And they are able to do so because they have genes which enables them to code for enzymes that can help them to degrade these hydrocarbons. Our study was conducted in Mbarara city town because it being a fast-growing town with many fuel stations and garages, which can experience much of the oil spillages and they can contaminate the environment. And therefore, we're empowered to do a study in this area to identify the bacteria which can be able to break down these pollutants. And when these pollutants happen, they can cause damage to the environment, they can kill organisms. And other methods which are already in place, like physical and chemical methods, they are not really efficient to remove these contaminants because they are very limited, expensive, and still some can even lead to more toxic products. And therefore, we needed to do more of a study to look for the way how we can identify some organisms that can be used to remediate the environment. And therefore, we are empowered to look for these organisms and see if they are there, and we identify if they have the gene that can help them to break down, to produce enzymes that can help them to degrade these pollutants. Our study was majorly experimental. It was laboratory-based. We collected soil samples from contaminated sites, both automobile garages and fuel stations, and also we considered those sites which we assumed were not contaminated with oil products. Our work was ethically approved by MASTREC. And when after collecting our soil samples, they were transported to the laboratory, and then the soil samples were processed, and were able to isolate the bacteria. Then the bacteria was identified using both morphological and biochemical tests. And also, we identified organisms which had the alkene B gene using molecular techniques, PCR amplification. Our results were very interesting that we were able to isolate 12 different genera from 45 bacterial isolates, and those are some of the organisms we were able to come up with. And the number was, the number of species were high, and which implied that they have the ability to utilize these oil contaminants. And both gram-negative and gram-positive were isolated from these oil-contaminated sites, implying that they were able to trap or to use these petroleum and petroleum products, and also they had the ability to sporulate so that they can survive the toxic conditions. That's one of the the process we used, gel electrophoresis, to identify the organisms with Arkin B gene, and that was one of the images. We found out that Arkin B gene, the organisms which had Arkin B gene were majorly those ones of gram-positive, and this implied that probably they had the ability to utilize alkane-related compounds as a source of carbon source. Surprisingly, we found out that some species like Yersinia and Aeromena species had two catabolic genes of 157 and 258 base pairs. And this one implied that they had the ability to utilize a wide range of carbon molecules or substances. In conclusion, therefore, we found bacteria from both automobile garages and fuel stations, with some with Arkin B gene, and also we found two isolates which had two catabolic genes. And finding this bacteria from these contaminated sites implied that they are able to be utilized or to be used for biotechnological applications. However, our study results are preliminary. They are not conclusive, because this was the first study of its kind. Therefore, we recommend that there is a need to analyze the type of compounds that could be in these contaminated soils without putting in mind only of petroleum products. Also, we optimize the conditions, also to do molecular characterization so that we can fully get the local available bacteria in the contaminated sites. Then also to do other studies in other areas and other communities to identify the best communities of bacteria and conditions that can favor them. Also to do metagenomics to look at those bacteria which can be able to degrade the petroleum products, but they cannot survive, they cannot be able to grow in the laboratory settings. I acknowledge the Almighty God, the partial Kayanja scholarship that has supported this research or study, then the technicians whom we work together in the lab to do this work, and my research team, Associate Professor Joel and Associate Professor Gatwin. Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause for Jonasi. Thank you so much. That is very interesting research indeed, and thanks for keeping time and presenting so calmly and confidently. So do we have Emmanuel Kibet? Yes, you're up. Emmanuel is going to talk to us about health system responsiveness for people with disability attending HIV/AIDS treatment and care services in southwestern Uganda. The mic is here, and you can flip forward and back using that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kibet, a fifth-year medical student at MUST. I'm here to share my findings of our study entitled Assessing Health System Responsiveness for People with Disability Attending HIV and Care Treatment Services in Southwestern Uganda. That's our team that was mentored by Dr. Bernard Omesh, a senior lecturer at Lira University. Well, over 15% of world's population have some form of disability. That means about 1 billion people, and out of those, 80% are from low and middle income countries, where Uganda falls in. And a household survey that was done in 2016 in Uganda showed that 12.4% of Uganda's population, especially above 2 years, have some form of disability. That is really much, because that's about 4.4 million Ugandans. Disability and HIV have been linked in several ways, in that disability makes someone vulnerable to get HIV, but also HIV in its treatment and opportunistic infections can cause disability. In health system responsiveness, we was focusing on the non-health promoting aspects of the health system that influence the progress of HIV. So we are looking majorly on the non-health aspects, as we shall see. For the strategy of UNAIDS of ending HIV by 2030 prioritized people who are vulnerable to getting HIV, where people of disability fall in. However, recent studies reveal that people with disabilities are still getting difficulty in accessing care, including services of care services of HIV. And there was no current data really that was assessing how the health system is responding to this need or to this gap, because most of the studies are focusing on the burden of HIV. So this study came in to evaluate how the health system is responding to HIV and care treatment services for people with the disabilities in southwestern Uganda. Our study objectives, the first one was to evaluate the health system responsiveness of HIV and care treatment services to people with disabilities. And then the other one was to assess the association between socio-demographic clinical characteristics with health system responsiveness. This was a cross-sectional study with the quantitative methods that included HIV and AIDS patients with any type of disability in public health facilities in Bushenyi district. The participants were purposively sampled, and the estimated sample size was 136 participants. We used a WHO disability assessment schedule to screen for disabilities, and also used the WHO health responsive questionnaire. We analyzed, on data analysis, the distribution of variables was determined by using descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics. The significance was set at 0.05 and 95% confidence interval. Majority of our participants were females, with just a difference of about 8% ahead of the males. And majority of our participants were also over 51 years and were single. Using the WHO screening assessment schedule, we found out that majority of our participants had more than one disability, and as you can see from the graph here, the leading form of disability was cognition, and the least was getting along, and this was got from the WHO assessments schedule, where every participant that came was screened to find out if they have a disability, and those that did not qualify were not included in the study. With bivariate and multivariate logistic regression, having age above from 31 to 50 were statistically significant predictors of health system responsiveness. But also being single and having an income generating activity. So we found out from the WHO responsive questionnaire that the overall responsiveness was 47.62, that is below the average, with the dignity, confidentiality, and prompt attention ranking the worst, as you can see from the graph. This speaks a lot about how the health system is responding to the needs of people with disability, given that they are one of the vulnerable populations that need to be given priorities according to UNAIDS strategy of ending HIV by 2030. So as you can see, our findings revealed a much lower health system responsiveness that is below the average, 47.62. This showed us that 47.62% of our participants found the health system meeting their needs. And this was really lower than expected, as you can see, other studies that were done in Ethiopia and South Africa using similar health system responsive questionnaire found a much higher responsiveness. For instance, in Ethiopia, 55.3%, and in South Africa, 67%. Yes, this only, our findings appear to be consistent by the study that was done by Mulumba et al. In 2014 that showed that people with disabilities have been continually neglected and discriminated in access to care. And from this, we conclude that the health system was comparatively responding less in the aspects of dignity, confidentiality, and prompt attention. And we recommend that all the stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, to respond to these needs, and by providing proper training to health service providers on how to treat people with disability with dignity, confidentiality, and timely care. I would love to acknowledge Happy Twitter, who are our funders of this study, and also my mentor, Dr. Bernard Omesh, plus our study participants, and finally the DHO of Bushenyi District. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Emmanuel Kibet. You have really shown us that all of us here have a disability. I was wondering what was happening to me, forgetting my keys, whatnot. People with cognition lapse, mobility lapse, memory lapse, we are all disabled. But I like your conclusion that we need to be treated with dignity, confidentiality, and care. I look forward to a good discussion session and questions. Let's move on now to receive Helen Kinyi. Yes, please put up her slides. She's going to be talking about comparison of the nutritional status of Swiss albino mice fed on either a purified or cereal-based diet for 15 weeks. Yeah, you can use that to move your slides. Go ahead. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Helen Kinyi, a PhD student from the Department of Biochemistry. I'm presenting work which we have done with my doctoral committee, my supervisors, Professor Gertrude Chiwanuka and Dr. Charles Drago, and one member of my doctoral committee, my head of department, Dr. Dios Tusubira. This will be the outline of the presentation. So we do know that the diet we eat influences physiology, metabolism, and behavior. And this combination of both macronutrients and micronutrients are necessary to influence reproduction and metabolism. Lab animals are used a lot to do biomedical researches, and proper control of those diets of these animals will allow us to make proper conclusions of our results, because we know the metabolism of an organism can influence the results we see on a biomedical intervention. Commonly, lab animals are either fed on two types of diet. The one we commonly see is the chores that are basically we buy. The common ones here is Nuvita feeds. They are inexpensive. However, we don't know what they are made up. They are of a closed formula because the manufacturer does not tell us the ingredients. They have multiple ingredients, and their nutrient content might vary from batch to batch. If you buy one sack today, next week the sack might have different nutrient content. There's another group of diet that has been recommended, which is referred to as the purified diets, where it is made up of purified ingredients, like, for example, starch, casein. Each of them, they provide a single nutrient. The good thing about this is that you know which nutrient is there, and it can provide good reproducibility of results, and there's no variability of batch to batch. In this study, we used a diet that has been formulated by the American Institute of Nutrition, and we can see it there. So our problem was that there's a lot of variability in studies that have been conducted with lab animals. A study done in one lab similar to another one, the results are very variable. And we believe this variability is because of the different types of diets. Many labs use cereal-based diet, as we have said, whose content we don't know. So despite there being standardized diet, like the American Institute of Nutrition 93M diet, which we used here, there are very few studies to validate the use of this diet. For this study, we did a comparison of feeding the animals on either our locally available cereal-based diet from Nuvita and the standardized American Institute of Nutrition diet for 93 weeks. Our protocols were approved. Our protocols have been approved by both MUST and ANGST. We had mice of both male and female sex, aged 6 to 8 weeks, with an average weight of 21.7 grams, and we fed them on either diets for 15 weeks. After the 15 weeks, we analyzed their nutritional status using anthropometric measures, hematological analysis, and biochemical methods. If we just do a comparison of the diets, we looked at the macronutrient content. You can see our Nuvita feed, which we refer to as our CBD, had lower protein levels. As you can see, it has 11 grams per 100 grams compared to our standard. The fat is almost similar. It had much higher fiber, but it was similar in carbohydrate value. However, it had lower calorie content than what is recommended for mice. And we know we don't know this because we just buy the sack. If we compare the food intake of the animals that were fed on either of the diets, the blue is the animals that were fed on the standard diet, and the red is the cereal-based diet. We can see animals fed on the cereal-based diet ate much more food. So even though we are saying it is cheaper, it's actually not really cheaper because the animals are eating much more of the food. And this could be because of the low calorie content. If we look at the body weight, which was very interesting, the animals, they gained weight similarly. So looking at the animals fed on either the diets, they looked okay. The weight gain was the same. And there was no significant difference between either the males fed on the purified diet, but you can see the males are heavier usually than the females. But the weight, there's no significant difference between the males fed on both diets or the females fed on both diets. Okay, so the BMI of the animals. So in the BMI, we are comparing the weight and the height of the animals. We can see that the males fed on the cereal-based diet had a significantly higher BMI compared to those ones fed on the AIN. And maybe this we could think about, they were a bit obese related to the high intake of the diets. Similarly, the females also fed on the cereal-based diet had a higher BMI. So as a discussion, we are saying that we did not see any differences in the weights and significant differences in the weight and the BMI. However, we could see there was increased food intake. And this food intake implies that you have to use a lot more of the cereal-based diet to maintain the animals in a healthy state. We went further and analyzed the hematological indices on the animals fed, and of significance, you can see the hemoglobin level of the animals fed on the cereal-based diet was much lower compared to those ones fed on the standard diet. The mean corpuscular volume also was low, and the mean corpuscular hemoglobin concentration was lower on both male and female animals fed on the cereal-based diet. So we do know our findings, interestingly, matched those ones of a study where the animals were fed on the standard diet, but they were very low than those ones of animals fed on a commercial diet, which goes back to what we were saying. There's a lot of variability in diets that are cereal-based diets. And we hypothesized that the low HB and mean corpuscular hemoglobin we have seen could have been because of the very low protein we had seen at the beginning in the cereal-based diet, which influences synthesis of the globulin portion. When we looked at the white blood cell count, again, there was no significant difference. The values of the total white blood cell count in mice are usually 2 to 10 times 10 to power 10 cells per liter. We can see our animals fed on the cereal-based diet were on the lower margin of the white blood cells, although they were within the normal range. The AIN appear to have higher, but they are still within the normal range. There was no significant difference in the random blood sugar of the animals fed either of the diets. There was no significant difference in the serum cholesterol of male fed on both diets. However, we found females fed on the AI93M diet had significantly higher cholesterol levels, you can see 104, than those ones fed on the cereal-based diet. When we looked at the protein, we measured both total protein and albumin, and we are seeing clearly the animals fed on a cereal-based diet had lower protein and lower albumin levels, both across males and females, and these values were significantly different than those ones fed on the standard A93M diet. So we think the lower protein levels was because of the low protein in diet, but also an interesting thing is that the American Institute of Nutrition has sustained supplementation, and sustained supplementation is associated with increased synthesis of albumin because cysteine is one of the significant amino acids that are present in albumin. So in conclusion, we say, although when we look at the animals, their weight, or the animals fed on cereal-based diet, their weight, the blood sugar, and the cholesterol levels appeared similar to the A93M diet, we saw significant difference in their hemoglobin levels, total protein, and the serum albumin. So we can see that this cereal-based diet, even though they give us an impression our animals might be okay, the animals might actually have a hidden deficiency. And in our case, the deficiency was in protein, which affected RBC production and erythrocyte production. So we do recommend that we should be using the standardized A93M diet because we have seen it has the advantages of keeping the animal healthy, and we recommend further studies to explore the cost implication of these diets in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen. I can see many people in the audience projecting and replacing the mice with their men or their ladies, but very interesting work there to look at the diet that we consume. So I don't know if Winnie is here. Can walk up. She's going to present to us a study on unhealthy alcohol use being associated with suboptimal adherence to isoniazid preventative therapy in persons with HIV in southwestern Uganda.
Thank you, Chair.
Slides, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to appreciate the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to present. So I'll be sharing about the unhealthy alcohol use being associated with suboptimal adherence to isoniazid preventive therapy in persons with HIV. My name's Winnie Muyindike, attached to the HIV clinic in Bara Regional Referral Hospital and Bara University of Science and Technology. As we know, tuberculosis is the leading infectious cause of death among persons with HIV, and unhealthy alcohol use has been associated with increased risk of progression to TB disease and poor outcomes, for example, mortality. Isoniazid preventive therapy is one of the recommended strategies for TB disease prevention in persons with HIV. There are other strategies like 3-HP, INH, and rifampicin, among others. While we know the effect of unhealthy alcohol use on antiretroviral adherence, the effect of unhealthy alcohol use on isoniazid preventive therapy for TB adherence is not well studied. So the data I'm presenting is part of a bigger study we did called ADEPT. That's the alcohol drinkers exposure to prevent TB. This study was a prospective single-arm trial using isoniazid for TB prevention. The main study had two main aims, one main goal. The first goal of ADEPT was to evaluate the safety and tolerability of 6 months of daily INH, but the aim I'm presenting is number 2, which was to determine the adherence of 6 months of daily INH overall and by the alcohol status. Our study setting, we did this study among the adults, persons with HIV attending the Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, the HIV clinic, and we included participants with current alcohol consumption, that is self-reported in the prior 3 months. We also included a group of people who self-reported to be abstaining from alcohol. We did in the ratio 2:1. And all our participants were on ART for more than 6 months. Some of the exclusion criteria were elevated liver enzymes, ALT, AST, more than 2 times the upper limit of normal at baseline, taking nevirapine at that point in time, and the history of active TB at that point or prior use of IPT. And our study, the ADEPT, determined latent TB by doing tuberculin skin test, whereby a positive was defined as more than 5 millimeters in duration. We were detecting latent TB to be able to enroll to give isoniazid for TB prevention among the persons with HIV. So all our participants in the study received INH, that is 300 milligrams, and pyridoxine, 25 milligrams once a day. It was a 6-month course taken within 9 months. And our adherence measurement was done with MEMSCAPS, that is the medication event monitoring system. Our primary outcome, that is suboptimal INH adherence, was defined as less than 90% of days with any MEMS opening in the prior 90 days. We monitored our participants closely at 2 weeks and monthly at the INH refill visits. We had a checklist of symptoms to rule out any toxicity, and we did bleeding for ALT and AST. These are liver enzymes to assess any elevation while on INH. The frequency of monitoring was variable depending on any event, or any adverse events, and we stopped the INH when participants developed any grade 3 or grade 4 elevations. Our main independent variable was alcohol use. That was our interest to see how it affected participants taking INH. And this was captured by a composite measure of the Alcohol Use Disorders Identification Test, that is ARDC, and PEth, phosphatidyl ethanol, an alcohol biomarker with high sensitivity and specificity of telling us about alcohol use in the prior 3 weeks. We had 3 groups, the none, that is no alcohol use, but we also had groups for the moderate and unhealthy. We did our logistic regression analysis. We enrolled 302 participants, but of the 302 participants, 279 had INH use at up to 3 months or more. And our females were about 50% equal distribution. The age median was 40 years. We collected a lot of baseline variables. I'm only sharing a few. We had marital status, we had literacy, we had able to read, we had the HIV diagnosis, and many others. But I'm just sharing a few. So we had at our baseline, about 27% had no alcohol use, 22% moderate alcohol use, and 51% had unhealthy alcohol use. Among our baseline characteristics for ART adherence, about 81% reported to have very good or excellent adherence to ART, while the rest had either good or fair. There's a way we do the assessment and pill count and also the visual analog. Our key finding was the overall prevalence of suboptimal INH adherence was 31.3 at 3 months and 43.9 at 6 months. Just to remind ourselves, suboptimal adherence was defined as less than 90% of days with any MEMS opening in the prior 90 days. As you can see, these values are really high of suboptimal INH adherence, below what we would have desired to see. In our adjusted analysis, as we can see, alcohol use, that's moderate and unhealthy alcohol use, had increased odds of suboptimal INH adherence. The younger age group decreased by 1 year, per 1 year decrease, had slightly elevated odds, adjusted odds of suboptimal INH adherence. Gender differences were not significant, but participants who had reported less adherence to ART also had increased odds of having suboptimal INH adherence. And over the time, from 3 months to 6 months of INH, participants' tendency to have suboptimal adherence increased. In conclusion, suboptimal INH adherence, suboptimal adherence to INH at 3 months and 6 months was high among persons with HIV, which was really not a good finding, but that's what we found. And this suboptimal adherence to INH was associated with unhealthy alcohol use. So we have known in literature that unhealthy alcohol use is associated with reduced adherence to ART, antiretroviral therapy, but we also find that unhealthy alcohol use is associated with suboptimal adherence to INH for TB prevention. This is a big issue that we need to address. Our implication is, some of the implications, not all, adherence support and alcohol reduction strategies are needed for this group of participants with unhealthy alcohol use because they are at an increased risk of active TB disease. So interventions to help with adherence may be needed for those engaging in alcohol use, and adherence defined over time reduced. So shorter courses of TB prevention therapy like 3HP, that is H for INH and P for rifampicin, may be beneficial among people consuming alcohol. And I'm glad that now in our clinic systems, we have the 3HP available for now about 8 months to 1 year. I would want to acknowledge the Uganda team which collected the ADEPT T data. Most of them are here. I want to acknowledge Professor Judith Ann, our international PI, and our director, Dr. Neka Emenyono. I want to acknowledge the Boston Medical Center team, Professor Jeffrey Summit, and the rest are here with us. Thank you. The NIH for the funding, and the study participants, without whom we wouldn't have this data. I want to thank them very much. That was our study team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Winnie. You know, unhealthy alcohol use is so pervasive. We have many users in this hotel, not in this room, but in this hotel. So you have many questions to answer, and we have 30 minutes remaining to ask those questions. We just have 3 presentations, and then we'll go into the Q&A session. So can we have Mary Namukisa, who is going to talk about incidence of unintended pregnancy and associated factors among adolescent girls and young women at risk of HIV in Kampala, Uganda. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mary Namukisa. I work with Global Health Collaborative under MAST. I'm presenting to you incidence of unintended pregnancy and associated factors among adolescent girls and young women at risk of HIV in Kampala. This is a team effort of other authors from other institutions like MRC and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, IAVI, University of California, San Francisco, and myself here at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So in sub-Saharan Africa, 50% of all the pregnancies among adolescent girls and young women are unintended. And these unintended pregnancies are associated with poor health outcomes, both maternal and neonatal outcomes, including most of them ending in abortions. We studied the incidence and factors associated with unintended pregnancy among HIV high-risk adolescent girls and young women. These are the people that are engaging in transactional sex in Kampala, Uganda. The methods we used, this was a 2-year prospective cohort study among 285 adolescent girls and young women, 14 to 24 years in Kampala, Uganda. The data was collected from January 2019 to December 2020. We collected data on social demographic characteristics, sexual behavior, reproductive health outcome, and substance use, that is alcohol and drugs. We determined the pregnancy by testing for HCG, and we used the Kaplan-Meier methods to estimate the incidence and logistic regression to determine the correlating factors. These are our results. We recorded 44 pregnancies, over 187.2 person years. That is the total amount of time every participant contributed to the study. And we registered an incidence of 23.5 pregnancies per 100 persons per year. Incidence pregnancies was more likely among participants who had 10 or more partners, women sexual partners, in the last 3 months, and those who reported not using contraception. The incident pregnancies were less likely, this is interesting, were less likely among those who reported alcohol consumption in the past 1 year. This was an interesting finding that was not correlating with the other studies that in sub-Saharan Africa that show that there is increased pregnancies among people who consume alcohol. We think that because our participants had an increased perception of vulnerability, those who were engaging in transaction sex and they are drinking, they perceived themselves to be at a higher risk compared to others, and actually, most of them were on contraception. So that can explain the low incident rate of pregnancy. These participants were being given free services of contraception services, including IUD, oral contraception, injectable, free, and we are being given transport reimbursement to come for the services, but we are seeing an increased incidence rate despite this. So we recommend that social behavioral studies should explore these findings further. And we also recommend that sexual and reproductive health campaigns should strengthen demand creation and motivate contraceptive use among these age groups. It's not about bringing the service to them, but you need to motivate them to take up the service. So we think such campaigns should really come on board. We acknowledge our funders on that page. I won't go through each one of them. So these findings are already, we published them last month, so you can access them on Google Scholar. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm learning that if you have sex, you can get pregnant. If you have sex many times. So we'll have opportunity to ask more questions and learn more about how to prevent unintended pregnancies. So let's switch gears now to hear from Mr. Eugene Bismana. Is he here? Engineering. He's going to talk to us about medical device maintenance program in Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, a case study of medical devices used in the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health. Eugene, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Eugene Bismana. I do work with Mbarara University in Faculty of Applied Sciences, Department of Biomedical Engineering, and Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital as the Departmental Biomedical Engineer for Pediatrics. We did a cross study, a small study in the pediatrics department to see the impact of medical equipment maintenance. If you walk to the hospital, you will discover that the first thing to do on you, take your weight, your blood pressure, your temperature, and that will inform the doctors and the clinical personnel on what to do with your life, which drug to give you, which they send you for. So the equipment they use, if not properly maintained and taken care of, can lead to disastrous effects on your health. Because they inform, so we need to find timely and effective functionality of our equipment if we are to realize best. And our referral hospital has a wide range of equipment. And we discovered that majority of the equipment is in the pediatric, intensive care unit, in theater, emergency, laboratories, and the radiology department, which most of us, once you go there, you must end up visiting in the long run before you get out of getting medication. So I focused on the pediatric department because it had a wide range of equipment and they are under constant usage. When you walk into a hospital, the engineering department has various branches coming to civil, electrical, biomedical, and those who work on your water, those who work on this various, the load path, all those engineering work. But my focus into the biomedical engineering. So we do equipment maintenance, and it can take either two forms. One of which is the inspection and preventive maintenance, or corrective maintenance. And under both of the two forms, when we do inspection, we want to keep the equipment functioning all the time. And in that, we have the preventive, where you come and check do a safety check, or when it has completely failed to work, I need to do corrective maintenance, bringing it back to life. So activities which are involved in this study, we did installation of new equipment, we did user training after installation, we did continuous medical education and equipment of the staff, the monthly maintenance of all equipment. Then we did an update of the inventory of equipment and an up-to-date equipment history sheet. How many patients are using the equipment? How many times did you switch it on today, in this month? If not being switched on, why? Then we assessed the safety and hazard for the maintenance. The equipment we have in the department include those. In terms of pie chart, concentrators are the majority, and we have also the infusion pumps, we have the warmers, we have phototherapy for treatment of. Then the method we used in this study, we are using quarterly continuous medical education. We discovered that doctors keep changing on ward. Our medical students who keep coming on ward, then they change the shift. So every quarter, I do carry out medical education on particular equipment that they normally use. Then I designed a monthly maintenance schedule for the equipment. How do I do that? I had to make equipment into clusters. Otherwise, you walk into the hospital, they bring everything on your table as an engineer. So they put into clusters. Concentrators alone, monitors and fusion pumps alone, the phototherapy and the warmers, then the other devices, including the furniture. Then I used to utilize the biomedical engineering students who come for internship in the hospital. The faculty must send students for internship. So it would help me in the maintenance. Then I had to make 2 weeks. The first week for the first part of maintenance, then the last week of the month. Then in the 2 weeks in the middle of the month, I do the inspection and the preventive. For example, an oxygen concentrator, before you maintain, you find 93%. When you do the maintenance, at the end, you find it has come to 95% purity of oxygen. But they will call you for, if you wait for a call from the in charge or the user, they will call when it's no longer working. So after doing the maintenance, you record the work done in a sheet of paper that we developed. Then the results have found that most of the equipment are now functional and in active use. And we have increased knowledge and skills for the doctors, the improvement of professional performance using the devices. When you get the doctors coming on rotation on pediatric, we have downtime has reduced. Equipment downtime will mean if the equipment fails, how long does it spend before being worked on? That one has reduced significantly. And we have tried to reawaken the timely repair and maintenance because we do it every month. That is how the functionality as per this month, 2023. This is how we started. This is how the concentrators are. Different equipment currently, that's how they are performing. Different equipment on how they are currently. The ones which are not functional, they are the blue is the functional, the red is the non-functional. You see there is a significant decline in non-functionality of our equipment. Then if you take an example of concentrators, since I started this project in January 2022, when we started, the functional ones were around 8 and the non-functional around 16. But so far, we have tried to reduce the non-functional concentrators significantly up to 5 currently. 25, all of them are functional. The non-functional have challenges. We have some spare parts we haven't accessed currently. Impact of the continuous medical education equipment, we talk about the usage and maintenance. You can see that the blue talks about the usage. How have they been able to improve how they use the equipment? It has been increasing over time up to current. Even the maintenance is still low because you tell someone, you come and do that for that. This is part of my work. I'm coming out to review patients. So the maintenance uptake is still low, but it is also improving. The challenges we have some equipment which is under service contract, so they can't allow me to touch them. The others is about the issue of continuous change of medical students who come on board. I train people this week, next week they are nowhere. You come after a month, they have gone for another shift. You have to train again, beginning from zero. So you continuously have to continuously train. Then the issue of equipment, some of them are obsolete. They are due disposal, but they're like, I still want it. In charge tells you, I still use it, don't throw it away. Then the spare parts being out of stock, that's what accounts for what you saw what has not been worked on. Then the spare parts, sometimes you wait, and they out after 2 months of search, they say they cannot be found. So some equipment keep unused. We recommend increasing funding to biomedical engineering in a hospital setting, because we still have equipment but not under use, yet it was bought so many dollars. Then attaching biomedical engineer for each, at least for each department that has equipment, than waiting for the one person for the whole hospital. Then making schedules for helping us then making allowances in our schedule to pop up needs of equipment. Then at least 3 biomedical engineers for the fellow hospital can help, not one currently whom we have. Then technicians making 6 of them, they can do better work. That's when you can have optimum usage of our equipment. Conclusively, we no longer have a museum of non-functional equipment in the pediatric. We had a museum when we had kind of coming in, now it's no longer there. The continuous medical education and equipment has had a very big impact if you chat with the medical staff from the pediatric department. Then timely repair is very important if we are to benefit. Then I want us to end with that timely and consistent medical equipment maintenance is as vital to medical equipment as daily ward round or review is important to the patient. So as we do rotations on patients every day, equipment needs to be also monitored and maintained as much as possible if we are to use them and appreciate their results. We thank First Mile Project, Global Health Cooperative, the Minister of Health, Maltese International, who have donated some of the equipment, and the Lottery, and other donors of medical equipment. Not forgetting researchers who keep winning grants, especially our Professor Listin Oboa, who keep winning grants to help us doing this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bismana. He likes equipment more than human beings. And he repaired the oxygen concentrators after the COVID pandemic. So I don't know where he was during COVID was on our neck. Thank you so much, Bismana. We are left with just one presentation, and then we'll break. We'll have questions and answer session. So can I request Dr. Rogers Kajawangu to come? He's going to talk to us about management of iatrogenic ureterovaginal fistula at 3 tertiary hospitals in Uganda, our 12 years experience. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear you shifting the gears, so I am going to shift the gear to number 1, which is obstetrics and gynecology. My name is Rogers Kajawangu. I am an obstetrician gynecologist at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, and also a fistula surgeon, because I have had training in urogynecology. I am also a PhD candidate in the Department of Obs-Gyn at MUST. I am happy to be sharing with you work that we did with my colleagues listed there on management of iatrogenic ureterovaginal fistula. And this management these cases were managed over a period of 12 years. A ureterovaginal fistula is an abnormal channel between the ureter and vagina. The ureter is a small tube that moves urine from the kidneys to the bladder. The only connection it should have is from the kidneys to the bladder. When it is injured, it gets abnormal connections, such as one to the vagina, creating a condition we call fistula. And most of them follow iatrogenic, most fistulae on the ureter follow iatrogenic injury during pelvic and gynecological surgery. Iatrogenic means the patient gets it from the hospital. In other words, in quotes, the doctors cause it. Many times we diagnose this postoperatively after the patient has undergone surgery. It is a severely disturbing condition because it causes urine incontinence. Here is a woman who is moving around leaking urine all the time. She can also get infection, and there's a lot of discomfort. The other component of the problem is that we have very few fistula surgeons in Uganda, because to become a fistula surgeon, you must undergo bachelor's training in medicine, training in obstetrics and gynecology, and then training in urogynecology to become a fistula surgeon. So we have very few people who have gone through that kind of training. In this work, we just wanted to describe the characteristics of the patients who have ureterovaginal fistulae, the circumstances under which they get these fistulae, and also the outcomes we had when we repaired the fistulae when they came to us. So we basically reviewed our records, the charts of the patients we had worked on in the fistula surgery camps that we do. We do camps almost every 3 months at different sites, Mbara Regional Referral Hospital being one of them. We occasionally move to other hospitals like Shitovu Hospital and Lira Regional Referral Hospital, among others. This is what we found when we reviewed the records, that out of the 477 patients we had worked on with different kinds of genitourinary fistulae, 47 of them had ureterovaginal fistulae. This is close to 10% of that population. Most of these women were more than 35 years old, were unemployed. Many of them were married, which wasn't the problem, actually, to have a man, but you're always leaking urine. We found many of them to also be multiparous, meaning that they were delivering their second and more number of pregnancies. We found that by the time they came to us, most of them had been leaking urine for at least 1 year. And the next part of the table you see is describing the circumstances under which these patients got the injuries that caused the fistulae. And as you can see, many of them were undergoing cesarean section for delivery of babies, and they ended up having the ureters injured and getting fistulae. And these cesarean sections were performed at district hospitals, which we are calling general hospitals there, and also the major culprits in courts, or the surgeons that were doing the operations that preceded the injuries, were medical officers or general practitioners. To those of us who are not based in Uganda, we have district hospitals where the in charge or the main doctors there are medical officers or general practitioners, and so they carry out most of the operations for delivery especially. And then this is how we managed the patients with the fistula. First of all, we needed to make a diagnosis, but we did not have some of the investigation equipment that people in better settings have access to, like intravenous pyrography, which is basically imaging of the whole urinary system, and also cystoscopy. So we had to improvise and use our clinical skills, which is basically getting history from the patient and doing an examination. And so when we would have a patient with incontinence and having irritation of the skin around the perineum, we were able to do a dye test and a 3-swab test, which would be negative, and this confirmed that the patient would have ureterovaginal fistula. In a few patients, we were able to do ultrasound, and it was showing the ureter to be distended, and that would point us to a possibility of the patient having ureterovaginal fistula. This is how we performed the surgery. I will spare you the details because I don't see very many surgeons in the room. But yes, we have a standard procedure for performing the surgery, but I'm sure you're interested in the outcomes of the surgery. We had 47 patients, like I mentioned earlier, and when we did this surgery, 45 of the patients were healed. They stopped leaking urine, the fistulae were closed. We had failure in only 2 of the patients, and those are patients who got infection after the procedure. And as you can see on the next table, we also had some other complications like hemorrhage during the operation and wound infection leading to repair of the breakdown. So in conclusion, we are saying that the rate of ureterovaginal fistula is high. To the clinicians in settings where intravenous pyrography is not available, we are saying that clinical diagnosis is possible with fair precision. We use the transabdominal approach for repair of the fistula, and we have found it to be highly effective. And we are also recommending further training of general practitioners and intern doctors in the district hospitals, especially in proper surgical skills to prevent injury to the ureters during cesarean sections and hysterectomies. This is our team. Just part of the team. There are others who are not part of the team, and that is us doing one of the surgeries to repair a fistula. And please, it was not as hot as you may think. I acknowledge Medland Medical Missions, which funded my fellowship training in urogynecology, and also our urogynecology team, headed by Dr. Musa Kayondo. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers. Please stay up, come and take a seat here. Of course, fistula, which are basically channels, is an indictment on our maternal health situation in the country, where many people present late and end up getting these terrible complications. So we have 10 speakers. We have 5 seats up here. They need to come up here for roasting. So we'll take 5 at a time. I think we'll do the last 5 first. So can I request Roger is already here. Mr. Bismana, come up. Mary, come up. Dr. Winnie and Helen. And then we'll give you some questions for the first 10 minutes. And then we will ask the other 5 panelists. I don't know who can help me pass the microphone around. Rina is here. Professor Jerome, can assist me in this session.
Don't you have another mic?
Oh, the microphone. Yes. Oh, yeah. We have one here for them.
For them?
Yes. Yes, I can shoot the first couple of questions. I have a brief ones. For you, Rogers, what was the indications of the operations that resulted into people complicating into fistula? Because we know if somebody has labored for very, very long, they will still get a VVF regardless of your intervention. For Bismana, I had a question on the pieces of equipment that you maintained, but I think you showed us some graph. It wasn't so clear. I had a question for you, Dr. Winnie. Since unhealthy alcohol use is so pervasive, would you recommend INH prophylaxis in the population that you conducted the study in, or in any case in the general population? For Helen, thank you for your talk. My question was, what should we eat? Or can we deduce things from rats to humans? Yeah, so any questions to the panel, please?
Can they first answer this first set?
I think let's let them get the questions and answer all at once.
Great. Well, thank you all for those presentations. It's really inspirational to see the great work that's going on here. I have one question for Mary. You have such a rich data set, really amazing study, and you concluded with interventions to motivate contraception use in women who are having, young women who are having many partners. Do you have any suggestions on how to do that motivation?
Question?
Yeah, thank you for the excellent presentations. My question is to Eugene. You focused on the pediatrics department for what you presented. However, there is always an issue in the radiology department, especially the X-ray equipment, which is perpetually not functioning. I saw a young man with intestinal obstruction being loaded on a border to go and do an X-ray outside a regional referral hospital. So if you have not done so, please, can you take your attention to the radiology department and see how the X-ray equipment is being maintained? Some people think that there is a deliberate effort to make sure that it's not functioning so that patients are taken out of the hospital. Thanks.
Another question, comment? Maybe the last. Gender balance, ladies, where are you?
Thank you to the panel for wonderful presentations. So for Dr. Rogers, could you maybe share about the reasons for the C-sections in the regional hospitals? And then for those who presented the qualitative analyses, were there any themes that emerged that were unique to women and girls?
Maybe final question from ladies? Or
Can we have the presenters responding? I hope you have jotted down the questions, comments.
Thank you so much for the question. My question was, what can we eat? What is the implication of my study on humans? Okay. Animals are used for many basic researches, and a lot of research is being done using animals in biochemistry and pharmacology. And some of the results, they lay foundation for later human studies. And just as it is important to have this study, the results of these studies being correct and not being influenced by the abnormal metabolism that might be there in the animals, and we make conclusions that are wrong, and then we infert them to humans, that should not be done. So my study was mainly to make sure we get animals that are fed correctly, and the results that we are getting are actual results of the proper metabolism of these animals, not influenced by variations in diets resulting from the feeds we are buying and which status we do not do. As we have seen, just one batch was deficient in protein, which results in low HB, as I had talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sim asked me about equipment that you have maintained. In pediatrics, I do maintain all equipment donated, supplied by the government, and on a rare case, your individual equipment you come carrying in the pocket. Because that may attract some cost, because you need to put a spare part on your individual equipment you came in the bag. Who will pay for the spare part? But normally I focus on what has been donated or has been supplied by the ministry. All is under study, and they are using it for patients in pediatric. And that has included concentrators, phototherapy machines, infant warmers, the patient monitors, all that as a cluster.
I think we're interested in the numbers.
So in the numbers, concentrators will have 30, but 5 are non-functional because of lack of spare parts. Phototherapy, I have 15, but 2 are not working because of the power boards. Then patient monitors, currently I have 16, but we have given some to emergency, to ICU, in the spirit of sharing with them. Then when you come to the infusion pumps, currently I have 21. We bought the game bunches of, they brought 10, another 10, they found 1, which was already existing. Then we come to the elements of the other question of the doctor, which he asked me about equipment in radiology. I talked about the challenge of service contracts. The supplier tells you, it is me to maintain and service this equipment. Me, the supplier. You bring someone else, I will no longer come, and whatever happens, don't include me, don't involve me. I will have one equipment in pediatrics currently, the echo machine. That's that service contract. An example I can give the team here, it had a software issue. They sent the technician from the company. He came with a flash, put the flash into the equipment. It couldn't update. He went back. 6 months after, he came back. Again with another flash. It didn't update. He went back. That's coming through almost there. Now last week, he came back with the manufacturer himself with again another flash. It didn't work. I told them the problem is the software bring is the wrong one. So when they went back, they looked for the right software, put it on the flash, put it on the bus. I said, don't come back, put it on the bus and find me here. In the week, it was in Mbarara. I did the update myself. It worked normal. After a whole year. So even it goes to the lab equipment. So I need to service providers, you who provide health, review your service contracts to allow the biomedical engineers on the ground to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to answer the question on the indications for the operations that led to the injuries. And I want to say that for a number of patients, we could not tell the indications because they were coming from the peripheral centers where we didn't have access to information. For those for whom we're able to get the indications, there were various, ranging from fetal distress and contracted pelvis. Just a few had obstructed labor. The fear here is that obstructed labor would have also led to the injuries, as opposed to them being iatrogenic. And to that, I want to say that we know obstructed labor to cause a lot of vesicovaginal fistula because the science is that the head of the baby presses against the bladder during the excessive contractions without descent. The ureters are slightly higher, and this doesn't normally happen to cause fistula that way. So when we get a ureteric fistula, many times we know that it has resulted from an injury. It is very rare for it to result from obstructed labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jessica asked how I think these adolescent girls and young women can be motivated to take up contraception. As a person, I think from our study, one of the reasons the participants who became pregnant would give for not using contraception, or those who are on contraception like injectable, and then they didn't come back for their refill, was their guardians didn't approve. My aunt told me it's not good. My mom told me it's not good. So I think involving guardians and parents in appreciating the role of contraception is key. Most of us here are parents, but in the Ugandan setting, even people who have gone to school, even people who are in this room, there are few people who would sit with their adolescent girls, and when they are giving reproductive health information, put contraception as a key. It's always a no-go zone. Abstain, abstain, abstain. But even when you tell them to abstain, they'll go on and have sex. And most of the participants actually had sex, their first sex, before 18. So parents and guardians being involved in preaching about contraception would be one of the key aspects in motivating adolescents and young girls to take contraception. I think another person asked about qualitative. I didn't get the question well, but it's like qualitative involvement in the study. Yes, I think social behavioral studies and qualitative studies would be very key in finding out why exactly this is like this. Why are these girls not using contraception even when it is available to them? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. That spoke to me directly. And thank you, Asimwe, for the question. One of our main goal of ADEPT handled the issue of safety and tolerability of INH among persons with HIV. And as I mentioned, we had groups of alcohol users and non-alcohol users. And we did not find, when we analyzed, because the study is finished, we did not find any statistical significant difference in serious adverse events among the alcohol users and the non-users. So yes, to your question, Dr. Stephen Asimwe, given the high risk of TB disease progression that may happen in unhealthy alcohol users or alcohol users, and the safety levels we have assessed and found no statistical differences, INH should be safe, should be regarded as safe for both the alcohol users and the non-users. But we need some more monitoring for liver tests among the alcohol users, if possible. Thank you.
Stephen, time. Can we take another set of questions, or we bring another?
Thank you, and welcome back from the hot desk. Can we have Malay, Kenneth, Paul Waswa, Dr. Scholastica, Jonasi, and Emmanuel Kibet? Members, questions for this set of authors, of presenters. I have one question for two of them, maybe after they sit down. Let me start with you, Dr. Scholastica. In your study of self-management, I was curious to know, it's very difficult to have HIV when you're young, but I think it's worse off when you're an orphan. But I didn't get to know how many of your study population were orphaned children, because that could show some impact on how they manage themselves. And then for you, Jonas, I had a question. Jonas presented about the bioremedial potential of bacteria isolated in polluted soil. But I didn't get what was special about these bacteria. Shouldn't bacteria exist in contaminated soil? Because he sampled the soil which was contaminated and found bacteria and said we can use it. But what was special about those bacteria? Are there any other soil samples for comparison? So, any other question?
Thanks, Stephen. And again, wonderful presentations. I'm really so impressed by all of you. I have 3 questions. I'll try to keep them brief. For Kenneth. So this may be more of a comment, or perhaps you could comment yourself on it, but I noticed one of your conclusions was about the challenges you saw in the hospitalized children with zinc deficiency. You equated to the community. And typically you need a representative sampling design in order to extrapolate to the community. So maybe you could comment a little bit more on your thoughts with that. But really important work, and just notice that based on the prevalence of zinc deficiency in the hospital, the number needed to treat for malnutrition would be 2, which is a huge intervention effect and really important work. For Paul, which one, Paul? Yes, as well. Also excellent work. And I'm wondering, you didn't mention anything about PrEP. And I'm wondering if PrEP is available, and if it's not available, or if it is, if people are talking about it, and what your thoughts are about PrEP for HIV prevention in that population. And then for Scola, I loved your work, really important. And one question I had is, if you factored in the role of typical neurodevelopment and how that might influence your interventions going forward, given that a 16-year-old is developing quite differently in normal, typical neurodevelopment than, say, a 24-year-old, and how you might design interventions that are specific for that neurodevelopmental stage. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. My question goes to Jonas. Yeah, I would like to know if there's any way plants on that contaminated soil benefit from the action of the bacteria on those petroleum products. Thank you.
More questions? Comments?
Thank you again to the presenters. So my question was actually meant for this group. So Dr. Paul, I was asking about themes that emerge on the use of HIV preventive services that were unique to women and girls from the qualitative work you've done. Same question to you, Dr. Scola. Any unique HIV self-management needs that were particular for women and girls that you heard from your respondents?
I think they can answer.
Thank you very much for the question. My conclusion of extrapolating what is in hospital to community, these children, first of all, they're not like imported to the hospital. And if you look at regional hospital, it represents a large area of coverage. And secondly, when you look at most of the studies in zinc deficiency, they have been going to schools, especially some private schools, try to see if there is any difference. And we have children who don't go to school and they are missed out. When they are sick, chances are high all meet at a regional hospital. and hospitals are good areas to try to look at where do these children come from, and they can intervene when they come, or even go to the community to know exactly what is happening. So I think hospital is a good place to have an overview of what might be in the community, given that some are even referrals from lower health centers. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The first question was asking me about what is the special about this bacteria and how do we ensure that the bacteria we isolated was from contaminated sites. When we are collecting our soil samples from garages and fuel stations, we made sure that the tools we are using were sterilized, and also we had to collect soil samples from non-contaminated sites. We considered sites which were 300 meters away from the contaminated sites. So we analyzed all soil samples from both non-contaminated sites and contaminated sites. These organisms which have the ability to grow on petroleum hydrocarbon-related compounds, they have the ability to grow on them because they have the genome which have the genes that helps them to code for specific enzymes that can break down these hydrocarbons from petroleum products. So we are able to extract the genome from this bacteria which were isolated from these sites, and then they were analyzed and amplified using PCR. Of course, they have a variety of enzymes, but our interest was on alkane B gene, because mainly most of the petroleum products we have, they are majorly have alkanes. So we found out that these bacteria had alkane B gene, which helped them to code for an enzyme called alkane hydroxylase that can help them to break down petroleum hydrocarbons, because they are using it as a source of carbon and energy, as the only source of food. And these also bacteria, they are not the usual bacteria we can grow in the lab. They have specific media which supports specifically these organisms to grow. So we use the specific media like Bushnell Huss media, Ruria batani, and other media which can only support these organisms to grow. Then it cannot support these other organisms to grow. How can these bacteria be of importance? Of course, our study is about bioremedial potential of these bacteria. Already we have the problem of oil spillages. Uganda already has explored oil. We have problem of oil spillages during transportation, during storage, and intentionally or unintentionally we can experience these oil spillages. So how can we remediate the environment without using the physical means and chemical means which are not efficient? Because studies have shown that bioremediation using microorganisms are very effective because they are able to grow in the lab and very fast, and they can multiply, and even they can be used to correct enzymes which can be applied directly to these contaminated sites. So knowing these bacteria can be of importance in laying strategies for environmental remediation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. About PrEP, in our study, we actually, it's existing here in Uganda. However, in our setting where we conducted this study, in our focus group discussions with the youth, we first assessed for the preventive measurements they're aware of, and PrEP, they're not familiar. Before this study, we actually also did a quantitative study in the same area, same study population, about knowledge, about HIV preventive methods. PrEP was not among. So this study, we had to consider those they were very familiar with.
Thank you for your questions. I'll start with Dr. Simon's question about how many were orphans. Actually, that's not something that's not a variable we collected, but maybe that's something we needed to pay attention. The study is still ongoing. However, majority of our participants were staying with their mothers, and the next group staying with their grandparents, and then others was about 7% only were staying with their fathers only. So probably we need to go deeper to understand those who are staying with either the father or the mother or grandparents, how many of those were, orphans. And I agree with you, growing with HIV is difficult, but probably it is harder if somebody is, an orphan. So that's something we are going to get into. Dr. Jessica's question about the intervention, we collected views from different age ranges, and the aim was to have a diversity of information to work with. We actually have a draft intervention that we are getting views from other people, from experts, managing these young people. We think it's going to be one, but it's going to address all of them, because from our experience is you find a 16-year-old probably reasoning better or more empowered than actually a 24-year-old. And I think this has to do with the circumstances under which they have grown. But that's something we are going to pay attention to make sure it makes something that works for everyone in the age range that we are targeting. The other question, I didn't get it. Could you please repeat the question?
To girls, I guess, in your study.
Yeah. Okay. Or they are both girls and young women, because we have 24-year-olds. The challenges are actually not unique. They all say the same things. But when you listen to these audios or read the transcripts, the girls seem to be more empowered more than boys. That's our experience so far as we try to understand and internalize the findings. And probably that is going to shape how best we get this intervention into place. Thank you so much.
There were no concerns pertaining my presentation, and that is only a positive feedback to me that you all understood the findings of my study. Thank you very much.
So I have a request, and so Paul, I think it's really interesting that the adolescents didn't know about PrEP. And I think, as many of you may know in this room, Dr. Stephen, myself, and many others helped develop PrEP with the phase 3 clinical trials right here, in Kabohe and other places in East Africa. And it's 2023. That study was concluded in 2011, and approval for PrEP started in 2012. And the fact that the adolescents didn't know about it, I think, really speaks to the need to take science into advocacy. The people who proved that the drug works should have access to it and should at least know about it. So my request is to consider a commentary or some sort of piece to raise awareness about that, because I think we really need to take the science to the public and include them in the public and the benefits of their contributions.
Just a quick one to Helen, something which came to my mind. As a biomedical scientist and a PhD student, so I was wondering about your diet. Why did you choose the Swiss albino rats? Is it different if I use like our ratus or others, or like a B6 mice? Would I expect any difference in this results if I try to replicate the same experiment? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Male. My work is part of a bigger study. This I presented was the part of the work. My actual study is to assess how diet affects the immune system. and relating it, wanting to assess both the innate and the acquired immune system, we found the Swiss albino mice has similarities to what we wanted to assess, was an adequate model. But nonetheless, the diets I described, the American Institute of Nutrition diet, are recommended for rodents, either mice or rats, any of them. So the results should be able to go for both rodents, for both rats and mice. Thank you.
Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, one time a prominent minister was quoted for going to buy very expensive rats to test COVID vaccine because of this confusion of not knowing that some rat models are required to have a specific gene makeup in order not to contaminate. But that is too much for us to understand. So the poor minister was ridiculed in the press. How much was a rat? People even collected rats and brought. Anyway, thank you, panelists. Please clap your hands for our researchers and most notable the medical students among these. I wish I were like you, starting your career early. We are going to take a health break. I don't see the conference managers here, but thank you so much, Professor Jerome, for helping me, support me. He was my mentor, so I'm so proud to serve with him. Come and take it away, Angela. Thank you so much.
Yes, housekeeping. We're having our healthy break, and we're the last team. Everyone has finished. So we just cool our tea with water and come back. So let's go downstairs in the backyard there. That's where the tea is. Thank you. The equipment is safe. Security is tight. Yes. Before this opening ceremony. And I would like to thank the presenters and the panelists. Thank you so much. You've kept time, minus this room. Yes, thank you for keeping time. Clap for yourselves. And when I see people in this room clapping for themselves, clap harder. Yes, I would invite the deans and directors to sit right here. Deans and directors. Thank you for coming for this 17th Annual Research Dissemination Conference of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, research always helps us to find out the unknown and always improve the known. There was a study that was done about a painkiller, and they decided to use only pictures. And the pictures they used, someone was in pain, took the medicine, and got better. And people bought the drug. When they took it in the Arab world, it read the other way around. Someone was feeling better, took the medicine, and then got sick. So the research we always do kind of makes us discover. We cannot go without appreciating the organizers of this conference, both internal and external. I'd like to thank the organizing committee of this conference, and it was chaired by Professor Joel Bazira, who is not around. Let's clap for him in appreciation. It also had the organizing committee, if you can come forward, please. Professor Batwala Vincent was also a member of the organizing committee. People don't know you. Thank you. Yes, Professor Batwala, Associate Professor Batwala. The organizing committee, please. We do have Professor Jerome Kabachenga. Thank you. In absentia, we recognize Dr. Ronald Twanjire, Mr. Asaf Kataranji, Mr. Sam Mwesije, Fred Kagwa. I think maybe we'll recognize them later. They're not exactly around. Allow me to invite Professor Batwala to give the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. First, I bring regards from our chair of the Directorate of Research and Graduating Board. He is not available. He traveled on Sunday, Tanzania's external examiner, but was with us throughout the preparations for this conference. I take the honor once again to welcome you to this conference, which we are holding today at Lakeview Review Resort Hotel. The theme for today is maximization of research, translation, and evidence-based practice in science, technology, and community development. Every year, we hold a pre-conference event, and yesterday we were at the main campus, Chumro, where we had a PhD symposium. It was well attended by students, partners who provide scholarships, and professors from other universities. The event went well, and the students got very good feedback from the audience to enable them to move forward. Research dissemination is about the journey to learn how to do the same thing again. And we do this not to only benefit ourselves, but also those people who need the outcome of research. And this is the reason why MAST has maintained this tradition of disseminating research results for 17 years now. At this point, allow me to thank the government of Uganda and the partners for resourcing this conference, which we are holding today. And I commend management and the Board of Research and Graduate Training for the commitment and organizing this conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the researchers and the partners that have trusted us at MGO and the Directorate to manage their grants. The publications we are discussing today, some of them are coming from the grants, the work that the grants, Master Grants Office is doing. And to date, the project portfolio stands at 96. I think we need to clap for ourselves. The number of MAST publications in 2022 was 688. That's what we have seen. Now, I bring you good news that a number of researchers have brought funders to the Directorate to do due diligence. This is a process which funders want to carry out when a new grant is coming. And all funders have appreciated what MGO is doing, and they promised the grants are coming. And among these funders were the United States Agency for International Development, the Belgian Development Agency, ENABLE, the Christian Blind Mission, CBM, and the Agribusiness Initiative, ABI Limited. Regarding policies, the Internal Research Grants Management Policy was approved by Council, and immediately the university received money from the consolidated fund. To date, 474,402,000 shillings have been given to 24 research teams from the internal research funds. This is a great achievement. And this is how the money has been disbursed. 98,800,000 was disbursed to 5 research teams in the first quarter. Second quarter, 199,842,000 was disbursed to 10 research teams. On average, 20 million, these are seed funds per team. The third quarter, now, 179,760,000 is committed to 9 research teams as per their budget. It is important to note that what you budgeted for is what you are given, nothing less. And you will account for that money. Now, the ball is in your hands, you researchers, to deliver what you promised. Indeed, this is a great achievement, and their testimonies we have seen that this is the first time to receive the university research funds from some of the beneficiaries. So, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Council made the right decision to centralize these funds, and people are now getting the funds. I'm excited to announce that the Must Annual Research Dissemination Conference is no longer a household agenda item or in-house agenda item. Today, we are going to listen to, and already we have done, to 24 presentations from 13 organizations other than MUST. And allow me to mention this. We have Bishop Stuart University. We have the Global Health Collaborative, Islamic University in Uganda, Kabale University, Kabohe Clinical Research Center, Kirudu National Referral Hospital, Lira University, Mountains of the Moon University, Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, Moni University, University of Calgary, University of California, San Francisco, and the Village University of Brussels. So, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the conference is no longer a MUST conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the Directorate is now a reference point in the country because of what we are doing. We have hosted a number of benchmarking visits from universities. And I'll mention this university. Gulu University came for a benchmarking visit, and the visit was led by the DVC AA, Professor Winnie, who was, until recently, the Deputy Director of Research and Graduate Training of Makerere University. But he didn't go to Makerere, he came here. Kabale University came, Mountains of the Moon University came, and we are preparing to receive Bustemba University as per their notification. Now listen carefully. The Senate and top management previously passed a decision. It was made that this conference will be held every Friday, every third Friday of November. And that's what we are following. But when COVID came in, then the academic years were paralyzed. So we have been living in confusion. But now we are wearing away. Now, the next ARDC is 17th of November, 2023. This year, this calendar year. 17th November, 2023 will be a Friday, 3rd Friday of November. And then the PhD symposium, 16th November. And then 15th November, we shall have a training for supervisors. This is has come out from the yesterday's PhD symposium that we needed to do work for supervisors. And indeed we saw what the students were presenting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hopeful that at the end of this conference, you will have captured our current issues and suggested the answers or identified gaps for further research. Once again, I welcome you and thank each one of you who have supported us to hold this conference. Thank you very much. Now I move on to introduce the Board of Research and Graduate Training that has guided us in whatever we are doing. Please, members, come forward so that the people see your faces. The body members who are present here, please come. I'll mention those who have given apology. Yeah. So they will mention their names and the unit in the university. And then we shall inform you about those who are missing now.
Jerome Kabachenga, Institute of Maternal Newborn Child Health, MAST. Director.
Maureen Kahima, Deputy Dean of Students.
Navasa Evarist, the Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, MAST, DRGT Board Member.
Martha Choshaba Twinamasko, Academic Registrar, Board Member, DRGT.
Okay, thank you, members. And those who are not around, Professor Bazira is the chair of the board, and I said he's now examining students in Tanzania. Then Professor Kagoro Grace, she's the present Faculty of Science. She's in the field supervising students. Mr. Wilson Adrico, the librarian, is conducting interviews now. Dr. Yokot Francis, representing the hospital, is also having issues in the hospital. And I got information from Dr. Kijambu, a Dean Faculty of Business and Management Science, that this morning we had a fever and he didn't want to come to expose us. So that is, that's what I have. And Dr. Bongoloch is currently in Germany, and he told me he's not able to come here, but he has his representative, Dr. Bossa. I don't know why he didn't come forward. Okay, thank you very much.
Speeches of professors end abruptly. I didn't know he had finished. Ladies and gentlemen, before the next speaker, allow me to welcome and recognize some of our donors. We do have a team. I'll request to stand in teams because I don't want to mess up their names. We do have a team from Massachusetts General Hospital with their director, Dr. Stevens Asemwe. Please stand up for recognition. The team, Peter Oates, MGH Boston. Yes, that is MGH, and they sponsored this, not fully, but partly sponsored this event. We do welcome and recognize people from University of, Muni University, and these are represented by Ronald and Ojok Walter. Ronald Jokindu, and yes, thank you for coming. Heidelberg University in German, we do have representatives, and then also St. Thomas University. University of Calgary also was, they may not be here, but they sponsored us. We do have sponsorship from Epicenter, Uganda, University of California, San Francisco, Dr. Neka Emenyenu. There are more than this, yes. It's a team. Come on, they're like 4 people. You stay standing for their... Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is coming from the University of California, San Francisco, and they will give us remarks in relation to the theme today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you to the organizers of this amazing meeting. I was so thrilled when it worked. We were planning our trip, and then we learned that this was happening. We were so thrilled, and November 17th, 2023 will now be on my calendar. So thank you so much. Thank you also for allowing us at UCSF and so many other institutions to collaborate with the wonderful MUST researchers. My mentor and mentor to many, David Bangsberg of UCSF, along with Dr. Neka, started collaborating with MUST in 2003. So this is actually our 20th anniversary, and we're very thrilled. When UCSF first arrived, we had the great honor to work with Dr. Bosco Buana, who departed from us way too early. We were also given a warm welcome from Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayanja, and Professor Kabachenga, and Professor Muchibi, who also recently departed. As for today, I'm very grateful that our continued research collaboration has been so warmly supported by Vice Chancellor Aboa, Dean Ngozi, and Professor Batwala, and of course, so many others. Through the MUST UCSF collaboration and also many others, as said, we've had so many successful manuscripts and grants and productive research endeavors. I want to say thank you to everyone at MUST, including the administration, the students, DRGT, the REC, the grants office, GHC, and the hospital and the ISS clinic where we have conducted our studies. I also want to thank Dr. Winnie Muyandike, who has been such a fantastic partner for so many years, 12 years, I think. On a personal note, I first visited Uganda and Africa, actually, and MUST in 2005. I met with the Vice Chancellor Kayanja, and he told me that if you haven't been to Africa, you haven't lived. I'm happy to say that now I've lived many, many times over. Webere Manungo.
Again, just like I said, I didn't know the speech had ended. Yes, thank you so much, UCSF, for loving MUST. And I'm sure the International Relations Officer is here, Sheila Ninye. Sheila? Yes, she always looks for backlinks. And Sheila, you need to come forward for this. We need these collaborations taken online to boost MUST's visibility at all levels. Yes, thank you so much, Sheila. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome and recognize heads of department of Mbara University of Science and Technology. Please stand up for recognition. I request. Yes, we have the ones from internal medicine. Yes, thank you. Yes, Dr. Musa, OBGY. Yes, Dr. Kansime, internal medicine. Yes, Speciosa. Yes, those from biochemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the next speaker, who is the director of HEY Project, Professor Jerome Kabachenga, who has lived both generations that has welcomed these people.
Thank you, Angela. I'm here to give remarks on HEY Project. As Angela had said, HEY Project is an abbreviated sort of short phrase for a project. And I'm going to use slides to give my remarks. That is our signature sort of photo for this project. As you can see, those are young ladies from one of the schools in Bushenyi district. Oh, the projector is a bit faint. It is not as sharp as it should be. But that presentation shows the different partners involved in this project. We have Mbarara University, we have University of Calgary. Of course, we work with the districts and Ministry of Health. This project is supported or funded by Global Affairs Canada, GAC. We have been working with the GAC. It started as CIDA, Canadian International Development Agency, then it transformed to DFATD, Department for Foreign Affairs, Trade and something, and now it is GAC. This project has a total project amount value of 3.5 million Canadian dollars for a period of 4 years. And the University of Calgary is the lead institution. It is the lead just because GAC or CIDA requires you to co-fund. And in this project, they are co-funding it up to the level of 10%. So if we were to be the lead, $350,000 would be a bit difficult for us to really mobilize. The aim of the project is to improve adolescent health. Here we are targeting 10 and 24-year-olds. In southwestern Uganda through district-wide capacity strengthening, aligned with the district and national priorities. Like as I've said, we have been working with this organization since 2003. So we are also marking 20 years like University of California, San Francisco. Our first foray, the idea to have projects in communities emerged from community placements, which we started implementing in 1994. By 2000, we identified there was community fatigue, taking students, doing their placements. The communities were asking questions, really, yeah, you bring these young people here, they do what they do, but you leave us by ourselves. So what we did was that we identified that the major challenge in these communities was education. Our people to be educated to prevent diseases, even those who are sick to seek early care. So we started with children, and we started a partnership which is known as Healthy Child Uganda. That's the one you see as one of the sponsors, because our target was on children. That was the first phase. Then the second phase was maternal child, newborn, and now the current phase is focusing on adolescents. And we work with the district health system, and we don't go into putting our staff, but strengthening the health system. Our initial target was the communities. We were very enthusiastic. We started with the communities and we trained community health workers. But then we found out that community health workers cannot work by themselves. So we had also to go into facilities, train health workers, train health unit management committees. Then, of course, there is governance and leadership, the districts. So the current project is being implemented in 3 districts, starting with Bushenyi, Rubirizi, and then we shall be going to Ntungamo. Then there are so many health facilities and all the VHTs or community health workers in the 2 districts. For example, we have trained all those people, the health workers, the health managers, and all the VHTs in those districts as far as adolescent health is concerned. In it, in the current project, there is the wheel. But what is important is in the middle there is we have come to that unlike maternal newborn child health, we have found adolescent problems to be being influenced by very many sectors. And at the core of that wheel is everyone-ness, that there are very many people are involved in as far as adolescent health is concerned. So that is the wheel that is helping us to tackle all the different issues related to adolescents. The tool we use is called Job 8, and this one is in English, but for the VHTs it is in the Nuriyankole language. It is the tool that we are using for educating people so that they are aware of the adolescent issues in the communities. And during this project, following the aftermath of COVID, the adolescent issues have come to the fore. And we are working with the districts and other structures to make sure that we tackle adolescent health issues. So on this one, these are some of the activities we are involved in. Like here, where this is a district council in one of the districts. We are interacting with the district leaders. Here, these are communities. They are involved in action planning. Here we are involved in improving data management at the different health facilities. And here this is a youth sort of gathering where we are discussing with the youth and they are expressing or discussing different topics. We hope by the end of this project that we would have made a contribution in these communities. The PAY project also has helped us in the infrastructure development. There used to be some, I think, 5 containers in the compound of DRGT. So we approached our counterparts from University of Calgary and they reorganized those containers. So those are the containers which have been reorganized. The containers are on the sides and in the middle there is a training facility. So the institute has now a home. So we thank them for that contribution. So we thank the partners, Global Affairs Canada, University of Calgary, and of course MAST, which is the host institution. And in Canada, there are other agencies like Canadian Pediatrics CP Society, CPS, which has partnered with us, and it is the one which started this collaboration. So that's why you find that we started with children. The people who initiated this collaboration or partnership were from the pediatrics side. So I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jerome. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also recognize and welcome the students who have presented. Please, students, stand up. Students, those with registration numbers. Hey, not the ones of masters. Yes, it's not easy to stand before a crowd of professors. Yesterday at the symposium, Wilbrod told us his PhD journey. When he stood in front of professors, he was told what he presented is not even worth presenting. So at least it encouraged him, and today he has a PhD. So wish you well and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can clap for them again. The Vice Chancellor has always encouraged us to do research and has encouraged collaborations. While ever since he assumed power, I'm sure the publications have increased and all that creates a visibility in terms of academic has also increased. My humble request to everyone here is that we need to always be proud of MUST and use the MUST email when doing publications. It's a humble request. That will increase, because I know we've done more researches than the ones available in the IRA, Institutional Repository, and the ones appearing everywhere we see. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestino Boa. He's called OC, Officer in Charge. So, in fact, I need to run away before he comes.
Next time you put something friendly for old people like me to step down. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also going to dispense off with protocol. And since it is already approaching 12:30, we are way behind our schedule. And I want to believe I should not be responsible for standing between you and your lunch. But recognize the fact that we are having yet another very successful annual research dissemination conference. In the middle of the semester, and yet we have this number of attendants here. Just shows the enthusiasm that both students, faculty, researchers, scientists, friends attach to this annual research dissemination conference. I welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Jessica Heberer from Harvard and MGH, with your colleague from, is it UCSF? Yes. And all those who have traveled far and wide to come to be part of this conference this year. Your participation encourages us to strive to organize this conference every year. So why do we have this annual research dissemination conference? I think the key words are there. It is annual. Then we are talking of research. There's dissemination. Research is actually, what is the re before the word search? Is it called a prefix? Is it what? Those of you who studied English, what is the re in front of the search? It's a prefix. Those who you've passed English in, okay, Ogundipe, those who did Ogundipe here should know. Or J.A. Bright. I did, but I forgot it many years ago. So you have to keep on searching and searching and searching and searching. You can even search what others have searched. And that's why we call it research. In order to do that, you need to have read what others have done. It is not possible for you to sit on your desk and say, I'm going to do research on this, until you have read and found out what is missing, what are the gaps. And we try to, as the PRO said, we do that to discover new knowledge or new information. We also do that to rework what others have done, or to prove that what others did is still applicable. In order to disseminate, we attend conferences like this, where you risk standing in front of people who either know nothing about what you are talking about, or know something a little more than you do, and they will pose impossible questions to you at the end. But it is important to risk standing in front of people, because how else do you own up to what you say you have done? So it is important, because the best form of peer review is the live audience peer review. It's not the one that you write your manuscript, send it to some nondescript fellow to write things that either they have not even read the manuscript and start asking questions and things, and then you say, how do I respond to this? The question they're asking for is in the manuscript. And yet you're not allowed to say the reviewer did not understand my work. So you politely want to respond and say, you know, yes, the question is, thank you very much for asking this comment. That's a good form of peer review. To me, this live audience peer review is the best, because you are standing up, you are not hiding behind your screen, behind your desktop. You are standing in front of people and telling people what you have done, how you did it, what you found, and what do you think it has improved on the lives of people like me. You light your candle and you keep it on top of your table, or on top of your house, or on the shortest mountain near your house. For us in Africa, the best mountain is Mount Kilimanjaro. So you light this torch and take it on top of, what is the highest peak of Mount Kilimanjaro? Who knows? Mount Kilimanjaro. Kibo? It's Kibo. I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro in 1972, before you were born. So I reached Kibo Peak. What you have found out makes sense to people around you, to the community, if you have communicated it to them. So sharing your findings is important. Institutionally, so for you as an individual, it builds your portfolio. It makes people know who you are, what you're doing. And therefore you gain respect amongst your peers. But institutionally, because most of us are belonging either to research institutions or academic institutions like Mbara University of Science and Technology. Institutionally, for us, your research outputs is a sign of your productivity. Because we know without these research outputs, there would be no innovations. It is when you go begin asking questions that you can decide whether these findings should be something of a discovery that you want to own, and therefore apply for a patent on that. Institutionally here, we also did recommended by council that we carry out academic audits. So for those of you who are faculty at Mbara University, we asked you to participate in an academic audit. We got very good results, but we also got some disappointing results, where quite a number of people did not dare fill the academic audit forms. And we asked ourselves, why would somebody who is an academic in the university would not want to tell us what they are doing? Because if you fail to fill the audit form, it means you have something to hide. So we have tried to postulate some theories, and we found that, okay, I think the biggest problem we have is something called moonlighting. Those of you who come from the US know the story of moonlighting better than us here. You do things which are not supposed to be legal. You are doing some illegal things. But loosely translated here, moonlighting means when you're supposed to be giving a lecture here, you are giving a lecture somewhere else. Isn't it? And we found that the persons who are involved in moonlighting, they don't have time to sit down and read. Because what do you do when you moonlight? You carry your yellow notes from Bara University to Kabbalah University. You carry your yellow notes from there to KIU. You carry those yellow notes to BSU. And tell me, what time will you have to read to find out what other people have done and what you can do in terms of research? And again, I didn't participate in the review of the applicants who applied for our internal research funding. I am very sure that the same people who applied the first time round are also the same people who applied the second round and the third round and so on. And you had problem trying to choose, now do we give this person again? Because he was also there, now he has applied here again, and so on. My hope would have been that every time, if today Dr. Leju, who is a very nice gentleman here, applied this time around, he is not again going to apply next semester to say he should also be the PI. So that we give the opportunity to many other people to be able to get this funding. Every year, there is the issue of quality of work that we do, whether in the form of abstracts submitted for conferences nationally or locally like this one, or internationally, or be it publications. But when you do that, as an individual, your profile goes up because your number of publications have also gone up. In the faculty or in the department where you belong, it's a sign of research intensity taking place within your area of specialization. So when you see that in 6 years there was one publication from one department, you begin to wonder, what do we need to do? Do you need a Nokia charger to boost you up? Or what do we need to do to get you also to jump on the same train that the others are riding on, so that you're part and parcel of the research team or research teams? As you can hear, everybody who has presented have indicated who the partners have been, who they have done this research with. It's apart from, where is this guy? The man of engineering. What was his name? Bizimana, yes. Apart from Bizimana, who was working on repairing the equipment that you spoiled. Right? But even him, I'm sure he must have had some partners. You indicated some people you work with. Therefore, a single person research is a thing of the past these days. You need to work with people to improve your visibility as well as their visibility. We have been told that the government has provided modest money for research, and we administratively said it is, even Jesus had 5 fish, how many loaves? Which were 5 fish and 2 fish and 5 loaves. And he had problem. How do I feed this multitude? So he did his abracadabra, and then there were plenty of fish and so on. We cannot do that. The basket comes and it is limited, and we decided, let's share it equitably. We give somebody, but not more than 20 million to be able to do some research. You will be surprised. If you ask the students, where is what was your name again? Kibet, and your colleague, Paul? Paul. How much money did you get to carry out your research? Do you remember? How much? 3,000. Yes. And translated into the Ugandan currency at that time, it came to something like 7-8 million or something like that. Or was it about 9 million? About 9 million. As an undergraduate student, mentored by faculty to carry out research with such meager funds and gets a result which can be disseminated and published. I would want you to clap for these students, these undergraduate students. These are not postgraduate students. These are undergraduate students. They were either in 3rd year or 4th year. Now they say they are 5th year. They're about to be doctors and so on. And it was not only medical students, because it was all health professional students. And so far we have got more than 40 publications from undergraduate supervised research. Undergraduate students. Publications in high-impact journals. So what prevents you, who is getting 20 million, which is about now six, close to $6,000. So double what these people got to do their study. And you are a better researcher because now you are faculty, you are more senior. We do not see why suddenly the number of publications at Bara University should not quadruple in the next year. So we leave you with that challenge to make sure that you use these funds to showcase that you can do wonderful research even with meager resources. I have just been talking about undergraduate mentored research and the publications that they have been able to achieve. So recently, there was some ranking that came out, AD scientific ranking which came out. So as I was looking through, I was seeing the students, the undergraduate students were appearing in the ranking. And then I looked at myself for my name, it was nowhere. So I said, what could have happened? How come I am not appearing anywhere? So until I realized that, oh, the last time I did my Google Scholar thing registration, I was in Makerere. So they were picking my Makerere things and not picking Bara publications. So I quickly also went and did a trick or two and put in my registration under Bara University. Lo and behold, I am now challenging Dr. What do you call him? Badge. I'm now challenging Badge. So Badge is number 1, and I am somewhere there. So the point I'm trying to say is this. If you do not associate yourself with the institution, you will not contribute to the ranking of that institution. And it is not a wonder, I always keep on saying, if you are going to use an email or your affiliation, do not use, it is not bad to have your Gmail, Yahoo, whatever you call it. But for this kind of communication, use the institutional email. So recently, I think 2 or 3 days ago, somebody was writing to me asking for a letter of support. And he used Gmail. And I told my secretary, call him and tell him I will not give him a letter of support unless he uses Bara University email. So he quickly gave me Bara University email, and then I gave him a letter of support. We must wake up and recognize that this is our institution. Nobody else is going to promote it for us. We have a lot of support, good willing people who are seated here, whose color shade is slightly a bit better than mine. They have come here to support us. There is nothing they have come to take away from here. They have come to support us. And so we must be grateful for that. But at the same time, let us be the ones to carry the torch. Let us be the ones to lead. Let us be the ones to show that we are interested in seeing that this institution grows to greater heights. Nobody is too small to carry out or conduct research. Neither is anybody too big to carry out research. We will all be able to contribute to the research profile of this institution. I wish you a wonderful day and research day. Should I wait for you before I leave?
Thank you so much, Professor. Another round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Yes, besides research and other activities that create visibility that I'll bring to your attention are the camps. Last week, there was a urology camp which was sponsored and 60 men benefited. We thank Dr. Marvin for bringing that up to support our people in southwestern Uganda. And the people from southwestern Uganda did what? Clapped. We have Dr. Musa Kayondo with us right here. Dr. Musa, please stand up for recognition. Mr. Vice Chancellor, that gentleman heads fistula camps, and at least 50 women benefit from Lira, Nakaseke, Mbarara, and Bwindi. And he's mentoring others, and the people who have mentored him are from the US, Germany, and where? That one, yes. So we also have the pediatrics section held a camp for children with cancer. So at least people are trying in their different capacities to create the visibility. When we come to the different faculties, they have community outreach. Faculty of Science has, whereby they go out to students and mentor other teachers. Faculty of Computing and Informatics always holds a one-week event trying to carry out mentorship in terms of handling our equipment, especially the laptops and everything. Many others like that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you creating visibility in Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, while our professor was here speaking, she tried to mention the Ugandan names, and I'm challenged to mention the names of other people. Allow me to welcome and recognize our collaborators from Boston University, Jeff Smith. Jeff, do we have, yes. Did I say it well, Jeff? Yes, that's 1 point gone. Then we also have Krista Lunze. Yes. Once they stand up, the name is well mentioned. Please clap for them. Now this one. Kaku So Ama. That's perfect. Kaku, thank you so much for coming. We're actually humbled that a big team came from Boston. I think you're running away from the winter. Yes, yeah. We have good weather here. While I was mentioning my organizing committee, not mine, why am I promoting myself? The organizing committee of this conference, please come forward for recognition. Organizing committee for the conference. Yes, Sam, the one with a beautiful skin, is coming. Walk like your organizers, faster, faster, faster. Thank you. Yes, the first one is Annette Kembabazi. She rolls with us, yet she's a director, deputy director of MGH. Sam Wesigwa. Yes. Now I'll do like my boss did. You'll introduce yourself and what you're in charge of.
My name is Tushabe Ronald. I am in charge of media and publicity.
Jerome Kabachenga was part of the scientific committee.
Samuel Mwesgwa was in charge of IT.
Asaf Kataranj Kaburura, I was a team member.
Annette Kembawazi, I was in charge of donations. Thank you.
Sheila Ninye Tuina Masco, in charge of international relations.
Fred Kagwa was in charge of the PhD symposium, which happened yesterday, a pre-event of this conference.
Yes. Oh. Yes. Yes, this is the team behind. Amos has not been here, but he's working behind scenes. And I think Sam was everywhere. He's MTN for us. Everywhere you go, you'd find Sam. Much as he was a groom, at least he managed to give us time. Katara, and you stand straight. People need to know you're not single anymore. Yes. Yes, he was one of our. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you for braving the cold. And please clap for them. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to change the program slightly. And I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Jessica Herber, and she's from the Harvard University. But she has also mentored someone here, Dr. Edith Wakida. Are you here, Edith? She's always shy, but she's in Harvard University trying to carry out our collaboration with them. Dr. Jessica, you'll speak more about that. Thank you so much.
Wait, before you go, may I make a request? I think it's a little hot, and we've been sitting for quite some time. Could we do one of your claps?
Yes, please stand up. They're saying, she said that we have been seated for long and it's really hot, and people are wearing jackets. I'll take the same one I took yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly pick a paper. Pick a paper, ladies and gentlemen, and a pen. Why are people laughing? These are bad manners. Pick a paper and a pen. Thank you. Faster, like you're not tired. You have your paper, raise it in the air. Yes, now put the paper at the back of your neck. Back of your neck. Face someone. Can you draw their face? Why are you laughing? Professor Bua, can you do that, please? I'm the MC. Draw the circle, that's the head. Yes? No, guys. Okay, put the eyes, put the eyes, put the nose, put the mouth. Don't cry. Put the hair if it's a lady. Are you putting the hair? Dr. Neka, what are you doing? Okay, can you put the glasses if they're wearing glasses? Put their ears. Can you show them what you've drawn? Yes. I didn't know you're poor artists. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're the worst artists I've ever seen. Congratulations. Who has told you to sit? Please stand up. John, bye. Yes, do we know F is for female? Okay? And M is for men. Then there's that Sunday school song, I Will Make You. I is everyone. Okay, everyone sit. When I say I, everyone stands up. When I say I, you're I. Everyone sit down, thank you. When I say make, that is M. F is for female. I will make, so the ladies stay with the M. I will make. Are you So this is the instruction. When I say a word that has F, the ladies stand up. The word with M, the male stand up. I, everyone stands up. Everyone up. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Yes, I think the men have taken it. No, the ladies, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think that was well needed. So Everyone, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to thank the conference organizers, Professor Bua, all of the leadership. It is truly humbling to be here as your keynote speaker. Coming to this conference is like coming home in many ways, and it's so wonderful to see so many friends that I've collected over the years, as well as perhaps a few friends I haven't quite met yet. So I hope to be able to speak with many of you after the meeting today. So when Professor Bhatwala asked me to give this talk, I asked him, well, what would you like me to say? And it was a bit broad, but I think the theme of the conference is about having impact, about translating what we do in science into impact. And I'm going to go through a bit of a journey, and the theme for my journey is a village. And I'm going to come back to it again and again, and you can let me know if I'm successful. Do I have the slides? So what I'm going to cover in the next half hour or so, I'm going to start with our aspirations in research. We all have aspirations, that's why we're here. But then I'm going to talk about what it takes to make those aspirations successful. And we may all have different ideas of what success means, but having impact in some way, whether that's changing policy, creating new reagents, creating something new. I want you to think about how to go about that in many different ways with the many different components of a village. So we'll start with ourselves, and then we're going to talk about our mentors, because it's almost impossible to be successful in research without a mentor. Then I want to talk a little bit about the systems in which we work. Because nobody becomes, as Professor Bua said, nobody does research on their own. We all work in teams and we all work in institutions. So I want to talk a little bit about that. And then here, I'm an American working with you all in Uganda. So this is global health in some way. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time thinking about what is the role of global health in this village. And then talking about funding, because we can't do anything without funding. And then at the end, I want to cover a little bit about communicating what we do and how important that is for getting your message out there. And then finally, I want to talk about an innovation that's actually called The Village. You see, this is going to be a running theme throughout the talk, which I hope you'll be as excited about as I am. And then I'll conclude. Okay, so let's start with our aspirations. I want everybody to close your eyes. Come on, I can see you. Close your eyes. And I want you to imagine yourself at the beginning of your research career. Okay, some of you may be in the beginning of your research career, and some of you may be like me, been doing this for a very long time. And I want you to think about the impact that you wanted to have, or the impact that you want to have now. So just imagine that. I think it's important to prime yourself to think about how you can have impact, and hopefully this process of going through the village will help you realize that. Okay, you're all very dutiful. You can open your eyes. Thank you for doing that. So did some of you imagine a microscope? Perhaps. Maybe some of you were creating calculations. I know we have some representatives from the mathematics department over here. Maybe some of you want the Nobel Prize. So how do we get to these aspirations? So before talking about specifically what each of us can do, starting with the individual, I hope I don't depress you too much, but there are some realities in research that we have to consider. Having impact is hard, and there are reasons it's hard, and hopefully we can talk about the different barriers we can overcome to have the impact that we want. So I've felt like that rat on the wheel. Has anybody else felt like a rat on a wheel? Like you're churning and churning and churning and wondering, is anybody reading that paper that I spent, blood, sweat, and tears to write? Is anybody benefiting from that talk that I gave? So many experiences that we start in research don't always end up where we want them. We don't end up where we want to be. Many excellent papers aren't read by that many. Many good grants go unfunded. I know I've had plenty of grants go unfunded. And some you see and you're like, how did that one get funded? And that's really depressing when you're struggling yourself. And I think one of the challenges that I struggle with a lot is that many solutions that are created, particularly in global health, are not really the solutions that are needed. And that funding may not be going where perhaps it should be, at least in my opinion. And then finally, some people don't even believe in what we do. How do we overcome that? Because if they don't believe in what we do, we're not having the impact that we really want. Okay, so now that's the pressing part. Let's go to the positive part. What can we do? And before I get into my recommendations and my suggestions, I just want to preface my comments that I recognize I'm coming from a very privileged perspective. I'm an American. I speak English as my first language. I've had an outstanding education with lots of opportunities and lots of networking opportunities to meet good mentors and to have good collaborators. So I just want to acknowledge that from the beginning, and I'll try to keep that privilege in mind as I talk about what I think may work for anyone in research who may not have those same privileges. And I'll come back to that a little bit. Okay, so Dr. Hahn mentioned David Bangsberg. Who in this room? Okay, I'll just talk. Wait, is it working? Okay. I do that again, I was distracted. Okay, how many have heard of David Bangsberg? Okay, a few more hands, right? So Dave, oh, we lost my slides. Okay, I'll have to improvise. So David is a physician, researcher, and as was mentioned before, really helped start a lot of our collaboration through UCSF, where I was initially, and then at Mass General and Harvard Medical School. And he used to talk to me about having a fire in my belly. And I think he probably wasn't just me. I think he said that phrase a lot, because it's a good one. Because you're never going to have impact if you don't believe in what you're doing. So you have to find your passion, and you have to work hard to be able to realize your passion. But one of the key messages I want you all to leave with, we go to these talks and we don't remember too much of what was said, but if you remember nothing else, I want you to think about how you can intentionally take that passion and turn it into impact. And one of the things that I want you to think about is when you're working, we've all been up at midnight. I was up at midnight on Monday working on ridiculous revisions that were tedious and annoying, but had to be done to get my paper published. So I'm working really hard, but then I have to ask myself, am I working smart? Putting in the hours is important, but you'll get more out of those hours if you know what you're doing with that time. So that intentionality from the beginning, start with your passion, but think about how do you translate that passion into something that's impactful. Okay, good, I've been rescued, I have my slides. So think about working smart as well as working hard. And that's a really fundamental philosophy. So again, if you remember nothing, remember to work smart. As you get started, you get a lot of feedback. Okay? Feedback is hard to take. But if you go into the process of being open to criticism, actually welcoming that criticism, and finding a mentor who's willing to criticize you in a constructive way, you can see that red-lined paper as a symbol of love, of investment, and working for you to have impact with your career. And I think Professor Obua mentioned this, and perhaps a few others. When you're figuring out what you want to do, don't just do what somebody else did. Maybe you're doing implementation science, but you're figuring out a way to implement what somebody else did. But replication needs to be intentional, so maybe you need to see how it works here or in another context. But think about the gap. What is your contribution? What are you adding to the literature? Because you won't have impact if you're just doing what somebody else did. And as we get started in our careers, we do often do cross-sectional analyses, we do prevalence studies. Those are important and they should be done, and it's a great way to get your feet wet. But always think about what's coming next. What is the intervention? What am I doing that adds to the literature? Because just writing a paper isn't going to get you the impact that I think you probably were imagining when you closed your eyes a few minutes ago. So this is kind of what I was saying. Ask yourself, so what? Again, in a very positive way, not negative, but so what? Why am I doing this? What's my contribution? Because going through your training, getting certificates and getting degrees, that's great. Writing papers, that's even better. As we mentioned, papers are your currency. Papers get your message out there. They're important for your institution. They're important for advancing the field. But you really need to be getting grants in order to translate that into impact. Because when you're the PI, you're the principal investigator of a project, you're determining where that science is going. And you can really take your science to another level when you're in charge. And I think we really need to be working towards getting prime awards to all of you who are interested in doing this kind of work. Now, how do you do that? getting grants is hard. As I mentioned, I've had many failed attempts at getting grants, but they eventually do come through. And starting with pilots, like the project that was mentioned before, it may be $9,000 to start, or even $500. But if you think about research with that intentionality that I mentioned about your impact, and you're planning ahead, where am I going with this? How does this small project get me that bigger project? And working with your mentor to really think about a career of impact. It'll help you along the way. And research is really a marathon. There are not any quick sprints that get you the impact that you want. It's a commitment of years of investment and going from small project to bigger project to even bigger project that will increase your impact. And I also always build in other projects to any project I do, because it's a lot of work, right? Everyone who's written a protocol knows how much goes into that protocol. You might as well get 2 or 3 papers out of that, or maybe a side project for a student. So this is a village, and we all support each other by creating opportunities. Okay, so how do we develop our careers? So when I first got started in doing research, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I had some interests, I had some passion that I was trying to figure out, how do I translate that into impact? And so what did I do to become an expert? I started working in that area, writing grants and writing papers. That's fairly obvious. But some of the other things that I did that may not be quite as obvious is I wrote commentaries. This morning I told, was it Paul? You're gonna write that commentary, right? I asked him to write a commentary about why PrEP was not known among adolescents here in Uganda when PrEP was developed in large part by people in Uganda. Like, that needs to get out there. And when Paul writes that paper, people are gonna know that he's interested in HIV prevention. So advocacy for your field is really important. Writing reviews so that you can establish yourself, like you know what's out there in the field, and people will reference those reviews. That's a great way to get your name out there. Raise your hand at meetings like this. Sometimes it's intimidating to talk to senior researchers, but that was one of the best ways when I was much more junior to get invited to give talks or to get invited to be a collaborator. To eventually get to those meetings, like ultimately getting to the WHO and other forums where you can have the impact that you wanted. Remember that image at the beginning. And what you really need to do is become the go-to person so that when a meeting like this is being planned, you get asked to give a talk like this. But people won't know you if you don't put yourself out there. And the other thing I wanted to mention about David, there's a picture of David. The green isn't showing up too well on the screen, but that's a funnel. And I see people nodding who know David, because he always talked about the funnel, and he would use this hand movement. So remember the funnel. It's another thing you can take away from this talk. You start narrow. When we go into science, we often want to have such a huge impact, and then when we sit down and we write our study design, our hypothesis is itty bitty tiny. And you think, how am I having impact when I'm working on one little chunk of an area of a field that we have this passion for? But you have to start small. You have to start in an area where you can become the expert, and over the years, you'll grow, and you'll be able to have that larger impact at the wide part of that funnel. So here's another figure, and I think this is actually a really important figure. It's very simple. Everybody's seen an S-curve like this before. At the bottom is time, and on the y-axis is impact. So the reason I drew this figure in this way is that at the beginning of your career, you're not having a lot of impact. You're sitting in your office, you're sitting in a classroom, you're tearing your hair out because you can't figure out how to do an analysis. But that investment in your training, that investment with your mentors, that investment in becoming an expert by writing those commentaries, that eventually adds up over time. And you can see it start to tick up, but there's an inflection point. But if you haven't invested in yourself as an investigator, getting many tools, whether it's analytic tools, content expertise, whatever it may be, that period of intense investment in yourself pays off. And almost every successful researcher that I've known, their career has looked like this. And ultimately, once you've had all those papers published and you're getting all those grants, you can have a high level of impact. But I also don't want to depress you and intimidate you, because this is the reality. Okay, that was more or less my trajectory. I strove to be that smooth S-curve, but it doesn't always work out like that. There are times when I made big mistakes, when I didn't do research the way I wanted to, and I had to correct that. We all learn, we're all human. But over time, in this marathon of research, we eventually get to where we want to be. But I think this investment up front is really critical. And finding that time is hard to invest in yourself when you've got many other responsibilities. And we'll come back to that point too in a moment. This is not legible, so I apologize, but this is a slide that I can at least explain to you about the growth mindset. Has anyone heard of the growth mindset? Okay, Lisa's heard of it. The growth mindset is something that really helps me a lot, particularly when you need resiliency in a field like research. Because there are times when you're going to get a lot of criticism and a lot of rejection, and you can take that harshly. As I said at the beginning, it's important to take that criticism as constructive. But it's really hard if you just see it as failures, or I'm so stupid, I can't believe I did that, or why didn't I see this? And it's very negative. But if you see those challenges as opportunities to grow, it helps you so much more in becoming that researcher that you want to be. And that's a very simple concept, but I come back to it every time I'm starting to get down on myself about something not going the way I wanted it to, and that does happen. I say, but wait, what have I learned? You know, I didn't say that the way I wanted to, but now I know to do it better the next time. Or maybe I didn't engage with that partner exactly the way I wanted to, but now I know better for the next time. And that's hugely helpful as you're trying to maintain that fire in your belly and being that person you imagined at the beginning of this talk. Okay, I'm going to switch to mentors. So as I said at the beginning, nobody becomes an impactful researcher without mentorship. And the mentor-mentee relationship is built on trust. Okay, this is a really special relationship. And I'll talk about some definitions of mentorship in a moment. I hope you're not seeing yourself as this kind of mentor. The crocodile with the mentee is the little birdie in the mouth. Sometimes it feels like that. And I saw an article recently about tormentors, like mentors who torment their mentees. I hope I've never been that person because I do a lot of mentorship. But just to say that mentorship is so, so critical. That role in the village that creates our impact is absolutely central. And I think it's important to get training. And I think, Dr. Badwala, did you mention there's going to be a mentor training in November? Okay, so all the mentors sign up. And I've done a number of these mentoring workshops myself, so I think we'll have opportunities to get training. Because when you get your PhD or your MMed, nobody tells you how to be an effective mentor. But there are specific skills that we can teach you that will help you be more impactful for your mentee. And also as a mentee, there are skills in how to be a good one, how to be active in that relationship. Just a few thoughts here. This is a very condensed version. But having clear communication about expectations and style of work will help you be much more effective in that relationship. Scheduling regular meetings, having deliverables. When there are challenges, work them out. And using structure like an individual development plan where you can track your progress, whether it's on a paper, on a grant, or your whole career. But having that structure to come back to will keep you on track. So you don't spend 5, 6, 7 years on your PhD, but you make sure you're hitting the milestones when you need to. And if you're not, you can figure it out. That good communication will help you get you where you want to be. And as I said, there are many types of mentoring. We often think about mentors solely in the context of a supervisor, where you're working just on a paper or on a thesis. But there's much more to mentoring than being a supervisor. You could be a teacher, a coach, helping someone be the best person they can be, the best investigator they can be. You could advise on specific content. You may be a consultant. You can guide them through organizing a conference like this and being a role model. There are many more ways you can think about it. I think we all have our own definitions. I tend to bucket them as research mentorship, career mentorship, and peer mentorship. And one mentee may not have one mentor. There may be many. In different roles. And I think that team mentorship model can actually be very effective in helping people be the best investigators they can be. And I want to make sure it's, that this concept of mentoring is not seen only for junior investigators. Even at the stage of my career where I'm fairly senior, I go to people and I ask them, will you read my paper? Will you tell me how I can do this talk better? So that peer mentorship is really important to continue to grow and to continue to add. I still ask myself, what is my contribution? How can I do that the best way? And having that sounding board from my colleagues is really invaluable. And I also want to talk about mentorship in research groups. I know several groups have formed over time, and there are some that are forming now here at MUST, where you meet regularly amongst your peers, often with a senior researcher to kind of guide you. But I think if I have to put my finger on one thing that helped me become successful as a researcher, it was a research meeting. So we have one every Friday morning. Well, most Friday mornings. Once in a while, there's nothing to talk about, or we're traveling or something. But I would say more often than not, we meet Friday mornings, and we share what we're doing. I pitch my aims. You know, I have a new idea. I want to know if it sounds good, because I like it, but that doesn't mean a reviewer is going to like it. And I don't have to wait to submit that grant, and I don't have to spend 2 months writing that grant to find out there's a fatal flaw. My peers or my senior colleagues can tell me this is a problem and I can fix it right then and there. And so I've been more successful in grants than I would have been if I didn't have that feedback, that constructive feedback from people who care about my career, and I'm able to contribute to their careers. So that research group meeting is really important. And it may not sound like it is, because it's an hour every week, it's a lot to commit to. But again, it's been one of the most, I would say, single most important things that really helped my career take off. Okay, I'm going to switch now from what we do as individuals, whether as researchers or mentors, and talk about systems. Okay, so you can see that caution sign. So again, I'm going to talk as an American from a very well-resourced institution. And what I say may or may not apply, but I want to say it anyway, because I think it'll get us thinking about how we can structure our institutions in the best way possible. So institutions play a critical role, right? We're all part of an institution when we do research. And institutional policies are important for facilitating that impact. But they can be really hard within institutions, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So protected time for research. It's really hard. I'm sure many of you have written grants at 11 p.m. The midnight oil is burning. It's really hard to write a good grant when you're tired and you're distracted. So finding even a small amount of protected time within institutional structures, ways that you can cover each other if you're doing clinical work, ways that you can teach a class for somebody at a time, once in a while, even just a small amount of protected time can help you be much more impactful. Getting administrative support. I know there are lots of administrative structures at MUST in every institution, but thinking about how to optimize those so that you can focus on your science, because I know I can't do anything without my grant administrator and my program manager and the people who help with the administrative tasks, because they do it much better than I do. I'm a physician, I'm a researcher. I don't know my way around grants, and so creating some kind of way to take that responsibility efficiently and effectively off of the shoulders of the researcher and into the hands of the experts in administration is very helpful, but it's hard. And then creating pathways for career growth, making sure it's clear what are the promotion criteria, what do I need to do to get to that senior leadership position that I want, so that again I'm working smart, I'm not just working hard. So ways to make those paths more clear. Now, why are these institutional policies hard to implement? There are real barriers, and I understand that. Particularly in resource-limited settings, there aren't many people. There are hundreds of people in my department. I recognize in any department here, there may only be as many people as on my fingers on my hand, and that makes this kind of restructuring very, very difficult. But I still wanted to make that comment just to help us get thinking creatively about what we can do at the institutional level. There's limited funding. There may be policies at the ministerial level that don't allow us to create structures that we really want. But I think creativity and collective effort, particularly at the regional level, can be really helpful. And I'm sure many of you know about the African Research Universities Alliance, which released its strategic plan last year for a 5-year plan. And I won't read exactly what's in the quotes here, but they have a vision and they have a mission that's based on collective action for helping people to be as effective as possible. So there may be ways to interface with other institutions that can help create some of this capacity that again helps us be more impactful in our research. Okay, so I've gone through individuals as researchers, as mentors, talked a little bit about institutions. I now want to talk about global health. And I think global health is rightfully coming under the microscope as a discipline. You know, global health has sort of evolved over the years in many different ways, and they haven't all been good. So when I first started thinking and reflecting is, what am I doing as a global health researcher? You know, why as an American am I here? What am I bringing to the partnership? I started looking at definitions, and you can see a couple of them up here from quite a while ago, like this one from 2006, was talking about global health really as, say, it's a global issue. You know, we're transcending borders with health. Okay, that's reasonable. Another one a couple years later, 2009, and this is the one if you go to Wikipedia and you want to see the definition of global health, this is the one you'll see. Where it's really about study, research, practice that places a priority on health, but they start to mention the word health equity. So moving into the direction where I think we need to be going. So there's a growing understanding that there are a lot of inequities in global health, particularly in research, at least that's what I know best. I'm sure it's elsewhere. But they stem from a lot of underlying intersectional power dynamics, and I'm going to unpack that a little bit in a moment. But there are lots of calls to decolonize global health and to promote equitable practices. And I'm bringing this up today because of this global village that we all are a part of in trying to be impactful researchers and trying to have as much of our science get out there effectively. I think global health can play a really important role in that. But I think we also can damage it, and we have to be intentional ourselves as global health practitioners in thinking, what are we doing to enable the impact of any investigator who's working on a project? So my working definition, because this is something that I think about quite a lot, I think global health is really defined as collaborative efforts to optimally promote health according to locally driven priorities and values. So I welcome feedback on that. So this figure here kind of gets at the underlying issues as to why global health can be problematic. And I put this image up here of the elephant. I don't know if you all can see it very well. I'll kind of highlight the text if it's not too clear. But this is from a paper by Shea Abimbola and Madhukar Pai, who are real leaders in this area of thinking about how to redefine global health. And the elephant in the room that we don't always want to talk about because it's awkward. You know, it's very difficult to acknowledge that within a field that so many of us come to do good, to be helpful and to generate knowledge, there are lots of things that are pretty ugly. So you can see, and I think the elephant is, the analogy that we only see little bits of the elephant. You know, we often see the tail or the ear. We don't really know what the whole thing comes together as. And I think it's important to put all these issues together. In thinking about the lack of diversity in a lot of research. We think about issues of supremacy and saviorism and the foreign gaze of like how the Western view may be seen as the right way, in quotes, to do something when that may not be true. And if you look at epistemology or theories of knowledge, there are many ways to think about science that may not be the ones that get published in the Lancet. And we need to acknowledge that. Coloniality, capitalism, patriarchy, racism, get at sexism. There are many other isms that I think underlie a lot of the inequities in global health. And because of that, we have academic and economic resources that are really concentrated in places like where I come from. And the agendas get driven by places where I come from. And I don't think that's right. And I think we need to acknowledge all of these underlying issues in order to change that. And I think the potential for the impact in LMICs really suffers accordingly. So what do we do about this? So this is a paper that Yap Boom and I and others who've spent some time here, Bridget Burns and Mark Seidner, published in 2018. And I don't know if many of you remember Professor Boom. He was here for about 6 years as a leader at Epicentre. And he's also been a real leader in rethinking equity in global health. And when we wrote this paper, we talked a little bit more in depth about the background that I just mentioned about these inequities, but we also tried to be very concrete in what can we do about them. And so these are just 5 areas of many to think about how do we improve global health. So we can have better communication about goals and expectations. I talked a lot about mentorship and how that can be baked into any partnership. Redefining academic currency and priorities so that people like me you can think about the implementation of the partnership and the output and make sure that at every step of the way it's being implemented equitably. So this was just published about a month ago. Again, I really encourage you to take a look. I'm trying to remember. I'm just going to take a drink of water while the slides come back. I go forward a little bit. Thank you. Okay, so one slide that I skipped, which I think is important for those of us who are coming from HICs, high-income countries, is that we should not see ourselves as coming in to do research and picking up our suitcases and leaving. I mean, obviously there's travel involved, but there's a mentality about what we do as researchers is in terms of being allies. And this is a concept that Madhukar Pai is talking a lot about. He's the editor at PLOS Global Health, and I should have mentioned that Shea Abimbola is the editor at BMJ Global Health. So they're really in positions where they're trying to elevate and amplify this message. So that what we do in global health is really focus on capacity building as the primary role, in addition to being partners in research, and really centering the agency and the goals of our partners in LMICs. And I just want to give an example from the PhD symposium yesterday. One of the presenters, I mean, all of the presenters were amazing. I was really humbled by the talent and just how much progress is being made in developing research careers. But one of them was really quite excellent. And I think one of the reasons was this person was clearly talented and driven, but also had a lot of resources to work with because his PhD was partially supported by an R01. So an R01, for those of you who don't know, it's $500,000 a year for 5 years. That's a lot of money, right? It goes quickly, a lot more quickly than you would like. But why not, carve out a few $1,000s a year to support a PhD student? And if you have partners who aren't doing that, ask why. That checklist that I talked about includes things like that, like concrete things we could be doing better as allies in global health that will increase the impact of what investigators want to do with their scientific careers. And this is how you become not just a person lamenting the inequities, but somebody who can make change in them. Okay, this was about the checklist. And also I want to mention what other people are doing to make improvements in global health, like publishers. So the Lancet recently created a policy about rejecting any paper with data from Africa that fails to acknowledge the African contributors. That's a huge step forward and very simple to implement. PLOS Medicine requires that local researchers be the first or last author on any publication based on global research. And many journals are requiring reflexivity statements, which are basically templates that help you think about those equitable practices in research. So that if you want to get your research published, you have to reflect an equitable partnership, whether that's in the design of the questions, the support that's provided, or how authorship was assigned, and including gender equity as well as other types, like including early career researchers and local leadership. And so again, all of this will help with impact. And then I want to mention advocacy. I sort of implied that with the commentary about PrEP earlier. But there's a lot we can do as researchers, particularly senior folks like myself, where we can get articles out there and we can try to communicate the challenges that I've summarized with global health, and thinking about it with funding in particular. So there was a recent article that Madhukar Pai and others published asking funders to respond to these challenges. And then Professor Boom and I recently wrote a paper in the New England Journal, this came out just a couple weeks ago, where we highlighted the inequities within groups that are really, I think, trying to support global health well, like the NIH, but their indirect cost rate is much, much lower for places that are outside the US. And indirect cost rates are not very interesting to a lot of people. You know, it's behind the scenes, but that capacity is huge. And for the NIH, once a grant is shown to be meritorious through a rigorous review process, that means that it's good science and it's going to go forward. The support, though, doesn't necessarily reflect that based on geography and potentially some of those issues of that elephant in the room. And so as many of you who know who've had NIH funding, our indirect cost rate is 8% at Edinburgh or any other place outside the US. But the median indirect cost rate is 56% in the US. So for every dollar, you get 8 cents here, but the median institution in the US gets 56 cents. And what that means on a global scale is $61 million in 2022 alone that could have gone to research capacity building. So that we wrote this as a challenge to funders who are really interested in doing this well, but are not seeing the impact of policies like inequitable indirect cost rates. So speaking of funding, I'm going to transition a little bit now and talk more about becoming a principal investigator of your own grant. And as I said earlier, it's really hard. It's not something you can just sign up for, but this is a way to get your impact out there. It's not impossible, as I said, it takes a lot of work, but we also have to be realistic about some of the funders. I know a lot of people want NIH money. It's the world's largest funder of biomedical research. But it only funds about 20% of applications. And as I've said, I've had several go unfunded. Most I've had to submit multiple times. And honestly, a lot of the priorities may not meet your priorities. That foreign gaze I talked about of where are the agendas coming from and how are we seeing science and what impact should be out there is often influenced by the funder. So it's important to think about NIH. It's a great source of revenue for your science, but look elsewhere too. I know you have internal grants here, which I think is fantastic. The African Academy of Sciences sometimes puts out calls. There are many, many others, from foreign partners as well as within country or on the continent. So I encourage you to think broadly because I think, again, going back to the impact that you may want, that you had at the beginning of this talk, that may depend on getting money that's aligned with your goals. And then one other award I want to highlight, and I appreciate your all's attention. I know we're getting a little bit late on lunch, so I'll wrap up shortly. But I want to highlight a primary award that has come to MUST, among others, called the Data Science Initiative for Africa. And I think this is a really excellent example of how global health partners can contribute meaningfully to an African agenda. And this project is very large. It's nearly $75 million over 5 years to support 7 research hubs, including one for which Professor Bua is a PI, 7 training hubs, and 4 LCs. LCs are ethical, legal, and social implications of data science. And the NIH is very intentionally trying to build capacity for African investigators to pursue African questions to help Africans. And I think this is just a wonderful example of what we need to see more of. And this has already been highlighted, but I'll do it again. I think even though we talk about the challenges of having impact, I think you should feel really good about where MUST is going. There are many prime awards coming to MUST. And again, I think this is one of the best ways to have impact, is to be the principal investigator of your own grant. K43s, there are many here and many more coming. D43s to get the training that you need for the priorities that are most important to you. Research education programs, infrastructure development, and others. So I just want to pause here and have you clap for yourselves, because MUST is having impact and it's only growing. I do want to request, like that commentary I mentioned, that we think about communication as a way to increase impact, but beyond just the academic papers. There's a large divide between us in academia and the public out there. I think COVID certainly taught us that. You know, people not believing in the science, people not wanting to get vaccines or thinking they're, hoaxes or some sort of conspiracy. And I myself have started publishing things like The Conversation, which is a bridge between academia and the public. And The Conversation, if you haven't seen it, it has an Africa focus. They have many different divisions, but there's one called The Conversation Africa, which I think is a great venue to consider. But maybe it's New Vision or whatever journal or public journal you want to use. Maybe you disseminate through social media. But bridging that divide is really important for impact, for people to believe in science and to believe in your science. It's also a way to get excitement among philanthropists. Those African philanthropists or diaspora philanthropists can't support our work if they don't know about it. So publishing in the lay press is really important. And the last thing I'll talk about today, going back to my theme of the village, is something actually called the village. So the Village is a digital platform that's trying to make all of this easier. So it's designed to promote homegrown global health solutions. And the Village is a product of Professor Boom's vision. So he and I started talking about this actually in July here in Mbarara. So he'd been thinking about this for a long time, but hadn't moved forward with it. But we connected at a meeting here and said, let's do this. Let's really try to take our experience as global health researchers and try to break down all of the barriers that I've been talking about over the last half hour. And this is a picture of us presenting this at the Africa Health Agenda International Conference 2 weeks ago in Kigali. So we're really trying to get the word out, and I'm excited to share it with all of you. So what exactly is this village? It's a novel digital platform. It uses artificial intelligence to match needs and resources. So maybe you're studying something that nobody else at MUST is studying. How do you find that mentor? How do you find the collaborator who's going to help you be successful and have that impact you want? Maybe you're a funder and you really want to fund innovation, but how do you find it? Or if you're an innovator and you want to find that funder, it's really hard. And we all work through our networks, but our networks are static. And what we'd like to do, and what we are doing, starting to do, still very new, is use artificial intelligence to go from passive generation of profiles and putting ourselves out there to something much more active. So the way we frame this is LinkedIn meets Tinder. So I'm not hearing enough laughing, so I think that means that people don't know what Tinder is. Tinder's a dating app. And I'm not suggesting that we use science to promote relationships that way. But what I'm suggesting is that we use an active matching to bring those networks together in ways that don't happen otherwise. So we can exchange resources. This can be more than just creating like an initial connection. It can be an opportunity to learn about training webinars. We had one on K43s not too long ago. We can shift that gaze in publication, so it doesn't have to be a Western audience at the Lancet or PLOS or whatever it may be. We can use this platform to get your work out there to an audience that you want, including potentially in other languages, so you don't have to be writing in English. So this is a means to expand and leverage networks, to move beyond connections and move them into action. Go from that passive posting of profiles to really making things happen. And this last point about enabling serendipity. So I look back on my career and how did I get to be a professor at Harvard? You know, I'll own that I'm hardworking. I consider myself pretty smart. But there are many smart, hardworking people out there who don't become professors at Harvard, right? That's a tragedy. And that serendipity of those relationships where I met David Bangsberg, or he gave me the opportunity to go to Harvard, that happened because of my network. And that happened because of the resources and the privilege that I was able to generate out of those networks. What we're trying to do with this is create those networks that come together so that whether you're here in Uganda, you're in Niger, you're in Malawi, it doesn't matter. You can find that mentor who will help elevate your career. Or maybe you're a mentor and you want to give back. You can find that person who's the right fit for you. And so that's our goal with the village. So this is a QR code. And if you wouldn't mind, we are building this as we speak. You know, we've been talking to people at Google and people in Silicon Valley to figure out the AI, to figure out how to make this actually happen. So it's very early, it's clunky, and I can't promise you a magical match in the next few weeks. But if you wouldn't mind taking out your phones and scanning this QR code, there's a short survey that we'd like to ask any of you who are interested in filling out so you can join our village and we can learn more about who you are, what your needs are, and how we can best meet them through this platform. So I will flash this up here again at the end, but feel free to take a picture of it, get onto the survey, and if you want to come back, it's at globalhealthvillage.com. All right, I've talked long enough. So my concluding thoughts. It takes a village to have scientific impact. That was my charge at the beginning of this talk, was to talk about how to get more impact. And I think we all need to do it together, just as any village supports its members. So individuals need to focus on knowledge generation, working smart, and becoming experts in their field. Mentorship is critical in so many domains and absolutely central to science. Institutions should try to create structures that enable that impact. Again, knowing it's really hard, but it's so critical. And then global health needs to shift to an allyship model so that we can really promote the impact of African researchers or anyone who's partnering with anybody. And then finally, I think we all know that funding is a critical piece of this. So I don't want to end on funding. I know funding can be depressing at times. So I just want to go back to that image that you had of yourself at the beginning when we first started this presentation. And I hope today's talk has given you some tools to help you achieve those aspirations, or maybe even have bigger aspirations that you can pursue with these tools. And the last thing I'll say is just to quote a couple of people who are much smarter than I am. And this first one is it's an African proverb. I think it's from Cameroon, because Yap told it to me. So I'm assuming it's coming from Cameroon. One hand cannot tie a bundle. And I think that image is really vivid and applicable here. And then finally, the wisdom of Nelson Mandela. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made in the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. With that, I will thank many, many people. I don't think this slide, there are lots of you on that slide, and I probably forgot others who I should have put up there, but I just really want to thank the MUST community. I want to thank each and every one of you who've helped me become who I am, and I hope that in the process of our partnership, I can give back in ways that help you become the best scientist you can be, and that MUST can continue to thrive and have that scientific impact that you're seeking. And then finally, I just want to acknowledge Dr. Boom, Dr. Pai, and Dr. Bangsberg, who have been such strong partners for me as I think about how to contribute to global health research in general, as well as my own science. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Jessica. Ladies and gentlemen, there's always that thing that they said, people from the US. We hosted the President of the United States in Uganda, and that's Bill Clinton, yeah? And our guild president is called Bill Clinton. That's not the story. The story is, when Bill Clinton was here, power kept going off like we were doing the presentation. So we told him this is Africa. So he traveled back to the US and invited our president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. As they were seated at the gazebo, there was a dark place. And that dark place, power went off. Power was on and power went off. So he asked, oh, power goes off in the United States, you are laughing at us. He called the butler and asked him, what is that place that is dark, power has gone off? That was the Ugandan embassy. So our power going off, don't worry about it. It happens all the time. It was the Ugandan embassy that time. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the next speaker, who is going to be our chief guest. Who is our chief guest? Dr. Medad Bitecherezo, a.k.a. Bitex. He's a former student of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He's an alumnus, both at undergrad and master's in medicine. He's a former lecturer in the Department of Internal Medicine. As if internal medicine is not here. Internal medicine. Yes. He's the former MP of Mbarara Municipality. And Dr. Bitex has been the chairperson of the parliamentary, he's the former chairperson of the Parliamentary Commission on Health, Committee on Health. That is the 9th Parliament. He's not there for the current bill. Yes. He's the chairman, National Drug Authority, and he's a member of the National Medical Store. Dr. Bitecherezo is also a member of Bishop Stewart University Council. When I talk about Dr. Bitex, we can talk till the cows go home. He's also the chair board, Ruharo Mission Hospital. He has stood up, okay. Dr. Bitex is going to speak to us right now. The floor is yours.
The Vice Chancellor, Celestine Professor Obwa, your deputies, Professor Nixon Kamukama, and Professor Chaume Kazova, the professors I'm seeing here, all of you, I may not mention your names because you are many. Jessica, Dr. Jessica, my friend whom I have known for some time, with your team, and the Master Fraternity and all invited guests and the participants from all over this country and globally, because I am told that we have some people from Kabale University, we have people from KU, we have people from other universities around, and Makere is here, even GLU. And again, but I'm surprised, a very big number of you whom I left here and when I went into muddy waters of politics. Neka, I am happy to see you again. Greetings from the Ministry of Health and the National Drug Authority family. I want to thank you for inviting me to give a keynote address at MAST. As MAST convenes the 17th Annual Research Dissemination Conference with the theme, Maximization of Research, Translation, and Evidence-Based Practice in Science, Technology, and Community Development. By the way, before even I go any further, for some of you who didn't see me when I was very young at MAST, I am the first doctor to get involved in Ebola without gloves, and I didn't die. So I'm a survivor. If you're a coward, if you can't touch a doctor, if you don't want to touch patients without gloves, and you leave them to die, and you think you're a doctor, you know you are a coward. Very bright, but a very good coward. So I touched Ebola patients in 2000, and I didn't know they had Ebola. Later on, they became Ebola patients. I became a contact and a doctor. The only black doctor who was in there, others were taking off, including seniors. And I am still here by the grace of God. And I never had a wife. I only had a girlfriend. I wrote an article in the Tropical Doctor. I think it was the volume 132, and I was looking at Ebola outbreak in a rural hospital in southwestern Uganda. You can check there. You'll see my name. You say Bitecherezo and Ebola and MAST. You'll see me there. I was a very young boy. And for you, if you have been reading the Tropical book that was written by late Professor Pare, page 660. I think that picture of somebody dressed in head, it's me. I want to appreciate the MAST leadership and academicians who are left behind and those who came after us for putting up this spirited show of disseminating their research findings in an organized manner. We used to do some research, but not to this magnitude. Researchers were not many during our time. But I want to quote one president that is very regularly mentioned, President Washington of America, on his 60th birthday said that those who would merely judge us by the heights we have achieved would do better if they remembered the depth from which we started. Thank you, MUST, for reaching this far up. We simply can't take things for granted. I thank you. In 2021, the best university in Africa in terms of doing research was the University of Cape Town, followed by the University of Witwatersrand, also in South Africa, while MUST was ranked 78th and Makerere 13th out of 1,104 universities in Africa here. I was looking at the data. In 2023, MUST is among the top 200 best universities in Africa at 136th position, and Makerere is at 16th position, and Chambogo at 188th position. You know, these things are very important. MUST Medical School is ranked 57th out of 263 medical schools in Africa. And it is 1,477th out of 4,739 medical schools in the world. We're not doing badly. In Uganda, MUST took the second position out of the 46 universities. And in Mbarara alone, where we are, it took the first position out of only 2 non-universities. In other words, people who have come from outside, this is the best university for you. And no wonder, research monies and researchers are coming through for us. Trust us, MUST is the best here in Western Uganda. The importance of research, ladies and gentlemen. Research is the key for any university to remain relevant in an academic world. For us, we were groomed by a professor here called F.I.B. Kayanja, who was a professor of anatomy. He once said on one of the graduation ceremonies, which I attended here in Mbarara, that failure to do research when you are a university leads to institutional academic death. And he said, please do research and publish, or you perish. I am proud and glad that MUST is still alive. It has stood the test of time and conducted research, mainly in science, and it can easily be found on the net as a reputable institution with real researchers and innovators. I thank you. Now, I want to excite you. I told you, for the Americans who are here, if you know FDA, this is now FDA of Uganda. I am the chairman. So I run a country as far as drug regulation is concerned. I can tell you, no Panadol can come here when this small man has not accepted with his team. We saw things during COVID here and when there was a problem in this country. We could not even access vaccines because developed countries could not give us vaccines before they could first give vaccines to their own people. In other words, outside countries behaved like the heart. You know, the heart is the most selfish organ in the body because it first gives blood to itself via the coronary arteries as the first branches of the aorta before it gives blood to other parts of the body. So people first gave to their other people and they left us. But COVID-X, it was notified by National Drug Authority team that I still preside over. It came from this great institution, MUST. Clap for yourselves. The country and all universities felt MUST, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, during one of the worst epidemics of our time, the COVID era. This history will never be erased. What we are now waiting for are clinical trials for us to hit the world market. COVID-X was even found in London. It was sneaked from Uganda to London. Don't ask me how it reached there, but it went. Meaning that even the people in London were quaking. They had to depend on Mbarara University of Science and Technology Covidex. And why we released it, we said that this drug is not a definitive treatment for COVID, but it gives symptomatic relief. We released the thing in the market. Oh, people cried. But it's sneaked via an aeroplane to London. We know that over 14% of the world's population is in Africa here. And this is a very huge population. The ongoing economic development worldwide will be steered by the Industrial Revolution with emphasis on IT or information technology. Almost everyone here in this room, plus this country, at least uses a phone. If it's not a smartphone, you have a torch. Research and innovations are going on daily in various departments and faculties to improve on what is current, including robotic surgery, mainly in the Western world or Western countries. In some countries, robots are serving in supermarkets, and some important persons are guarded by robots. Money transactions now are done using only mobile phone apps, which means we have no option, but we must embrace research. Conducting research is an important part of any college experience. It offers you many benefits, especially fostering critical thinking and analytical skills through hands-on learning. University rankings are not based on how many buildings you have. It will not be based on how many graduates you have churned out, but rather on how much research you have carried out and published in reputable journals for people to refer to when doing work. No matter what career field you are in or high up you are, there is always more to learn. 2, no matter how many experiences you have or how diverse your social circle is, there are many things you don't know. For that matter, we must do research. Research unlocks the unknowns we know, fuels deeper understanding, and lets you explore the world from different perspectives. To be exact, for you who remain in academia, my brothers and sisters, research is an essential part of success. And at times, research can be too tedious, but it is vital to do it and keep doing research, because you will get a breakthrough. To quote, you know, Winston Churchill, he said that success is not final and failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. So don't give up on research. Even if 1 or 2 studies fail to give you what you had expected, to others it might not be very necessary, but still research has many benefits. In Parliament, where I was, where some of you fear, but for me I was there. I have even been in prison. Don't ask me, but I'm not a criminal. I have not stolen any iron sheets. I have never. But for issues which you know, we had research assistants in committees to help members debate from an informed point of view. And we really debated for some of you who saw us before cameras. We talked. I pray the current team in the Parliament of Uganda does research before going into plenary, because the world will continue watching them. Medical practice, ladies and gentlemen, has become so complicated in that the patients first Google, they read about their probable disease conditions before even visiting doctors. The moment the patients detect that their doctors are not well informed, they will run to other practitioners who are known for having done research on a variety of conditions they are dealing with. So doctors in this room and pharmacists in this room and everybody who has gone to school, kindly do research and appear to be informed. When we were in Parliament, people respected us because we talked things. One time I made a serious comment in Parliament and I said, I'm predicting death of the entire Parliament of Uganda, many of the ministers, in the next 2 years. And I was just looking at the diseases of the non-communicable disease conditions, because I knew these fellows were eating very good and bad and too much food, and they were doing no work at all. And I was saying, these guys want to become diabetic, these guys are going to develop
deep venous thrombosis with pulmonary embolic phenomenon, and later on respiratory failure and death. And I was looking for an MRI scan for Uganda, Mulago Hospital, and I was given 16 billion Uganda shillings from the national budget, and we bought the magnetic resonance imaging scan for this country in Mulago Hospital. So if you are a doctor and you want to go to parliament, talk science, they will listen. Professor Muchajon of Cavendish University once said that in real life, there are not obvious solutions, but many problems to solve. Research is the magic tool, and scientific innovations are likely to be the lasting solution. Promotions in known and reputable academic institutions, like MAST, are based mainly on how much research a person has done, and in how many reputable journals this research has been published. If you opt to be called a lecturer or professor of any university, because I know all of you want to become professors, I know you even dream about these things. You research and publish your findings. Your legacy will live on even when you have joined the other world. Please do research. Research widens people's knowledge base. Research gives you the latest information. Research helps you know what you are up against. Research your competitors and formulate plans and strategies to outsmart them. And for us in the medical field, I don't care whether you put a clinic in front of mine. For us in medicine, medical doctors, we're not like pharmacists. You know, I regulate them. Pharmacists who are here, you raise up your arms. You raise up your arms, the pharmacists. Yeah, you know, doctor, on my board. For you, even when a pharmacy is put in front of your pharmacy, you go to court that the distance was not enough. For me, for us as medical doctors, we don't even mind. You put a clinic in front of mine. The one who has the power and who has the knowledge and who has a hearing hand will get the patient. I am telling you, we don't, Papa. We don't even just compete. Go in, see patients. Tell them what they have. Treat them with passion. Ask them what they are suffering from. Examine them. Don't act like a secretary of a vice chancellor. No. Be the vice chancellor now who can go and examine. And the person will say, this doctor is the best. Trust me, you will make the money. Yes? Research builds your credibility. People will take what you have to say seriously when they can tell you are informed. You can speak with confidence about what you know is accurate. Research helps you narrow your scope when you are dealing with issues. I don't know whether you know doctors who can give about 16 drugs at a go. Really? And you're a doctor and you went to a UTI. Oh, maybe it is a cancer. Oh, maybe it is. Then later on, the guy gives anti-cancer drugs. The guy gives an anti-malarial. Then he gives ciprofloxacin. Then he gives the Panadol. Even after giving Panadol, they even give diclofenac. After giving diclofenac, they even give brufen. And even they have some names which they use to confuse everybody. Those are doctors who do not read. And we say, please do research. Research introduces you to new ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, research helps you with problem solving and with ease. Research helps you reach people like raising awareness about issues like climate change. Indeed, many others. Research encourages curiosity. Studies show that curiosity is associated with higher levels of positivity, better satisfaction with life, and lower anxiety. Research in academia. It gives practical vision to problems. It determines the best possible and independent views in any subject. It gives valuable information is arrived at for effective understanding of real issues and solutions for them. Research is extremely important in various fields of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank these Americans here who have poured a lot of money here in Mbarara here. You people, you have got very wide hearts. For us in medicine, we say people with cardiomegaly have weaker hearts. But yours, it is a cardiomegaly in the social perspective. You have larger hearts. They are not weaker hearts, but you have kinder hearts. The doctors, when you say you have a large heart, they think you have got a weak heart. But for us, we know you have larger hearts, and you have given these people here money to do research. And I can tell you, if I tell you, if you land on a must graduate in a clinical court, in a room, you will feel the pulse. The challenges we are having in research in Africa here is number one, scarcity of mentors. There are people who want to do research, but they are hiding everything for themselves. I don't know whether you went to primary school and you saw those children who used to write, and when the Kayondo, Dr. Kayondo, you know, they just do, when they are doing exams, they do like this one so that you don't copy them. Those fellas, you never see them anywhere. Those are loners, they are melancholics, they don't have social skills. When you finish, you don't see them anywhere. They got lost, yet they were very brilliant. It means these fellas, they don't know how to mentor others. There is lack of funding. As we talk, I was saying, thank you so much for funding these guys. These are bright people. Some of them I taught them in class. Some taught to me. Some I worked with them. Here, this cohort is wonderful, I'm telling you. A lack of writing skills. There are people who cannot write. They have the knowledge, but they can't write. And I don't know whether you have seen what happens when people even go to parliament. When they are speaking the local language, things flow. When they go to parliament and they say point of procedure, or I'm raising a matter of national importance, you see people sweating. Just because they cannot talk. God never gave them, even they're not trained to talk. So there are some people who are very bright, but they don't have writing skills. These fellas need to be mentored. Lack of motivation. Low demand for research by policymakers. Some policymakers make policies without any research. That's how people buy iron sheets for the poor of Karamoja. In Uganda, when Karamajongo don't need iron sheets because the places are abnormally hot, they need water for the animals, they need food, they need protection against cattle rustlers. The iron sheets are not there. Whoever bought iron sheets was trying specifically to create a procurement, and you can know what followed. In fact, I am told the goats cost 800,000. But we know our president will do something on these fellas. All these came from a study done by Sevu Kumwenda, plus Haji Nyang and Bennett Chuoma in the Chancellor College here in Malawi. And the sample space, when these things were being formulated, when they were being concluded, it seemed small, but for me, I am seeing some message. We need, in conclusion, we need research capacity building courses at all levels. And the universities, please, Professor Boa, help us. Teach these children of yours, Professor Malingi, the biologist, the mathematician, the computer man, here, Nabasa here. Please do capacity building courses in research. People want to do, but they don't have the skills. And please extend collaboration. I am very happy. You know, this collaboration is not a joke. The first person to bring research in this, there's a woman here called Neka here. I don't know whether you stand up for collaboration. Stand up. When she's here, some of you do not know because you have never seen her. You are seeing her for the first time. This lady is an American who shifted from Nigeria. The father. But I remember the first person to bring collaborations to must was Professor Bansberg and this wonderful brown woman you are seeing. Neka, I want to thank you for being a collaborative person. You can see what you did. It has brought everybody into Mbarara. And I can tell you, your bed in my house is still there empty. Tonight, come and sleep. My wife will come. We need good networking opportunities. In my own view and the view of many, government should intentionally and massively invest a lot of resources, that is money, in research to be carried out in the universities of this country. I believe what is given at the moment is too small. I believe. For me, as chairperson of NDA, which I lead, we earmark money annually for research-related activities for our staff, and we have put up a department that does research. We are ready to work with universities, university labs, to carry out laboratory tests to ascertain quality of drugs manufactured in country or imported into this country. We have put up a multi-billion laboratory on Uganda Road. If you go there, we are now in the skies competing with Kampala, and that wonderful building, which is a laboratory tower for the National Drug Authority, was constructed under the leadership of this man talking in front of you. And for me, my dream is having the best laboratory on the African continent. There are some countries from West Africa for whom we are now testing drugs in terms of quality as National Drug Authority. So for us as Uganda, we are embracing the Vision 2040 of embracing technology and innovations and even information technology. And we tell you whether they want it or not, we will catch them. I said India has put up a state-of-art laboratory to help in drugs-related research in the country. And we are already contracted to test drugs for other African countries and institutions. We are extremely interested in herbal medicine. Why am I doing this one? We have got a variety of drugs in this country hidden in forests. The wind impenetrable forest has got a variety of plants. And the scientists, you are here. Stop copying. Go and do research on those drugs. There is a forest in Chibale here. It has got very many herbal medicinal plants. We are not. I am reliably informed, by the way, that the drugs you are using from America, most of the things are coming from Amazon forest. That is why it has never been destroyed. If you go to Amazon and destroy a tree, you end up in prison. But ours, when they make them minister of forestry, the guy goes and cuts trees. Really? Instead of preserving trees for medicinal extraction, they are cutting the trees. In fact, Professor Bua, we should now be creating what we call very big gardens of herbs or plants with the medicinal properties. And I can tell you by doing that one, me I know, the must I know, and the must I went to, it will create an impact in this country. Researchers need to be encouraged to mentor more researchers for continuity purposes. You can get everything you want in life if you just help enough people get what they want. Never settle for average, but settle for the best. And always inspire young researchers to join your teams, please. I would like to appreciate my young brother. I have got a very young man here. For me, I talk with experience. There is a man called Dr. Mujenyi. Where are you? Dr. Mujenyi Godfrey. Is he here? Dr. Mujenyi Godfrey. Now, this young man you are seeing here, not sorry to call you a young person. Dr. Mujenyi Godfrey, he came with my late brother-in-law, Dr. Bosco Bwana. I was the first doctor in my village. They had never seen a doctor. I was the first man in the history of Uganda. So when I came to join the medicine, these two brothers of mine, they were very young. One was in Makobole High School, another one was in Kigeze High. These boys, they said, on our dead bodies, we must go to master and become doctors too. So when I was in the 4th year, I think, the young men came. They were two small young boys. And when they came, I took them around. I said, this is university, welcome to MUST. The next is history. They came to Mbara Medical School following my footsteps as the first medical student in our village. I have seen a book which has been written by him, this Mujenyi man, and others which will help in guiding obstetric care in this country. They should clap for you. There is a woman called Spice Diana. She has sung a song which I love most, that's still regular. This is not a regular doctor. He's a bright man. You have tried. At least when I go with this book, I will say, this book was written by my village mate. I know my brother-in-law is in heaven. But if he was here, possibly, he would have also written one book. I think, I feel very happy to see such things happening when I'm still alive. Doctors, Professor Batwara, Bajonigwe Francis, Morogo Edgar, plus Professor Kabachenga. When I talk about these things, I become emotional. But please bear with me. This is life. And Professor Celestine Oboa, thank you for lifting the MUST research flag very high. And thank you for opening doors for researchers from all over. And I have a conviction that with this spirit of MUST and with the spirit of succeed we must, I believe that we will do research, and I tell you the research that is done in MUST will be respected, and I believe that MUST at one point in time will be the best institution in this country. I thank you once again for inviting me to be part of this great success. Succeed we must. For good and my country, I thank you. And again, by virtue of the powers entrusted to me as the chief guest, may I take this singular honor to officially open this Research Dissemination Conference of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bitecherezo. At this moment, allow me to invite you to stand for a moment of silence so that we honor the academicians who passed on last year. We had Dr. Situma, Professor Muchibi. Also, we can honor the others. I cannot mention all names. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about carrying out research and don't perish. I'd like to single out yesterday at the symposium, PhD symposium. We had Dr. Sekaja from Buwama. People are already smiling. He presented a paper of how to talk to spirits. Don't laugh. And when he was presenting, people were almost under the tables. How to talk to spirits, how to talk to, he's a risk taker, but we pray that next time he comes here to present and we see how the congregation, the audience will be. Trust me, yesterday even the panelists wanted to get out. Ladies and gentlemen, he's sponsored by Farm Biotrack, Herbal Medicine. So they deal with standardizing herbal medicine and making it to international standards. So we are soon having different packs of medicine. I would invite the chief guest and the vice chancellor to recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Jessica. Professor Jessica has promoted research in Mbarara University of Science and Technology, got us collaborations with different organizations like NIH, has increased visibility of research in MUST through publications, mentored some people like Dr. Esther Ankunda, Dr. Angela Msimenta, Dr. Wakida Edith. It's at this moment that I invite the International Relations Officer, Sheila Ninye, to present the plaque that we are presenting to our keynote speaker in recognition for her work. Yes, the Vice Chancellor to the guest of honor, and they have presented that plaque. Thank you so much for the selfless effort. You've been coming to Mbarara through MGH since 2008, and we really appreciate what you've done for Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Yes, I will invite Professor Jessica to go and sit, and those to stay seated. You can take your seat. The other simple assignment, I would request the Vice Chancellor and the keynote speaker to stay there standing. During the graduation last year, we recognized the IT team that helped us survive during the pandemic. And 2 people were not present and missed their medals. We do recognize Christine Mukiza. Please come forward for your medal. Christine Mukiza. And Kijumi Martin. Please come forward. Yes, during the graduation, they were working tirelessly, and they were not able to receive their... Why? Yes, Christine, don't run away from the photos. You stand here with Martin. Yes. Thank you. They were recognized in absentia. Yes. Thank you. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this session and we're going for lunch. We do have 2 areas of having our lunch, opposite the reception, then also in the dining, and behind where we had our tea. So, bon appetit. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. After lunch.
I'm going to co-chair this session. I'm Dr. Grace Nambozi with my colleague.
I'm Dr. Kabanda.
So we welcome you to this session. And our presenters this afternoon, they are 17. And each presenter will have 8 minutes and 2 minutes for questions. The rest of the questions can be reserved up to the end because we have 15 minutes at the end of all the presentations. We would request somebody to help us timing the presenters. At least if somebody has used 5 minutes, to show the presenter that has only 3 minutes. I request a volunteer, please, so that our presenters are not thrown into a panic. A volunteer, please. Maria. Are you volunteering? Just you write 5 minutes once it is gone and then 3 minutes. Okay? To the presenters. So as we've said, we have 17 presenters, but apparently not all of them have reported yet. So let's start with whoever is ready. I'm made to understand that some of the presenters have other schedules waiting for them. So let's start with whoever is here. And Dr. Scholar, I think, are you ready to present? Oh, please. So members, let's welcome. Huh? Now even I don't know where is. So let's welcome Dr. Scholar. She's going to take us through development and validation of the Transition Readiness Assessment Tool for adolescent and young adults living with HIV in southwestern Uganda. Dr. Scholar, you are most welcome. Thank you. You have only 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. So I'm presenting this development and validation of the transition readiness skill for adolescents and young adults living with HIV in southwestern Uganda. As I said earlier in the morning hours, I presented something related. In Uganda, we have about 170,000 adolescents and young adults aged 15 to 24 living with HIV in Uganda. And we all know that this age group has poor treatment outcomes compared to the young ones and the adults living with HIV. And treatment outcomes for this group are worse during the transition from childhood to adult HIV care. And it's because they face many challenges that complicate their life as they navigate life with HIV. But also literature says that they can actually attain better outcomes if they are well prepared to negotiate care and assume responsibilities on their own. So they need several skills, including self-advocacy, empowerment, resilience, and other things like that. But worse still, in our setting, we don't even assess for transition readiness. People look at you, you know you're old, you need to go to that clinic, and there's no preparation done. But these are people who actually started accessing care in the children's clinic when they were young, so that in the environment they know. So pushing them to the adult HIV clinic without prior preparation becomes a big challenge and complicates their life to continue with care. And when it comes to our setting in sub-Saharan Africa, we don't even have validated skills to assess these people, or those which are there were actually developed for adults or for other chronic medical conditions rather than HIV. Yet, HIV is kind of a different and difficult illness to deal with, especially for young people when they are growing up. So we thought we needed something that is relevant to our setting, and hence this study comes into play. We recruited from the HIV clinic attached to Mba Regional Referral Hospital, and we know that in our setting, HIV prevalence is quite higher compared to the national prevalence. And the first phase was to do in-depth interviews with 3 groups of people: adolescents themselves, the caregivers, and the healthcare providers. The inclusion-exclusion criteria are all there. And because now we wanted to understand what to include in our scale, we had to analyze this qualitative data using thematic content analysis, following the consolidated criteria for repeating qualitative research. And 4 members of the research team took time to read the transcripts. And this was really an iterative process because we wanted to understand and identify themes relevant to transition readiness. And from that, we developed a code book and then coded our data. The first interviews in duplicate, and MassQDA version 20 guided our analysis. So after now identifying the themes, we moved on to the real thing, developing the skills. So we considered different aspects to be able to come up with a tool that would make sense according to what we found in the interviews. We're looking at expectations for transition, knowledge about transition, challenges, fears of transition, and preparation before that stage. And in this case, at this stage, we came up with 60 items, put them in a tool. But then we compared these 60 items with other kind of similar related skills that have been developed everywhere. And we ended up adding other items from the medical self-management and action readiness scale, and 3 items from the HIV address and regions for transition scale, and that last one was developed in South Africa, so kind of close to our environment. And so at this stage in total, we have 71 items. Quite big, right? So now we took these items, so now we wanted to do translation, but also face validity. So we took the 71 items back to the healthcare providers and wanted them to assist us with the language. So we first translated and then back translated. Make sure to check that the concepts were accurate, and then discussed these items with the healthcare providers. And the discussion really focused on the relevance of the items, consistency, but also were trying so hard to make sure there is no conceptual overlap. And at this stage, healthcare providers advised that some items were overlapping, or maybe not making sense, or quite not relevant. So we dropped 4 items at that stage, and we remained with 7 items. And we moved further with the 7 items. Now we discussed these with the adolescents themselves. We did 2 focus groups and wanted them to say, do these things make sense for you? Do you think this is something that should assist you with? If at all we think we need to be transitioned to adult care. So these young people said, too many things overlapping, some don't make sense, some mean the same thing. At that stage, we dropped 13 items and we remained with 54 items. And we moved on to the now phase 2, which is the pilot testing phase. So at this stage, we thought we had something that we can take it to the field, test it on the people, same population, and they give us their feedback, and we see how far we go with this tool. So here we recruited 30 participants. This was a convenience sample from the clinic, and we made sure these were not people who had participated in the in-depth interviews. And we included both girls and boys. We aimed at equal numbers somehow. I'm not so sure if we made that. And we were clear that we are rating these questions on a 5-point Likert type scale. Either you agree, strongly agree, which is 5, or you don't, or rather strongly disagree, which is 1. But we wanted them to take note of, are the items vague? Do they make meaning? Is there redundancy or overlap? And hey, they came through, and at this stage, we dropped more items. And at this stage, we moved from 71, now we are at 49 items, which we retained for psychometric properties, which means, testing and then validation. And hence we moved on to stage 3 of our skill development, where we are testing the psychometric properties and validation of the tool to see if it actually works in this setting. So at this stage, we recruited 300 adolescents, and we used the same criteria basically. This was a consecutive sample. And so after that, we had to do the analysis itself. We did both exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis. And we're assessing suitability of the data for factor analysis. We conducted exploratory factor analysis using Promax rotation. And we're retaining factors based on 3 criteria. It has to be the eigenvalue of 1 or more. We also plotted the curve to see how it was sloping. And we're also looking at the factor loadings of 4 or rather 0.4 or more. And then for the confirmatory factor analysis, after exploratory factor analysis, now many items were dropped. We remain with 23 items specifying 4 factors that we took down for confirmatory factor analysis. And we're looking at different things to determine our confirmatory factor analysis, the root mean square error, the comparative fit index, and things like that. And we used modification indices to make sure we arrived at the best model possible. So we also evaluated reliability, both inter-rate and test-to-test reliability. And for that, we had to get a sample, about 10% of our population, and we interviewed them twice to make sure we can understand if this tool was used by another person, or if I used it twice, would I get the same things? Ethical considerations, approval was obtained from different ethical boards, and of course participants provided consent. So on to the results. From the first phase, we realized that mean age was 20, majority had been on ART since 6 years, and mean years on ART were 13. The rest of the things are in the table there. The validation sample, majority were female, 60%, and still the age was pretty much the same, 20. And the validation sample, age was 19, 57 were female. At this stage, majority were female, and the rest of the majority were in secondary school. Now, to the real thing, the factor structure of the skull, the sample was adequacy. As you can see, the KMO was 0.82. And at this stage, we had 4 domains. The first had an eigenvalue of 7.6, explaining 49% of the variance, and 9 items loaded on that. I have a table going to show that. The second domain had 7 items loading onto that, and the third one had 4 items loaded, and the last one had 3 items loading on that. And the domains were self-management, healthcare navigation, readiness, preparation for readiness transition, and of course HIV stigma, and their loadings are clear in the table there. And then on the factor analysis, the SRMA was 0.07, the comparative index was 0.8. However, we moved further to put the indices and improved the model further. And in short, the scale is reliable, it can be used, and those are the major domains in, and we think the scale that we can take further to test on a larger scale. And yeah, we can take it further to a larger scale, and we think it can work in our setting, but this is something we need to carry on further to see if it works elsewhere beyond. Acknowledgements, my mentors, my funding, participants, and research assistants. Thank you so much for listening. I'll wait for your questions at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scholar, for that presentation of taking us through the validation of assessment tool. 2 questions, please. If anybody has questions for Scholar. Either we've understood it all, or she was talking to herself. Okay, so let's invite our next presenter.
So I want to invite Dr. Chirabira Joseph. He's going to present attitudes towards suicidal behaviors, findings from your primary health care workers in Uganda. Welcome, Dr. Joseph. You have 8 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kavanda. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Joseph Chirabira, and I'm here to present a study about attitudes towards suicidal behavior, and we're looking at primary health care workers. That was the research team. I'm standing in for Dr. Kondo, who is not around. Yes, so the background is that suicide is a very common problem, and it's one of the leading causes of death. But for each suicide, there is between 10 to 20 people who are actually just having the behavior for every single case of suicide. And about 25% of the people who die from suicide somehow have accessed a health worker, and they go ahead and commit suicide. Previous studies have also indicated that most health workers have some sort of bias towards mental health problems, including suicide. However, we all know that the primary health workers are the initial contacts with the patients. So the negative attitudes, in case they exist among these primary health care workers, have a potential of worsening mental health issues with emphasis on suicide. So we end up with the high morbidity, high mortality, lengthy hospital stay, and definitely suicide becomes the outcome. So in a resource-limited setting, it is important to understand the attitudes of these initial contacts so that we can see how best to move forward in the fight against suicide. So the objectives of this study were 2. 1, we were looking at the attitudes, and 2, the factors associated with the attitudes among primary health care workers, and these attitudes are specific to suicide. So it was a cross-sectional study, and we had about 233 primary health care workers from southwestern Uganda. These were from 5 districts, and then many of them were from health center 3s and 4s, but we also included 2 general hospitals, that is Itosho and Chitagata. We used a self-administered questionnaire, which had aspects of social demographics, and then the questionnaire to assess suicidal behavior attitude, that is the suicide behavior questionnaire. And we analyzed, as we are going to see, for factors, we used linear regression. So if we look at the participant characteristics, we note that most of the participants were females, and they were cohabiting, some were married. Most of the participants were from health center 3s and 4s, and majority were also Anglicans. We had very many diploma holders. The duration of qualification, that is from when the person got their most previous or most recent qualification, ranged from 0 to 33 years, and duration at the health facility was between 1 to 30 years. we also note that many of the participants acknowledged not having previous training in the assessment and management of suicide, and also many of them, except one, believed that suicide can be prevented. The average attitude score, according to the other scale, was 41.2. So as far as attitudes are concerned, there are a few things I will highlight. One, we note that whereas a significant number of participants acknowledged that they would have no issues getting involved in a patient with who has tried suicide, we note that we also have 13% who acknowledge that actually they would not want to involve themselves with such a patient. Then there was a question about feeling angry. People are trying to leave, but then this person is committing suicide when others are struggling to leave. So you can see that almost 50% of the people agreed that actually they get angry when they encounter such people. We also had the last point down, whereby we asked the question was asking whether these people feel insecure to take care of patients who have attempted suicide or who have a risk of suicide. And you can see almost 40% were feeling very insecure managing these patients. So in terms of right to suicide, here we were assessing, do you believe that a person has a right to commit suicide? And many of them was believing that it's a God-given gift, so no one has a right to commit suicide. But we also have almost 10% believing that a person, if they want to take their lives, they can go ahead and do so. It is their right. So we had a varying range of responses according to the questionnaire. And I want to highlight the very last point down, that 23% of these health workers also acknowledged having been in a situation that made them think of committing suicide. So they were not exceptional. When we looked at the factors, we had to do by variable and multivariate regression, and only 2 factors came out significantly. One was the religion, and specifically the Pentecostal religion, whereby the risk of, or the attitudes are more positive among people of the Pentecostal religion. This is a bit challenging or promising in a way, depending on how you look at it, because in our setting, religion is a very strong protective factor, but we can see that it's only the Pentecostals that turned out to be more protective. And the understanding, according to the available literature, is that when someone is very religious, they tend to blame whoever wants to commit suicide. They think it's only God, so they extend their doctrines to the patients, and so they judge them. However, probably with the Pentecostals, it's not the case. And the other positive factor was about duration in service at that current facility. And here we could not find so much literature to explain, but our understanding is that if someone has been at the facility for very long, probably they have encountered a number of cases, they have now some experience through formal or informal mental health training that actually gives them advantage to manage these patients and hence have positive attitude. So, whereas we have many of these health workers having positive attitudes, we also acknowledge that many of them still have poor attitudes, and the recommendations are now towards intervention, sensitization of these health workers, training in assessment and management of suicide patients, and probably to further explore the protective role of religion and experience toward this suicidal behavior. The only limitation we could think of was probably a smaller sample size. So we're thinking of a bigger sample size with comparison groups, because this study excluded health workers who had prior mental health training. If psychiatric clinic officers, psychiatric nurses were not part of it. So it would be nice to have comparison groups. And so we acknowledge our participants and the administration of the hospitals and the districts, as well as the MAST that provided funding through Professor Obua. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Joseph. You know, in this country, suicide is actually, attempting suicide is a crime. You rather complete, otherwise if you're caught, normally they sentence you to 10 years. So I guess you did not report those people who attempted. Any questions, please, for Joseph? Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to know the inclusion criteria for his study, because it's where he said that somewhere they interviewed people who had spent 0 years at the designated category, where he had a range of 0 to 33 years. So I was like, someone who had spent 0 days, how could they be part of the study?
Okay.
You can actually answer that as we get to question number 2.
Yes, so the point here was in years, and we did not so much provide decimals as per se, but 0 years does not mean 0 days. It means they spent less than 1 year. So in terms of years, it was considered a 0, but at least they were found at that facility, meaning they have been there for some time, which is less than a year. So that's why you're saying 0 to that.
Thank you very much. How did you define married, the variable married? I wanted to know because if it was reported by the respondent, did you verify that it is true information? In some cultures, when a man is introduced, he gets a letter from the parents of the girl. And the fact is, that is considered married. So I'm afraid you might have misclassified some information, and I don't know whether you went ahead to solve that problem, misclassification.
Yes, thank you, Professor. I'm so humbled to have a question from my former teacher. So yes, if we only that the projection is off, that's why we combined married and cohabiting, because in our setting it is very common that some people are not officially married, but they are staying together and probably they have stayed together for long. So we were looking at it, are you staying with someone? And so that's why we combined it to avoid issues of someone saying they are married when they are cohabiting, and now we need evidence to that effect. So it is married stroke cohabiting to avoid that.
Okay, so thank you, Joseph. Omoding, you next, please. I actually request the presenters to ensure that your work is loaded so that we don't waste time. So after Omoding, I suggest that Edina, you're going to present next, and then Jonan to Mensijene. Omoding is going to present incidents of acquired integrase resistance after transition to dolutegravir in Uganda. So he's looking at HIV treatment.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Daniel Omoding, and I'm going to present on behalf of DISCO findings entitled Incidence of Acquired Integrase Resistance after Transition to dolutegravir in Uganda. Yeah, so as some of you might be aware, especially clinicians, that in 2018, Uganda transitioned from the non-nucleotide reverse transcriptase inhibitor based regimen to TLD, that is tenofovir, lamivudine, and dolutegravir as first-line ART. But also it is important to note that there is limited programmatic data on the incidence of acquired drug resistance on TLD in the region. Yeah, so we sought out to estimate the incidence of acquired integrase resistance after the transition, especially in public sector clinics. So this was an observational study, which was in, of course, public sector clinics, and basically was situated in Mbarara, and that was in the ISS clinic, and then also Mbarara City Council clinic, the ART clinic. Yeah, so the population was mainly those individuals, the adults who were in care or the ART experienced and who are being transitioned from the first line non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors to tenofovir, lamivudine, dolutegravir. So we had a week 0 visit, that's when they are being transitioned. And then also we had week 24 and then week 48. So we did a viral load using GeneXpert on those time points. And we also went ahead to do Sanger sequencing of reverse transcriptase and then the integrase regions of the polymerase gene for any samples where the viral load was above 500 copies per mil. So these are the characteristics of our population. So you realize that when you look at the age among the total cohort and then also the sequenced data, oh, how does this thing point? Ah, okay. So here, this is the total cohort, characteristics for the total cohort, but this is for the sequenced data. So we had 19 out of the total that we went ahead to sequence, meaning those are the ones that had viral load above 500 copies per mil. So when we look at the median age, it's 47 in the main total cohort, but 40. But most important focus should be on gender. We see here 41% were female, but here 16% were female, which means we had more males who went ahead, who participated in the sequencing, which means we had many of them with viral loads above 500. Then also, we also had information on the ART regimen that they were on prior to TLD. And as we can see, a majority of them were on lamivudine, tenofovir, and efavirenz. Yeah, so that graph shows us the summary of how the separation was, and then also the fraction that went on for the sequencing. So I want to draw attention to this red. You see this 1% here, 1% here, and then 2% here. So the 1% at week 0 represents 5 participants. Those are the ones who had viral loads above 500. And then also the 1% here is 5 participants at week 24. And then we have 2%, which is 9 participants at week 48. So after the sequencing, Now we have data from, this is basically the resistance outcomes from the sequencing. I know this table is very congested, but I want to help us navigate through it. So when you see this, this is the green. Green is for week 0 before transition. And then we have blue, which is week 24. Then we have the purple. That is, if I'm good with the color interpretation, I think this is purple. That is week 48. Now, when we focus on the week 0, we see that participants A up to E, those first 5 participants, they provided data for the viral loads above 500, as we can see here. But interestingly, none of them reported or recorded integrase resistance mutation. As we can see, all of them, there was none recorded. However, there was resistance to NRTI, especially for these first 2, and then also resistance to NNRTI. But it's important to note that at week 24 and then week 48, they were suppressed. Then we move on to the second category, and that is at week 24. We have VLs that are above 500 here. Some of them we reported mutations on NNRTIs. However, no mutation on integrase. Then finally, we go to the last category. And also it's important to note that they suppressed. Much as we got VLs above 500, they suppressed at week 48. Then now there are these that had VLs above 500 at week 48, but also it's important to note that we don't see any integrase resistance. Yeah, so in conclusion, we note that there was no treatment emergent resistance to dolutegravir up to week 48 after transition from NRTIs based ART to TLD in Uganda. And also it's important to note that those 2 individuals who had a resistance to NRTI and the NNRTI, we realized that they suppressed later in the subsequent samples. So this data affirms the WHO guidelines for TLD use as a preferred ART regimen in resource-limited settings. Yeah, thank you. So I would like to recognize the DISCO team that involves investigators, the staff, but also the participants, and those are our collaborators. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Daniel. That was really good, particularly to us who are treating patients of HIV. It's important to note that we can still rely on dolutegravir. Any questions to Daniel?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I have 2 questions. One, I don't know what this means. Is it like acronym or something else? What's this study? Then secondly, we have seen that at 48 weeks, there's no resistance. What plan do we have after the 24 weeks? Is there going to be a continuous follow-up of these clients? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the DISCO study is a study that was, it's an idea that came up when dolutegravir was incorporated in the first-line treatment. So basically, trying to find out what could cause resistance to dolutegravir. Yeah, so it was an observational study, a cohort study that was looking at factors that could contribute to resistance to dolutegravir. Yeah, so basically that is an overview that I can give, but in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, because so many studies, the clinical trials were done and the data that was got was indicating that there was no resistance. So we wanted to see in the population, could there arise any resistance? So about what next, I also don't know, but currently, especially for TLD, at the clinics in Uganda, they're still using the previous guidelines. If someone fails on TLD, they would do, if they are not surprised, they would do adherence counseling. And then after returning the second unsuppressed VL, then they would transition them to a protease inhibitor. But there could be other studies that are coming up that would be looking at what would be the ideal. Should we immediately transition, or could we give them another chance, maybe another 6 months of adherence, intensive adherence counseling, and see if they can, in return, suppress, and then maybe at that point we can decide to do the what? To switch them to a protease inhibitor. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering whether you could be having the limitations to your study. That's one. Two, did you try to assess the reason why the previous regimen was faced resistance before you transited to dolutegravir?
Okay, thank you. So the transition to dolutegravir was the Ministry of Health decision. Yeah, so it was a guideline by WHO and then also the Ministry of Health. So by program, it had to happen. Yeah, so about the non-suppression or resistance, I want to think, yes, much as we think about resistance, but there could be much to non-suppression other than resistance, and mostly it could be non-adherence. So that's why, like I said, studies are coming up and they are looking at prolonged adherence counseling, and it could address those issues. We might be switching people from one treatment line to another, but when, like, giving them a chance could still help them suppress. So about the limitations, okay. So basically this was an observational study. It wasn't like a clinical trial of such. So I cannot think about, maybe because the participants are in care and we rely so much on the data that comes from the clinics. The only part that we play would be to collect some information as an observational study, but also doing just this time point outcomes. Yeah, so we were not having much power over the patients like it is in maybe clinical trials. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Moding, for that presentation. For some of you who have questions, you can reserve them up to the end. I think we have 15 minutes. And also you can discuss on one-to-one with Omoding. Our next presenter is Edna, who is going to take us through HIV social networks and loneliness among older adults in Uganda. Edna, you are welcome.
Good afternoon.
I'm called Edna Tindimwewa, and I work at Kabohe Clinical Research Center. And I'm representing a larger team of researchers who are implementing a study called Quality of Life and Aging among people living with HIV in rural southwestern Uganda. The study is being conducted in Kabohe and Barara. So I'm presenting HIV, social networks, and loneliness among older aged people in Uganda. The background. In sub-Saharan Africa, where we have more than 70% of people living with HIV, 50% of those are with HIV and are also over 50 years of age. We also know that loneliness is widely prevalent among older people and among older people living with HIV, likely driven in part by less social networks, less social integration, less social support, and more isolation. Loneliness increases the risk of depression, dementia, functional decline, and poor health outcomes, including death in the global north. About more than 2/3 of people living with HIV live alone in the United States. And also, people with HIV have fragile social connections, believed to be due to loss of a spouse or partner or friends. It is also contributed due to HIV stigma and discrimination. And also, people living with HIV in the United States also experience higher prevalence of loneliness. However, little is known about how HIV and older age may contribute to social networks and loneliness in sub-Saharan Africa. So we have, in order to address the gap in literature, we conducted analysis of data that was collected from the parent study, which I mentioned, the Quality of Life and Aging. And we have two aims. The first one was to compare the differences in the social connections that are defined by the number of people living in the same household, the physical and financial support, and social integration, and loneliness between people with HIV and those without HIV infection. Here we hypothesize that, in the first aim, we hypothesize that HIV serostatus, decreased social network, decreased social, physical support and financial support will be associated with greater loneliness. And then in our second aim is to investigate the association between HIV status, social connections, and loneliness. And here we also hypothesize that people living with HIV, or if somebody has a smaller social network, does not engage in community activities, they are likely to be lonely. Materials and methods. So the study population was drawn from Uganda, like I mentioned earlier. We analyzed data from 599 participants who are enrolled in that longitudinal study. And we have two subgroups. One is for older people living with HIV who are at least 49 years of age and are on antiretroviral therapy, and minimum they should have been on ART for 3 years. And then we also recruited the control group based on the age and sex, similar people without HIV, and those individuals were also living within the catchment area of the clinic. the outcome of interest, we used, that one was measured using the UCLOA loneliness scale. That is graded from 3 to 9 and is defined in 3 dimensions of feeling lack of companionship, being left out of community activities, and then being isolated from others. And then we also had the exposure, the primary exposures. One was HIV status, and then social connection variables, which included household size, types of physical support, types of financial support, and then also the social integration within the community. And then we also analyzed our data using the log rank and the chi-square, and then also used the logistic regression models in determining the age, the sex, education, and then alcohol and comorbidities. So here in this table, I'm presenting the study population characteristics by HIV serostatus. As you can see, the red color indicates people who are HIV infected, and then the ones in blue are the HIV uninfected people. So across the board, age, gender, education, and the comorbidity were generally the same amongst the people living with HIV and those without living with HIV, except for the marital status, where we saw the people living with HIV in red had a lower prevalence of living with a spouse or a partner. In this, we have figures 1 up to 6. And as you can see, in the first figure, the proportion or the prevalence of people living with HIV, and then compared to those living without HIV, the prevalence of loneliness was similar. And then for the other figures, from 2 to 6, we see that the people living with HIV, the number of support or the prevalence of support they were receiving, whether it was physical or financial, it was lower than those without HIV. And then also their social integration within the communities was also, the prevalence was also lower. So we also use the logistic regressions for the association between social connections variables and loneliness. So within that table, all those that are highlighted in red show statistical significance. So like we can see, I don't know if the touch is working, sorry, but as we can see, marital status and social integration, these were negatively associated with the odds of living lonely. So like there. And then however, for the HIV serostatus, and then number of types of physical support, and then number of types of financial support, we found that the relationship there was no association between, they were not associated with feeling lonely. In conclusion, there was no difference in loneliness between older people with HIV and people without HIV. In the same communities, even though people with HIV had smaller social networks and fewer financial and physical support than people without HIV. Increased social integration was associated with a lower loneliness after adjusting for potential confounders among both people with HIV and those without HIV. We hypothesized that the access to primary care through HIV program and improved quality of social support network may explain these findings. But further research is needed to better understand the mechanisms. I acknowledge the funders, the research participants, and our collaborators, both here in Uganda and thank you.
Thank you so much, Edina, for the presentation. Questions for Edina?
Yeah, thank you, Edna. How do you treat loneliness in old people?
Thank you, Dr. Stephen. I think treating loneliness would involve like psychosocial support, basically where those who feel they are lonely can be engaged in social activities within communities, being visited or linking them with other members of the community, or maybe if they are old people, then you link them to other old people so that they can be engaged in community activities, and then maybe encouraging relatives to visit such individuals.
Thank you, Edina, for the presentation. You've said there was no relationship between those who are on art and those who are, okay, the positives and non-positives. But my question would go, just did you try to look at those who are lonely and were positive? The time on art, did it like affect for those who were long on art and the newly diagnosed or newly enrolled on art? Did you try to look at something like that?
Okay, like the minimum time to be eligible to join the study was 3 years. You should have been on ART for at least 3 years. But the findings were cutting across, so they were similar. They were similar generally. They were cutting across all, whether you were maybe 4 years on ART compared to somebody who has been 20 years on ART.
So thank you, Edina. As you take your seat, I'm wondering, who are those who are cohabiting? I didn't say anything called the marrieds.
The cohabiting, people are married. It can be like official marriage, or people who are living together and considering themselves as married, although they are not officially or legally married.
So do you have any of those who are married officially and they had HIV?
Yes.
How come we didn't say that analysis? We only saw cohabiting. So I'm wondering whether HIV makes someone cohabit.
No, no.
So thank you, Edina. Next we have Jonan Tumesijine. Jonan is going to present to us our results of a study titled Induced Sputum Collection Among a Cohort of People with and without HIV in Uganda. We are still talking HIV. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Jonan, and I'm presenting on behalf of the CAD Lung team. And our study is titled Induced Sputum Collection Among a Cohort of People with and without HIV in Uganda. Yeah, HIV and air pollution, both of them cause lung inflammation, and this increases the risk of lung disease. literature has showed that people who are HIV positive are vulnerable to smoking-associated lung disease, and this could be true for air pollution. However, the synergetic effects of HIV and air pollution on lung disease is not known. So to understand this, we collected induced sputum to assess the relationship between HIV, air pollution, and lung inflammation. We enrolled participants from a cohort of adult Ugandans who were at least 40 years of age, with and without HIV. This study took place in 2 sites, at Mbarara and Kagohe Clinical Research Center. And our participants went through a series of study procedures, including study questionnaires, air pollution sampling, lung function testing, and induced sputum collection. Sputum samples are still under analysis, so in this presentation we are presenting the characteristics of our participants. Like we have said, participants went through a series of procedures, and I would like to talk about sputum induction as one of the major procedures. This is basically a procedure that helps an individual to produce secretions from within the lungs much easier. And in our study, we first confirmed if someone had no COVID or any other respiratory infection. We measured their oxygen saturation, and someone to go through this procedure had to have at least 93% oxygen saturation, and we administered at least 2 puffs of salbutamol inhaler. We nebulized our participants with 3% saline for about 15 to 20 minutes, or until the participant started coughing productively. And for those who could not start coughing with 3% saline, we nebulized them with 7% saline. And whenever the participants started coughing, we allowed them to cough into a sputum mark after confirming that actually what they are coughing out is not saliva, but sputum. And of course, you can tell from the force someone is using to cough, and the participant himself or the person himself can tell that this is really sputum, not saliva. We also did spirometry, which is basically the pulmonary function testing, and this is a non-invasive procedure that allows an individual to know how well their lungs are functioning. And in this procedure, we used a machine called the spirometer, and the procedure involves inhaling with maximum energy and exhaling with maximum energy without hesitation for about 6 seconds, or until the machine prompts that the testing is complete. And the machine measures lung volume, lung capacity, and the flow rates. It is able to grade how good the session is, so you can tell how best the person has performed in this test, and it grades A for excellent and others, as you can see. According to American Thoracic Society, only A, B, and C session qualities are considered for analysis and for patient care. And also the machine can also, after grading the sessions, it can interpret the results for you and tell you that this person has a normal function, lung function test, or it has mild obstruction, moderate, or severe. These are some of the results that we so far have. We collected sputum from 226 participants, and 63 of these were HIV positives, and 163 were HIV negative. Our participants were all, adults with a median age of 58. about half of them were males, and slightly above average had not completed primary school, and majority of them were peasants. And we also observed that about 45% were either current smokers or had a history of smoking before. And almost all of our participants were exposed to biomass form of air pollution resulting from cooking using firewood or charcoal. And this cooking was done inside the house for almost all of the participants. And the house could either be the house they were staying in or in a separate house outside the main house. And this actually increases the level of air pollution, especially for the females that participate in cooking. Yeah, about 99% of our participants completed the pulmonary function testing, and out of those, 90% had acceptable rates or sessions, and from those who had acceptable rates, we see that about 19% of them had abnormal lung function test. But this abnormal lung function test was more prevalent in those who are HIV positive at 30% as compared to the HIV negatives at only 14%. And 65% of our participants were able to complete air sampling done to them, and this low percentage was associated with lack of a functioning machine at the time, at some point during the study. Our conclusions: we now know that induced sputum collection is feasible and it is well tolerated in southwestern Uganda. And we shall make better conclusions about characteristics of air pollution-associated lung disease among people living with HIV when analysis of air pollution exposure and lung inflammation is done. We acknowledge our participants, the study teams, and our sponsors. Thank you.
So thank you, Jonan. Any questions for Jonan? So we have already 2 questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonan, for the nice presentation. I would like to make an inquiry. Normally we have saline 3%, 30%. I don't know whether you were having a prepared 7%, or if it is not there, how are you preparing the 7%? Would like to know as well. Thank you.
Please answer.
Yeah, we had 3% and 7% prepared already and packed. So we didn't need to prepare it ourselves.
Thank you very much for the good presentation, Jonan. My question is, why did you consider participants 40 years and above? What was the rationale for that consideration? 2, did you find out any major air pollutants during this study? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, this study is a nested study, and it is nested in another study looking at epidemiology of coronary heart disease in southwestern Uganda. And it was easy for us to do our study nested in it. So, and they were looking at people who had, who were aged 40 and above. So that's why we have participants who are 40 years and above. About identifying any major pollutants. I have just mentioned that analysis of air pollution samples is still ongoing. We will be able to tell what are the major pollutants in this region after the analysis. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Jonan. Next is Ronald Kamoga. He's going to present anatomical variations and distribution of the vagus nerve in the esophageal hiatus. Ronald.
Well, thank you very much. I thank the organizers of this important activity where we showcase our work. And I think I'm giving a break to the audience. From HIV now we have moved to our bodies. I'm here to talk about human anatomy. I am Dr. Kamoga Ronald. I'm an assistant lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Well, this is my topic, anatomical variations and distribution of the vagus nerve in the esophageal region in a Ugandan population. It was a case study, a cross-sectional study of post-mortem cases in Uganda. So the authors and affiliations are those ones. Our work has been already published in BMC. I'm going to talk about the vagus nerve, but I think it's important to give you a little background, anatomical background, that the vagus nerve is one of the 12 cranial nerves. Cranial nerves are nerves that arise from the brain. Okay, we have spinal nerves, they arise from the spine, spinal cord, but cranial means they are originating from the brain directly. And they are 12 in number. And the longest of them all is the vagus nerve. That's why it's a nerve of of a lot of importance. It is sometimes it's called the wandering nerve. As you can see, it stretches from there all the way up to the abdomen. Even here, this diagram is showing you, it starts all the way from the head all the way up to there. Well, what am I talking about it? First, I want to say that the integrity of the vagus nerve, all the way from origin to its terminations, is very important. And why is it important? For neuromodulation and anti-inflammatory functions in the body. You know, there are a lot of functions. It modulates a lot of activity related to inflammation and other things, as we are going to see. Variability of the vagus nerve in the region of the hiatus, where the esophagus enters into the abdomen, is quite high, according to studies that have been done previously. Previous studies. There is a high variability in that area. Okay? Now, and when there is high variability, the chances of getting injuries during surgery in that region, there are many surgical operations that are performed there, anti-reflux, hernia, and when you are repairing hernias in that region, and the complications from those surgeries actually range between 20 to 60%. The complications can include things like delayed gastric emptying, causing a condition we call gastroparesis, where things get stuck inside the abdomen and they are not moving as fast as they should. And then also it leads to gastroesophageal reflux, which leads to high rates of reoperations. Okay, they are actually, patients are taken back to theater for reoperation. Also, if there is injury to the branch of the vagus nerve to the gallbladder and the liver, we are going to get stasis, delayed emptying of the gallbladder, and that causes concentration of the bile in the gallbladder, which leads to gallstones. It's a very common condition also among our population. Now, there is what we call vagus nerve stimulation. Vagus nerve has acquired a lot of importance in the recent times in medicine. Actually, it is one of the key nerves that are used in the new and emerging field of medicine called neuromodulation. There are many diseases that are being managed today by just manipulating the nerves. And vagus nerve is actually one of the key nerves that are used. As you can see, currently it has been approved in the management of intractable epilepsy, or epilepsy where there is no treatment. Severe depression, inflammatory arthritis, and Crohn's diseases. These are common in elderly people. And now in the developed countries, for the last 12 or 20 years, it has been approved to work on that. There are many clinical trials or experiments going on to assess the usefulness, possibility of using this in management of Alzheimer's disease, traumatic brain diseases, stroke, heart failure, asthma, diabetes mellitus, and all that. So, and actually I'm also doing my PhD currently I'm doing a clinical trial on the use of the vagus nerve in the management of Alzheimer's disease. So the study aims were actually to validate the anatomical variation and distribution of this nerve in the esophageal region in the African population. I'm proud to say that this is the first of its kind, the study on an African population. All the studies we have been using since, I think, time memorial have been from other continents. But in Africa, we are also coming up with our own data. Okay? And why is it important? We want to avoid accidental injuries during surgery. And these surgeries are being done everywhere, including here in Imbarara. So this was a method Z. This was an analytical cross-sectional survey where I used 67 unclaimed post-mortem cases at Imbarara Regional Referral Hospital and the Mulago National Referral Hospital. We used the pre-tested data collection forms, and then the data was entered into a PIN4 version 6, and then we analyzed as that. The characteristics of postmortem bodies were described using appropriate summary statistics. The means and median of continuous variables were also all recorded. Proportions were used to describe the various types of vagal nerve distributions through the diaphragmatic opening. Univariate analysis was used. We used the chi-square test was conducted to establish the overall variation of the vagus nerve distribution in the abdomen and the entry through the diaphragmatic region, and also compared the gender. And we used the significance level of 5%. The results were as follows. In summary, the patterns of the anterior vagal trunk structure were as follows. A single trunk going through that region was 65.7%. We found the biplexus, means there are two branches going through that opening, were 8.9%. We found double but not connected trunks running separately, 4.5%. In the pattern of the posterior trunk structures, we found a single trunk going through that region was 85.1%. Biplexus means two trunks going through, it was 10.4%. And the triplexus, there are three trunks going around that region, 4.5%. There was no statistically significant gender differences in the pattern of the vagal fibers. And also we didn't find any major differences in the pattern from the comparable British and British studies. Largely we are comparing with British studies and Brazil. This table summarizes what I have just told you and what I have just given you. So we drew these pictorials to show you what we are talking about. This is basically the stomach. This is the esophagus, and along it the nerve, and we call the right and the different branches to the liver and to the as they appeared. This is a true pictorial photograph taken during the experiment. In the discussion, the study found that the single anterior trunk through the diaphragm was overall 65.7, males and females. This was consistent with a study by Michel in 1940. Inconsistent, however, with these following studies. Single posterior trunk through the diaphragm was found in 85.1%, which was consistent with these studies. And the implications here, we think that these variations we observed maybe could have come from variable observation and dissection skills, or actually, it is what was there. What are our conclusions? It is crucial for surgeons who are treating people who have anti-reflux, who have reflux disease, who have hernias in that region, who have peptic ulcers. Emergency, when sometimes we get peptic ulcers that require surgery, they need to consider these variations to ensure that in case they are treating ulcers, they do total vagotomy or complete vagotomy. Sometimes they can cut one nerve and they think it is done. And then when the patient goes back, they find actually they are still having a lot of acid produced. So this information is important for our local surgeons. Also to avoid accidental injuries to vagal nerves with the possible life-threatening complications, which I have highlighted already. Okay? So they include paralytic ileus, a condition where person can have slowed peristalsis and can have a lot of problems, constipation and all that. Increase the gallbladder emptying time associated with the risk for gallstones and also gastroesophageal reflux disease. I want to acknowledge those people and organizations. This work actually was sponsored by CEDA, and then the following doctors gave considerable support in the delivery of this work. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Kamoga, for utilizing unclaimed postmortem bodies. Any questions, please? I need only 2 questions. There are so many. Please, we're going to try some of them. I have many questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kamoga, for this study. You know, I have special interest. So whereas you gave us the conclusions relevant for the surgeons, you didn't give us the conclusions relevant for vagal nerve stimulation in treatment of epilepsy, depression. Was there anything important in that direction?
Please, you can answer the question and then one more question.
Okay, I commented about the relevance in surgery, but not in the area of vagal nerve stimulation. I think that one came in to inform us about the importance of this study, that it was needed. At least it forms a foundation. Now, from I think the picture I showed you of vagal nerve stimulation, usually we use the branches in the neck region. Now, somebody else, actually in my research, I would have recommended that more research needs to be done upwards so that we ascertain the variation and distribution of that nerve in this region. That is, I think, was the reason or rationale why I put in vagus nerve stimulation. And actually, besides, I've talked about Crohn's disease, actually. Crohn's disease in inflammatory bowel diseases, e.g. Crohn's disease, is being treated currently using vagus nerve stimulation and using vagus nerve stimulation. And you know Crohn's disease affects the intestines, okay, the abdominal the organs there. So there is an application actually currently using vagus nerve stimulation as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kamoga, for your study. I have just 2 questions. One is, in your methods you mentioned about age as one of the socio-demographic factors. But in your results, we don't see it anyway. Is it an error of omission or commission? And if you actually determine age, how do you determine it in these unclaimed bodies? The other one, was there any difference in the distribution of this vagus nerve in the embalmed bodies versus the bodies that are not treated?
Come again on the second one.
Was there any difference in the variation of this vagus nerve in bodies that have been treated with formalin versus those that have not been treated?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, I mentioned the age. Thank you. It's very important, really. The age, largely, sometimes these bodies actually, we can get the age because when they are delivered by police and all that, people have their identifications, documents, identifications, identity cards, they pick the age. But those who don't have, we could estimate. Okay, but it has no so much relevance here. Whether you are 70 or 50 or 30, doesn't matter, the distribution remains the same. Okay, then whether the treatment of the bodies could change the anatomy, no. Whether it is embalmed or not, the anatomy doesn't change. However, with those that have fresh cadavers, yes, you will find that the post-mortem cases, you can appreciate the anatomy better than those which have been treated and have stayed around for a prolonged period of time. Maybe because of decomposition and all that. But for post-mortem cases, we actually would appreciate the anatomy better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamoga, for your interesting kind of work. Also, to build on what the previous person asked the question, I'm also wondering about, we know when the circumstances at which that person passed on can also affect, and we know when you are really not live, the body parts, they get the muscles, they somehow, because of those other adrenaline and what those chemicals in our body which were released towards the time of passing on, have effect on the muscle composition and structure, and somehow some can shorten the muscles, the fibers, and others, they can shorten. Because of that, there isn't anything stimulating them to really see activeness of them. So I'm wondering whether maybe that is what could bring in that component of the variations in the length and all that. And then another thing is, you didn't get anybody who had abnormal anatomy of those structures.
Thank you very much. I've got an extra question. I've been promised 2, but I'm lucky I've got 3. Now, thank you for that very good question. I think I talked about distribution, the vagus nerve distribution, but I agree with you that actually if I were going to measure the length of the fibers as they go in through those regions, in life they are different, they would be different from in death, for those reasons you have given us, because of muscle contractions. However, my study focused on distribution. Okay, so as for the variations still are, I think, come in the form of trunks, which I have been talking about. How many single, biplexus, triplexus, those are the variations I was looking at. And yes, thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Kamoga. Since you have many questions, but for the sake of time, please write down the questions. Next is John Isiko. Do you have John? So John is going to tell us about nephrotoxicity. And then after John, we have Dr. Rose Mohindo. So John, nephrotoxicity, a major problem among adult cancer patients treated with chemotherapy at UCI. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called John Isiko. I'm a pharmacist at Uganda Cancer Institute in Mbarara and assistant lecturer in the Department of Pharmacy, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I'm a PhD fellow, currently doing a PhD in medicine. I happen to be a member of the Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda, a member of the British Oncology Pharmacy Association and the International Society of Oncology Pharmacy Practitioners. So today, I'll be discussing about nephrotoxicity, which is a major problem among cancer patients receiving chemotherapy at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital Cancer Unit. We well know that cancer, the burden of cancer is increasing worldwide, where about 10 million people died in the year 2020, basing on the report of the World Health Organization, and 70% of this mortality resulted from low and income countries, where Uganda falls. Chemotherapy is one of the major modalities or the main modalities used in the management of cancer. However, these chemotherapeutic drugs, they have quite a number of adverse effects. So these adverse effects limit the use of chemotherapy, yet it is the modality that can easily be used to manage the cancer. So such of the effects include nausea and vomiting, toxicity to the heart, toxicity to the lungs. We can have nephrotoxicity. We can have pulmonary fibrosis, neurotoxicities, many to mention but a few. So what is the problem? The burden of cancer is increasing, meaning we have to manage the cancer. How do we manage the cancer? We should use the cancer drugs, that is chemotherapy. As we have been discussing, quite a number of toxicities associated with with chemotherapy. And when you give chemotherapy to the patient, it is likely to damage the kidney. And we know that about 90% of kidney function can be lost before manifestation of the symptoms. So close monitoring is so essential. So once nephrotoxicity sets in, it impoverishes the quality of life for these cancer patients. Not only that, but also the kidney will not be able to perform its function. Therefore, we shall observe imbalances in the blood pressure. We shall have imbalances in acid base. We shall have imbalances in the fluid. So, which will result into increased costs of hospitalization, the duration of hospitalization, and it may finally lead to death. It's at this point, therefore, that we need to explore much about this pertinent issue of nephrotoxicity. However, in Uganda, you find that we have a challenge of reporting drug toxicities. So, including nephrotoxicity, these toxicities happen, but they are underreported. So even the data that we have may make us to underestimate the burden. That's why it is very relevant to conduct such studies so that we know how big the problem is and facilitate the implementation strategies. Therefore, this study assessed the prevalence, severity, and associated factors of nephrotoxicity among adult cancer patients receiving treatment for cancer, that is chemotherapy. It was done at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital Cancer Unit. The retrospective cross-sectional study was used to review the charts of patients for 2 years, that is between 2017 and 2019, June to May. Cancer patients with histologically confirmed cancer were included in the study, and aged 18 years and above. We had to make sure that we recruit patients who had normal kidney function at baseline and received at least 3 consecutive cycles of chemotherapy. The data collection tool was developed basing on the common terminology criteria for adverse drug events, version 15. And this data, including the patient demographics, the drug history, the disease history, among others, was obtained. So this data was entered in Microsoft Excel and then later analyzed using Stata version 12.1. Ethical approval was obtained from Maastricht. So, these are our findings. The general characteristics of the population. It was the male and female, almost the population was balanced, where 52.4% of the participants were males. And then we realized that these patients had comorbidities, including HIV, hypertension, and then when we analyzed, when we were collecting this data, we realized that most of them were, most of these patients were using the prescribed drug they were using included the platinum analogs, which were more associated with nephrotoxicity, as we shall see. So when it comes to the prevalence, we found out that 35.9% of these patients develop nephrotoxicity, that is having serum creatinine clearance of less than 60 mils per minute per 1.73 meters squared. And then this finding was in agreement with some other studies which were conducted by these scholars as indicated. However, on the contrary, there are some other studies that reported higher prevalences. These studies that reported higher prevalences, we realized that one of them, which was done in 2018, it considered only esophageal cancer patients. So the high prevalence might have resulted from the regimen, which is mainly used for esophageal cancer, that mainly contains platinum agents. And then for the one which reported 58.6%, it was a different method of analyzing the nephrotoxicity. So grading nephrotoxicity, this graph shows us the different grades of nephrotoxicity. Most of the participants had grade 1, followed by grade 2, and then grade 0, and lastly grade 3. So what is the implication? It means that there is need for those adjustments, especially with those patients in grade 3, and then it may result into the delay of treatment due to need for modifications, or also withdrawal from the treatment. That's in case there is progression from grade 3 to grade 4. In analysis of the associated factors, we used logistic regression, both univariate and multivariate, but I've reported here the multivariate regression. So, of the factors which were significant, which were selected from the univariate analysis, this was our multivariate analysis, and 3 out of the 4 selected factors turned out to be significant. That include age of above 50, hypertension, and the use of nephrotoxic platinum agents. So, about the age, likely when a person grows, their structure changes. Dr. Kamoga has been discussing with us here about the anatomy. We have medical doctors who know very well the physiology of the body, but you know that comes with aging, changes in structure, structure changes with aging, and then the risk of polypharmacy. You know, when someone ages, then the risk of other comorbidities becomes high, and then they are likely to be on many drugs which predisposes them to nephrotoxicity or kidney damage. Hypertension. Yes, this can be due to the vesicular constriction, due to the high blood pressure, that in turn can cause glomerular damage. And then the platinum drugs, just from the mechanism of their action, they can as well lead to nephrotoxicity. That is the key. That's the key toxicity associated with the platinum analogs. So that's why we saw that most of the patients who received the platinum drugs developed nephrotoxicity. We had some limitations due to that study design. It was a retrospective review, so we could not maximize information which we would have obtained if it was a prospective study. Then it was conducted in a single center. Perhaps if it was in multiple centers, the findings would be more generalizable. So in conclusion, 1 in 3 cancer patients that receive treatment develop nephrotoxicity. So that is an eye-opener for nephrotoxicity monitoring. And then majority of the patients developed grade 1, and being aged above the age of 50 is more associated with nephrotoxicity, including hypertension and the use of nephrotoxic drugs like platinums. So we recommend early screening by the management of the hospital and the university, and then further researchers to do further research that is prospective about nephrotoxicity. We thank Farm Biotrack, MAST, Regional Referral Hospital, and UCI for the support. This study was published in the Journal of Cancer Management and Research. Thank you very much.
So thank you, John. Any questions to John? I see there's no interest. Oh, okay. I thought you guys only like bodies and not drugs.
Thank you very much, John, for the presentation. I was just wondering, did the patients have baseline renal tests, the ones that you used in your study? And if so, did you have like comparisons of those ones that had like normal renal tests and after receiving probably the chemotherapy? What were your findings? Thank you.
You can actually
Okay, thank you very much, Imelda, for that good question. One of our inclusion criteria was a normal kidney function test at baseline. So all patients had baseline renal function tests. Hope I've answered the question.
Thank you, John, for your presentation. I just needed a clarification on exactly how you defined nephrotoxicity. It's not quite clear whether you are looking for, because normally when we talk kidney, it's either going to be acute kidney injury or chronic kidney disease. Yes, there is acute kidney disease in between there, but now it wasn't quite clear exactly what you were looking for, because at some point I saw the grading of nephrotoxicity, and then I knew that I didn't know what was happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rose, for that good question. Yes, the grading was, we considered the common the common terminology criteria for adverse drug events, but basing on what we assessed, basing on the data that we obtained, then this nephrotoxicity, it is more in the form of AKI. Because AKI, that acute kidney injury, it's one of the forms of nephrotoxicity. So we didn't want to call it AKI, rather nephrotoxicity, but it was more of AKI because we considered the 3 cycles, of which all the 3 cycles would be given within the first 3 months. So that is AKI. Thank you.
So thank you. Now we shall invite Dr. Rose. Now we are talking kidneys. So Dr. Rose is going to tell us about chronic kidney disease among people aged 50 years and above and living with DM. Welcome, Dr. Rose. Then after Dr. Rose, we shall have Biamukama Anacret. I think that's her name.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm presenting this work on behalf of a team that we did this work together. Some of the team members are here, and the topic of interest was chronic kidney disease among people aged 50 years and above who have diabetes and or hypertension and receiving care from our hospital at Mbarara Regional Referral. I hope I know how to move this thing. Won't you? Oh, this way? Okay, sorry. All right, so to define chronic kidney disease, we used the Kidney Disease Initiative Global Outcome Definition, which defines chronic kidney disease as if you do an estimated glomerular filtration rate in a patient and it's less than 60, then you can say this person has CKD. And also for the staging, we stage chronic kidney disease from stage 1 to 5, and this is based on the actual eGFR readings. I didn't put this in detail, but just for the audience, if somebody's estimated glomerular filtration rate is less than 15, that person has stage 5. And those, if it's above 90, that person has stage 1, and then the other stages are in between. So in this study, we noted that the burden of chronic kidney disease has actually increased globally, and most chronic kidney disease patients end up having end-stage renal disease that is treated with dialysis and transplantation. We know that the risk factors include diabetes and hypertension, but we also know that with improved care, better diagnostics, there's also been an increase in the life expectancy, not only locally, but also globally in Uganda. And the more people live and age, we know that there's many more diseases, non-communicable diseases that are going to come in, and kidney disease is one of those. So in this particular age group, we also know that there's a physiological decline in kidney function as you grow older. So the incidence is on the rise, and so is the prevalence, and we know that this has actually caused a lot of morbidity and mortality, and it's negatively impacting on the quality of life, like we've seen from a previous presenter. We had also noticed that in our patients in the dialysis unit, for our patients who are above 50 years, those who are on dialysis, we realized that actually their mortality in this particular age group was high, but this is just from an audit that was done in the unit last year. And so because the management of chronic kidney disease is very expensive, it requires dialysis and transplantation, and many patients cannot afford, that's what led us to actually look into how much of this do we have in this study. So what we actually set out to do was to estimate the prevalence among patients aged 50 and above who have diabetes and or hypertension attending our clinics, but also we wanted to find out their clinical characteristics and eventually to determine the factors associated with developing chronic kidney disease in this particular group. We did a cross-sectional study where we collected data from the medical and the diabetes clinic at Mbarara Regional Referral between November and January, November 22 and then Jan 23. And here we're obviously looking at patients above 50, and we aimed to look at about 219 patients from previous studies. This study got ethical approval, we got informed consent from our participants, and among the data that was collected included the social demographics, laboratory, medical. We also drew bloods for kidney function tests, and also took urine samples for protein levels. And so we looked at this work and analyzed objective 1 and 2 using descriptive stats. And then to find the associations, we used multivariate logistic regression and kept the statistical data as we know it, p-values less than 0.5 to be significant. So this is what we found when we analyzed our data. We involved 222 participants, and from these, about 68% were female from all our participants. The mean age of our participants was about 63 years. And we also found that we had up to about 19% of patients being smokers. I didn't highlight it on this table, but we also found that up to 65% of patients were using herbal medications. And we know that there are many things on the market that are sold, and we had also realized that there's quite a number of kidney patients in our wards, and we wonder whether this could be responsible. So in terms of presentation, 41% of our patients had both diabetes and hypertension. The median duration of disease for both diabetes and hypertension was about 5 years, and then among our participants, our median creatinine was 1.0, and then the mean eGFR was 69.9. using the definition that we said, an EGFR less than 60%, we found that 32% of the patients actually had chronic kidney disease. And furthermore, we went ahead to stage the chronic kidney disease that these patients had, and we found that majority, about 80%, had stage 3 kidney disease. So no one had stage 1, nobody had stage 5. With regards to the associations, we ran a few things, and we found that being more than 65 years of age was also significantly associated with increasing the risk towards developing chronic kidney disease, and also the passage of frothy urine. Now, this is a very subjective question because, you know, most of our patients will use pit latrines, but even when they use pit latrines, at night, people actually urinate in a bucket or a basin, and they can actually tell you that their urine is frothy, but it doesn't only have to be the night. Even during the day, patients will notice that. So that's what we found. So overall, the prevalence of chronic kidney disease among our study population was up to 32%, and this highlights the magnitude of undiagnosed chronic kidney disease. This study also, the findings are almost similar to what had been done on the medical ward in 2015 by one of our colleagues, who found that patients with hypertension were 4 times more likely to have chronic kidney disease. However, our study found a prevalence that was slightly higher than a study that was done in Mulago. They found about 17% of chronic kidney disease, but you realize that our population had much older people. In the study in Mulago had nearly everyone. However, the findings are not different from what was found in a systematic review that looked at chronic kidney disease in African patients. And the prevalence is anywhere between 11 and 80 among diabetic patients, and then between 13 and 51 among patients with hypertension. So most of our patients had stage 3 chronic kidney disease. Now, just to know that the towards 3, 4, and 5, then you have very severe disease. Now, this actually helps us to, you know, raise awareness and say there's many people who are walking around with kidney function that they actually do not know. And we know that among the old people, we've already said there's a physiological decline, yes. And we've also seen that this is actually a potential risk factor, and that's not very surprising. Passing of frothy urine is one of those things that probably could work as an indicator for us, and because it correlates very well with having proteinuria, which is a very good indicator for having chronic kidney disease. So our study concluded that about 3 in 10 patients, if they're aged above 10 and above 50, they have diabetes and or hypertension, might have chronic kidney disease. The factors that we found could actually help us identify these patients early, initiate treatment, because we've already highlighted that the cost of kidney disease is actually very expensive. So we could actually consider having our patients on renal protective medications that delay the progression of chronic kidney disease. So we recommend that these patients should be screened at the earliest opportunity. One of the things that annoys kidney doctors is that you'll have a patient who has had diabetes for 20 years, but in those 20 years, their doctor has only done a kidney function test once, then they send the patient to you when they're already at stage 5. So we recommend that patients get screening at the earliest opportunity, but also emphasize that we take history adequately. Our study definitely had limitations, single center studies, findings cannot be generalized. Creatinine in itself is not a very good biomarker for kidney function. We could have used maybe cystatin C, that's not available. We didn't image our patients to look at the kidney sizes, but also in this study we have not correlated the presence of albuminuria and the chronic kidney disease stage. This study was funded by the SEED Global Health First Mile Project, and we really appreciate. We want to thank our study participants and the research team. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Rose. One question from me probably. The issue of HIV drugs and CKD, was HIV assessed in these patients? Thank you.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
Yes, Dr. Kawanda, thank you very much. We found actually a very small number of our patients had HIV, and we had only up to 20 patients, surprisingly. Yes, we looked into the issue of tenofovir or TDF, and we had only 4 patients being on TDF among our population, so we could not actually analyze the significance of this as an associated factor.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for that presentation. My concern is about the recommendation of worked before in our government institutions, and you also know that one of the problems we have is that our people can't afford and we don't have the services. So in Mbarara Regional Referral, for example, can a patient access creatinine testing if they wanted it, or if you wanted it and the patient didn't have the money, which most of our patients are like that, would they access the service? And if they can't, how do you think they can be helped? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brilliant question. It's a policy-related question. Right now, you can get creatinine, urea, and electrolytes for free at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. What the patients have to pay for is a full blood count, but other things, at least in terms of chemistry, are available sometimes. Please note, just like we run out of gloves and paracetamol, these things are occasionally available, at least now. But mostly, patients have to pay. If you have to do a creatinine, every electrolyte that you do and every chemistry thing costs the patient 10,000 shillings. I know that's a lot for the ordinary patient, but we try and encourage our patients as much as possible to at least, if you do this annually, let me just imagine that I'm going to spend 40,000 shillings just to do creatinine and urea and maybe sodium and potassium on myself. Maybe I'll save another, so much that might be required later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rose, for your presentation. So my question is on the frothy urine that you mentioned. I imagine it was self-reported.
Yes.
So in these participants that you had, did you ever have any participants who had flushing toilets? And because if they did, I'm imagining how someone would be able to tell you that they had frothy urine. And if you had them anyway, did you also analyze their data? Did you not analyze their data? That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you for that brilliant question. I said earlier that this is a very subjective question. Yes, many patients, if they're using a pit latrine, they will not see that froth. If you use a flush toilet, you will see that froth. If you use a bucket or a basin, you will see that froth. But to make the question the answer more scientific, we have also actually analyzed data. We tested this urine for microalbuminuria, and we have that data as well. So hopefully we shall get meaningful results out of this. Try and correlate the frothiness and the trueness of microalbuminuria or the presence of microalbuminuria. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for the excellent presentation. I am not asking a question, I am supplementing. I'm giving a comment, a supplement on the person that asked that our patients are poor. I think, I am a kidney doctor, so I am usually perturbed when patients come to me and they've been seeing someone for 20 years and they don't have a kidney test. So we think that patients do not have money, but when we tell patients why it is important to do what they should do, they actually do it. So I want to encourage us to stop thinking that patients do not have money. Our role is to tell patients what they should do and why they should do it. And most of them will do it.
Thank you, Dr. Kansime.
So thank you, Dr. Kansime. Indeed, patients have money. Believe me, they have money. So next is Anacret Biamukama. He is presenting predictors of mortality among patients living with HIV.
Well, when you have to sing for tired and satisfied people, chances are high you will give them a lullaby rather than entertaining them, but I hope that you still have some ounces of energy to pick one or two things. I'm Anacret Biamkama. I am a third-year resident of radiology at Mbara University of Science and Technology. I'm going to talk about the HIV. This is because I'm also a public health scientist, so the radiology doesn't erase that. And I want to talk to you about predictors of mortality among people living with HIV in the test and treat era within rural Uganda, and this was a retrospective cohort study. We will highlight a bit of the background, the methods that we used, results, then discussion and conclusion. Of course, we all know that Uganda holds a very important position in the history of AIDS, from the 1980s when it was just slim disease, to the 1990s when almost 20% of mothers who were attending ANC were HIV positive. Then we came to the 2000s and ART was now a bit available to where we stand today. But despite those all advances, we still have about 1.4 million people living with HIV in Uganda. And annually, that was data for 2021, there are about 17,000 deaths. And of course, following death, there are many young people who are left as orphans. And today we have about 790,000 orphans due to AIDS. So in 2016, around November, Uganda adopted the test and treat strategy as recommended by UNAIDS. What do we mean by the test and treat strategy? It's where when somebody turns or tests HIV positive, they are started on antiretroviral drugs. Previously, due to, of course, I guess logistical and scientific data, people would be started when their CD4 count would fall below 500. We later went to 350 and onwards. And as of 2016, science showed that people should start at as early as they are tested positive. And so we think if people start at as soon as they're tested, then they're likely to live a better health because they're still immunologically strong. And this would therefore accelerate the efforts towards ending the HIV epidemic by 2030. What was the aim of the study? We wanted to determine the mortality rate and the predictive factors in the test and treat era among people living with HIV in rural Uganda. So I wanted to know, now that people start at as soon as they are diagnosed, has this changed the mortality rate? And for those that still die, what are the reasons why they are likely to die, so that we can always improve the information that we put out there? So this was a 5-year retrospective cohort study looking at clients who were enrolled at Kabohe Clinical Research Center from Jan 2016 and their data up to December 2020. Our inclusion was of those aged about 15 years of age and had been initiated on ART within 4 weeks. The reason sometimes why somebody may not start ART immediately, for example, if they think they might have an opportunistic infection like tuberculosis or cryptococcal meningitis, then in such a case, they start them on the respective treatment and then start the ART later. So those who started within 4 weeks were eligible. The data we used was extracted from the Open MRS, and this is what is used in most ART centers. Client data is always recorded and documented there. A total of 976 participants were eligible. Of course, KCRC has more than 3,500 adults who are in ART care, but some of them, their data was, of course, not complete, but also the cohort we were looking at was that enrolled between Jan 2016, and therefore the final eligible group was that. In terms of methodology, we carried out, of course, we obtained approval of the study and then carried out Kaplan-Meier curves to assess survival analysis. How long are these clients on average able to live?
Then we did Cox regression analysis at bivariate and multivariate levels to determine adjusted hazard ratios and identify predictors of death. So there are certain factors which you do bivariate analysis and they seem significant, but when you factor in others, then you find there may have been some confounders, therefore at multivariate analysis do not seem to be significant. What were the results from the study? Of the 976 participants whose data we analyzed, majority were females, 57.1%. The average age was 35 years, so it clearly tells us the population we are dealing with actually is a fairly young population. 887, which is 91%, were initiated on an optimized ART regimen. Now, optimization looks at the feasibility and the efficacy of a drug. Is a drug affordable, and is it effective, and can it easily be tolerated? So over time, policies keep changing. In the current setting, the optimal regimen among adults is comprised of tenofovir, lamivudine, and dolutegravir. And that's what a number of the clients were looking at. But also, that just came in recently. Before that, people would be on efavirenz-based regimens. And so other regimens in that regard would not be optimal. For example, if somebody were on nevirapine or were on another regimen for some reason or the other. 86% of the study group had a suppressed initial viral load. This is usually done at 6 months following initiation of antiretroviral therapy. And 80% of the group had a baseline CD4 above or equal to 200 cells per millimeters cubed. So majority of them were actually not having advanced HIV disease. 96% were WHO stage 1 or 2. And then 88.7% had a BMI above 18.5. So from this alone, you realize the group we were dealing with was a fairly healthy group, which testifies to test and treat. Because in the olden days, most would be in stage 3, stage 4 would be already having abnormal BMI. So, from the analysis, we realized that, they did not put my percentages, but those who are in blue are the ones who were still active at the end of the study and were alive, therefore, for that matter. And then the green were dead. That was around 2.9%. I guess I should have put the dead ones in red, but either way, I used green, nevertheless. And then the category in red were the transferred out. So there was really a fairly small proportion of the group who had died, 2.9%. The average follow-up period for all the participants was 2.9 years, and the overall mortality, the 2.9%, translated to 0.99 per 100 person years at risk. That was the overall mortality realized from the study, with an estimated survival time of 58 months. So, we realized, first of all, our mortality rate was really fairly lower compared to a number of the studies that have been conducted in Uganda, for example. One done in 2016 had placed it at 4.5%. In other countries, around 3.5%. So this was a fairly low mortality rate and a higher survival time. And then in terms of predictors for mortality, the only significant ones among the ones we used in the analysis was a CD4 count less than 200 cells per millimeters cubed, with then the viral load above or equal to 1,000 copies per mil. That is the category we say are unsuppressed or have unsuppressed viral load. And then a non-optimal regimen, that means they were not on the recommended optimal regimen. So all these had adjusted hazard ratios, which were really significant with their p-values less than 0.005. So there were, of course, other factors that were included in the analysis, such as the WHO staging. WHO staging, for example, being in stage 1 and 2, in 3 and 4, at bivariate analysis seemed significant, but when we did multivariate analysis, it was actually not significant. The same applies to the nutritional status. And we think this is because the group we dealt with was a fairly healthy group compared to many of the studies that have been carried out before. So they had better BMI, had actually normal BMI, and like you saw, majority of them were in stage 1 and 2 WHO status. So this alludes to the fact that advanced HIV disease at diagnosis is actually a big predictor of mortality. And so from this study, there was a low mortality rate. Generally, there was a higher risk of death associated with advanced HIV disease and initial high viral load. And then we really think early ART initiation increases the likelihood of survival as per the results we found. And therefore, early ART initiation can accelerate efforts towards the ending of the HIV epidemic by 2030. We have published this study in the African Journal of AIDS Research. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Nakrit. Any questions? Are there any questions? It seems there are no questions. So does that mean that you've understood everything, or it's not as interesting as the dead bodies? So if there are no questions, then I'm going to call the next presenter. That should be Pius Musinguzi. Pius. I think Pius. Where is Pius? Yes. It should be the second one. Yeah. So Pius is going to present barriers and facilitators to the utilization of the intensive adherence counseling framework by healthcare providers in Uganda. Thank you, Pius, and you're welcome.
A very good evening to all of us. My name is Pius Musinguzi. I'm a nursing student in transition. I'm a pre-intern, so I'm neither a student nor a graduate. I'm here to present to us a study that was conducted by a team of students mentored by Dr. Edith Wakida and Ms. Josephine Najuma, and it was entitled Barriers and Facilitators to the Utilization of Intensive Adherence Counseling by Healthcare Providers in Uganda, and it was a qualitative study. First of all, I'd like to highlight that the previous presenter has given a very good background regarding HIV care, so I will not struggle so much. So that will be my presentation outline. First of all, when we are monitoring the success or the treatment of HIV using ART, we majorly look at viral load, which is one of the major parameters of assessing success of treatment. So when you are using viral load, majorly it is done to indicate that if the viral load suppression is less than 1,000 copies per mil, we recommend that and we say that is a successful treatment. If it is greater than that, then we say that is unsuppressed viral load. According to the WHO, it has come up with an intervention. In other words, to combat non-success or failure rate of HIV treatment using ART therapy, they have come up with an intervention called intensive adherence counseling. For a brief information about intensive adherence counseling, this was a strategy that was brought up by the WHO, and it is a structured form of intervention. These are counseling sessions. They are always 3 in number, and they are always done at an interval of 3 of 1 month. Between each interval, there is a time period of 1 month, and it is done in such a way that it is categorized. It has specific ways of assessing a client or a patient to identify the different factors that are responsible for the non-adherence, and then agree, the health worker and the client, they come up with a plan on how to combat these factors that are responsible for the failure of the treatment, and therefore help the patient adhere to the treatment. Using this intervention, according to the WHO that was done, it showed that up to 70% of the clients would suppress after this intervention. It is our dismay in Uganda that this has totally failed, and there has been persistent non-adherence regardless having this intervention. To highlight a study that was done in 2021 in central Uganda, it found a success rate of only 19%. This means that up to 90% after this intervention, there was no viral load suppression, meaning that the viral load copies still remained greater than 1,000. Therefore, this study aimed to explore the barriers and the facilitators to the utilization of intensive adherence counseling framework, particularly in Uganda, and we did this from the perspective of the health workers. So in this study, we designed a study. It was a cross-sectional qualitative study, and this study was done at different health center 4s in Ruchiga district. That was particularly Imperial Health Center 4 and Kamwezi Health Center 4. We sampled 19 healthcare providers purposively. Here we mean that we targeted those who were in direct care of patients. We excluded people like the laboratory technicians, whereby these ones have minimal level of interaction with these patients. Because according to the Uganda Clinical Guidelines for Treatment and Prevention of HIV, it recommends that this ISC should be done by those healthcare providers, for example, the nurses, the doctors, the clinical officers, those that are in direct contact with the clients, as well as the counselors. So the data was collected using in-depth interviews, and these in-depth interviews were audio recorded, and notes were taken to supplement the data that was obtained. In data management analysis, the audio interviews were transcribed verbatim, and we used deductive thematic analysis. We came up with themes, as I'm going to present as we move. The results, we need to highlight that among the 19 participants, we had 3 medical doctors, 1 clinical officer, 4 nurses, 9 were midwives, and 2 counselors. Maybe to highlight about the counselors, these are the people that are always attending to these people when they come for refill visits, and they were the major people or the major players in implementing the ISC. And it shouldn't be a surprise to find that there are only 2 counselors being presented here, yet you had 2 facilities with an enrollment population of over 500 for both of the facilities. That means that these counselors, 1 in each facility, had to have that time of interaction with these patients, over 500, and it requires at least 1 hour, and this is done at an interval of 1 month. There are 3 sessions. So this will give us, I'm trying to bring out this at the level of that, show you the number that was involved, because it is going to be implicated down in the findings. First of all, we are interested to know, this intervention is failing. Do these health workers know about it? That's very good. We found out that the health workers knew about intensive adherence counseling. They had the knowledge, though the skills were lacking, but they knew about it. They told us that this is a special intervention that is used for people who have not suppressed, who don't have suppressed viral load, and it is always done 6 months after initiation of therapy. So, for example, one of the clients said, I think the framework is good and most people benefit from it. However, this was not translated, or it was not reflected in the research that had been done. So another issue that came up was the counseling and communication skills. They said that these are very important. We all need to have counseling skills. It is something not easy. Actually, most times I engage the counselor. I feel I cannot do it alone. That means where a counselor is maybe engaged with another client, and maybe this nurse is seeing a patient who is unsuppressed or has unsuppressed viral load, the nurse will let this patient go because she feels like she cannot do it alone. She will let the client go without undergoing this intervention of ISC. We are also interested in finding out what are the barriers, where is the problem? Because we have seen that the success is totally alarming, the success rate of the intervention. It has worked elsewhere, like I showed according to the survey of the WHO, but why not here in Uganda? So, number one, we found that there is lack of training in counseling and communication skills. Most of these people, they said that they have received general training in giving HIV services, but getting a particular training in implementing the ISC had not been received. This meant that if these people have not received training in a new intervention, which has just come up, most of them have not had any special training about it. That means even if they may try to do it, they may not do it the right way, and therefore it will fail. Having said that, this is a special counseling session, not like the general counseling that is always offered to these people. It is a special one, and it is so structured. Like I said, it is using the 5 A's, then it has to be at least 1 month interval, then there are always 3 sessions. There are many factors that come in. So we also, during the interviews, we asked these people what could be the possible way around this problem, particularly for lack of training. They pointed out that training in the healthcare providers in ISC skills can help them implement this better. And therefore, this can probably increase the success rate. The next one, we found out that some of them, they said that they lack guiding materials. They could not find a reference point. If maybe she's doing this session and she gets stuck somewhere, she has no point of reference. So from the interviews, they said that maybe if they could get this ISC framework pinned on the wall, like on a chart, so that when she gets stuck, she can refer to it, that can be so helpful. Then there is another problem that was highlighted is lack of transport facilitation, particularly for home-based ISC. Because according to the Uganda clinical guidelines for treatment and prevention of HIV, particularly for the 2016 edition, it highlights that home-based ISC where the health workers go home and find the client. Particularly some of these clients, they fail to attend these appointments. In other words, they don't come because majorly for our setting, they highlighted the Hile relief that maybe hinders the transport. At times they don't have money for transport, they can't go to the facility. So there was a suggestion according to the guidelines that the facility staff goes to find the patients at home, but there is no facilitation for the transport. So according to them, they feel like if there is a provision for transport, it can enable them execute their duties in a better way. Then there is another issue that was sounding so much. I want to combine the 3. Number 1 was time consuming. The other one was workload. Then having the workforce being low. Having highlighted that there was one counselor attending to the over 500 patients on each of the facilities, yet this counselor is burdened with the biggest load of this work of implementing the ISC. The workload was too much. The intervention itself needs a lot of time to engage with the client. It is a bit prolonged, and yet they are very few. So we find that it takes time. The workforce is the health workers are not enough, and therefore it becomes a problem. In other words, they can easily rush through it. Then it may not have the real impact it would have had on the client if it was done the right way. Therefore, from the clients, from the participants, they recommended that if there could be recruitment of more staff members, it could improve on how this is being done. In our discussion, we find that ISC is accepted despite the knowledge and skills gaps. This is a similar finding that was found in South Africa by Mark et al. In 2019, which also showed that there is also a need for skilling up of healthcare providers to increase the efficacy of the ISC. The training of healthcare providers can increase the knowledge and therefore increase the utilization of the ISC framework. In our study, work overload and lack of transport hindered the utilization of intensive adherence counseling. Therefore, it is better to operationalize the existing interventions like the ISC. In other words, facilitate it so that it can be implemented the right way, rather than coming up with new other interventions, yet the one that has been there has not been well implemented. In conclusion, besides the barriers, the ISC is an appropriate and acceptable intervention to enhance ART adherence and therefore increase viral suppression among people living with HIV. Because there is no size that fits all, there is need to understand the context-specific and practical challenges of healthcare providers when utilizing the intensive adherence counseling framework. That's why this was done particularly, but it can be adopted by other facilities because these challenges might vary from one facility to another. Since it was a qualitative study as well, this may not directly translate in another setting. So if this can be done, find out what are the problems that are going on in other facilities, the implementation of this can be better, and therefore we can achieve adherence on art. We acknowledge the NIH, which funded this study, and the Happy Tutor PIs and co-PIs, our research assistants, and my team members who enabled us to do this study. Thank you so much, and the findings of this study have been published in BMC Research Health Services Research. You can access it online. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for that presentation. Can you have some questions? Any questions? Right, so we thank you again with a hand clap. Now we want to welcome our final presenter for this session, and that is Hannington Gumisedeza. Yes, so Hannington is going to really take us through science. He's going to look at, or he looked at guana logispicata. So he's now going to tell us about its characterization of bioactive compounds from medicinal plants. So we're now going back into plants and compounds. You're welcome, Hannington.
Thank you. My name is Mrs. Hannington, and this work has other people in it, and that is Professor Grace Virungi and Dr. Cesar Duncan. And this is I'm sorry, this I submitted this in the evening when I was very much exhausted, and I used it was supposed to be put in the symposium, but instead I used the link for the dissemination conference. That's why the title has everything, but for 8 minutes I will present part of the work, but much work has been done. The title says is Characterization of Bioactive Compounds from Medicinal Plants Used in Bwambara Sub-County, southwestern Uganda, and this is a case study of one plant. And to summarize it all, characterization involves analysis of the phytochemical compounds up to structure elucidation, then the medicinal plant, the use of medicinal plant, that means an ethnobotanical survey was done. So an ethnobotanical study was done from which one plant that was mainly used was selected for characterization. Here, medicinal plants are widely used, and we acknowledge that about 80% of the world population uses medicinal plants. That is according to World Health Organization. And in Africa, it is more than that. It is approximately 85%. And it is used by many cultures of the world. We can see it in Ayurveda, that is India, Japan, Tibet, and many other areas. And we find out that the modern medicine or Western medicine has got its origins from Mesopotamia in Egypt. And in Africa, medicinal plants make a fundamental component of medicine, mainly because they are accessible, they are affordable, they are culturally accepted, and they are also nutraceutic. And that's why you find many products that have medicinal component in it that are being marketed are being consumed at a very fast rate, including the kazire, because of this nutraceutic nature. They are medicinal and both have nutritional values, and they are considered to be having less side effects as compared to conventional medicine or Western medicine. Africa has a diversity of flora, and but there is less that has been explored. Accordingly,
As I said, 85% of Africans rely on herbal medicine, while the whole world in general is about 80%. And because of many practices in Africa for it, you see in other countries, most of them define diseases depending on the empirical evidence. But in Africa, there are other practices that are attached, including herbalism and spiritualism. So even in this study, some diseases were considered to be African, and these ones are the diseases that people who were considered in the study were claiming that they can only be treated using medicinal plants. The moment you take a person to the hospital, that person must die. So we also got information from there. The problem is that these medicinal plants, much as we have diversity, most of them have not been documented. And that means that as time goes on, this information will be lost. Coupling non-documentation, the vegetation destruction due to climate change and anthropogenic activities, and then westernization of African culture. If this indigenous knowledge is not documented, it is prone to extinction as generations go by. So it is very important to carry out ethnobotanical studies in order to document this indigenous knowledge, because as we find out, most of the medicines, as Dr. Vitechero was saying, are got from plants. But as seen, studies have shown that only about 15% of plants have been phytochemically analyzed, while 6% have been scientifically analyzed for pharmacological and even some other their structures have been determined. So meaning that about over 90% of the plants that are being used have not been scientifically evaluated. So this has hindered the development of these medicinal plants and their standardization and even utilization. Therefore, there is always need to carry out scientific studies in order to provide a basis for the traditional use of these plants, mainly to establish the efficacy and their safety, as well as getting components that can be used in the development of new drugs. As we know that there are many increasing cases of ailments in the world that need this. In these ethnobotanical surveys were done, phytochemical screening and microbial activity. These are the ones that will be presented. The method, a cross-sectional study, was done using 202 informants, and the questionnaires were used, the interviews were used, and in this, even herbalists were interviewed, or the traditional healers, and they were got using the snowball method. The data that was collected involved how the plants can be identified, then the preparation, modes of administration, the dosages, and so on. The plant species, of course, were scientifically identified by a botanist. Plants for the experimental work, the air-dried samples were used, because during ethnobotanical study, I said one plant was selected with high frequency of use, and that was Goania longispicata, which is being studied in this case. And here, sequential extraction was used using different solvents, since even in preparation, in herbal medicine, they use different solvents. Some, we found out that they use even local brew, which has a component of ethanol or alcohol in it. Phytochemical screening and microbial activities were done, and standard strains were used. And in antimicrobial activity, MI, CMBC for bacteria and MFC for fungal strains were also determined using standard procedures. and the ethical clearance was obtained from REC and then Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. A total of 302 plants were documented in local language, but only 211 were collected, identified, and documented with their scientific names, meaning that 91 species were not available for collection. And this somehow means that either the vegetation has moved or they have become extinct. Herbs were the most commonly used, and the methods of administration oral was the commonly used because the main solvent for use was water. These were mentioned to treat 134 physical ailments, and some were used to treat African diseases. That is a summary. The digestive orders were the most common, and this Bwambara sub-county is found in the boundary, in the border with the DR Congo, Kanungu, but in that corner, it is the one that has Lake Edward in it as part of Rukundi. So it was estimated that maybe the digestive disorders are mainly prevalent due to the health, the hygiene effects, because most of the medicinal plants were mentioned to treat that. And Guinea longspicata had the highest frequency of citation. And when it comes to African diseases, there were 67 medicinal plants, and the most commonly used were listed there. Under phytochemical screening, the plus means that those components were present, and the minus means they were absent. And this was done using chemical acids supplemented with UV to get the chromophores responsible for this. When it comes to antimicrobial activity, the zones of inhibition were measured at 500 milligrams per mil, and it was observed that Pseudomonas pneumoniae was the most sensitive as far as the extracts were concerned, and the most active, that was mainly active on most of them, was the methanol extract, and the mimicked aqueous extract there was done mimicking what the real traditional use of this plant in the communities. These are the MBC and MIC values, and still S. pneumoniae had the least MIC and MBC, and all extracts were effective on it. Conclusions, people have rich knowledge about these plants, and as we can see, some plants have not been even studied, even phytochemical screening accordingly, so they can be studied, and then Guinea longspicata having that can be able to affect both fungal and bacterial strains, means that it is a potential for study for broad spectrum and microbial activities. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hannington. My quick question is, what are African diseases? You talked about African diseases. What are those?
The African diseases, according to this study, are those diseases which the participants said cannot be treated by conventional medicine. And they are specifically treated by herbal medicine. And this was from what they reported.
Okay. They should be in a patient to us, and we see. Any other question? So if
maybe highlight more on that.
Yeah.
I hope you, there are many things that have been happening during the study. There was this thing that, for example, where they are saying that people stole and they were cuff-linked by this. That is African.
medicine.
And someone has a disagreement and is put a snake in the mouth. So if you are doing lab work, you may not correlate the lab findings with someone commanding this to go and attack. That was the basis of this.
All right, so thank you very much. Since we are Africans, maybe malaria is an African disease. We have one more presentation, I think, from Simpson Nwamanya. Yeah, there's a question as Simpson. Please get ready. Simpson Nwamanya. Okay, please get ready. There's a question for you here, please.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now, as you were doing that research, did you see or did you hear these people willing to show you the herbs they were using for different diseases?
That is a very good question. Some people are not willing because that is the source of their income. However, some were willing. But some of the traditional healers whom I went with in the field were given something for transport, the motivation.
So thank you very much. So did you give them some motivation? So would you call yourself a herbalist?
They were corresponded with the botany. They were authenticated.
So Honeycomb, can I call you herbalist now?
Yeah, but not a witch.
Yes, you're a herbalist. Please.
Thank you.
No, it's not a witch. So now looking at depression in Ugandan caregivers of cancer patients. Welcome, Simpson.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Simpson. I work with JCRC, and I'm here to present to you the study we conducted at Mbarara Regional Referral, and it was looking at depression in Ugandans, caregivers of cancer patients. And we added the role of coping strategies and social support. So, as we talk of the background, palliative care provides patients and their support to cope with their illness and grief. The caregivers also receive the multidisciplinary management from the psychiatrists, social workers, physicians, among others. Providing information to these patients, comfort and psychological help helps them to actually cope. Unfortunately, despite the availability of the palliative care services, the prevalence of depression has actually remained high. And we see that it was ranging from 33.31 to 51.29. And this was according to Gang in a systematic review that was conducted in 2018. The prevalence in Uganda, which was actually reported at the Uganda Cancer Institute, was ranging from 26 to 48.2. And this was among the caregivers. So due to limited resources in our country, Uganda, you find that caregivers actually also work contribute to the work of the healthcare providers. And that gives them the burden to get the fatigue, and they end up not actually providing what they are supposed to provide in terms of their patients' care. They participate in providing treatment, and that fatigue alone causes them to actually experience symptoms of depression. There are different ways an individual uses to deal with psychological distress, and in depression, some strategies reduce and others actually don't. So this is not the problem that is only affecting the cancer-related conditions, but it was also found among those caregivers that were attending to people with schizophrenia. Our objective was to determine the prevalence of depression and the associated coping strategies among the caregivers of cancer patients at rural cancer care facility, which is in Mbarara Regional Referral. The methods, the design was cross-sectional, and the population were targeting caregivers of cancer patients. The area was in Mbarara Regional Referral, and we actually interviewed 366. In reference to our inclusion criteria, all caregivers of cancer patients were actually to be included. But in terms of exclusion, caregivers with a known diagnosis of depression were not actually supposed to be and were not included. And those who had were already under a psychiatric care, they were not included. Recruitment procedures, we ran an advert talking about the study, and participants or potential participants were approached at the clinic, and participants were consented by the qualified and trained research assistants. And that was the time when COVID was an issue. We actually followed the national guidelines for COVID-19 prevention to have the interviews done. The study measures with depression symptoms, we used the PH2 9 at a cutoff point of 10 out of 27. And for coping strategies, we used a brief COPE inventory. And for social support, we used the modified multidimensional scale of perceived social support to measure the level of support these people were actually getting. ESCO consideration, we obtained the ESCO approval from TASO Ethics Committee, and that is the reference number. And we also obtained an administrative clearance from the hospital administration, Mbarara Regional Referral. We obtained a written informed consent from all the participants, and caregivers with the severe depression were cancelled and referred to the psychiatric unit for further management. Statistical methods, data were entered into Microsoft Excel, cleaned and transferred to Stata version 16. Then we performed the descriptive statistics, where summarized using main standard deviations for continuous variables, such as age, the percentage and frequencies. For categorical variables were actually performed. Then chi-square test for categorical variables and the independent variables. Then we performed a sample t-test to determine the relationship between the study variables and the depression. Pearson correlation, we also used it to determine the relationships. We finally used the logistic regression to look at the associations. Study findings, a total of 366 caregivers of cancer patients participated in the study, and approximately 8.2%, that is 30 participants out of 366 had depression, and considering the cutoff score of 10 out of 27. Most participants had no depression, the 60%, 61%. The participant demographic characteristics, the mean age was 39, and majority were females at 60%, married were 77%, those who were employed were actually 92%. And we also looked at the poverty levels, and 13.7 of the caregivers were below the poverty line as per the national average poverty lines of Uganda, which is 16,000 per month. And that is the prevalence, how depression was displayed. And we shall not go through that. I have seen we have the zero balance of my minutes. Social support and depression. Caregivers with depression, actually, most of them received more support than those who had no depression. Yeah? And then the highest level of social support was actually getting a special person to share their joy and sorrows. And the lowest that was shared was actually getting a chance to talk to someone at work and at home. On average, depressed participants significantly received more social support, meaning that social support increases the chances of developing depression. In terms of coping strategies, most of the caregivers used religion as a coping mechanism, and humor was the least used among the caregivers, and depressed caregivers were actively coping compared to the non-depressed caregivers. Also, they coped more with denial. So, majority used denial instead of other strategies. On average, planning, humor, acceptance, self-blame were significantly dominant coping mechanisms among depressed participants or caregivers. However, positive reframing was less among depressed caregivers. So positive reframing was actually protective, so meaning that when you use it, the chances of developing depression are actually less likely. What is the clinical implication? The present study results showed actually lower prevalence of depression than the previous studies that were conducted in the country, that is at the Cancer Institute, and indicating cancer patients being managed from peripheral cancer units near their homes or their patients and their caregivers would lead to a less likelihood of experiencing depression. This information can be used to it can be used to triage patients to manage less severe cases from these peripheral rural facilities. And when they are close at their homes, then you will not see many cases of depression because the support will be in abundance. Patients at the end of life can also be managed at rural facilities to have less depression among their caregivers. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Simpson, for that presentation. Any question for Simpson?
Simpson, you actually referred to our cancer unit as being a rural cancer unit.
Yes.
So rural in which aspect?
Rural.
Yeah. Yet it's in Mbarara City.
When you look at the Cancer Institute in Kampala and the Cancer Institute in Mbarara, it is rural. Yeah. Yeah. We have just received the city status. And
I think there should be another description because when you're actually describing these areas, rural means something else.
The other issue is we mainly get clients from the rural areas.
And the Kampala gets them from where?
Yes.
I think you should get a way of rephrasing that because rural in research settings currently, rural Mbarara City is not part of the rural settings of Uganda. Probably get another way of describing this unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you did this study during a period when there was depression. I mean, this was during COVID.
Yes.
So how did you mitigate that?
Unfortunately, we did not go into that because we did not anticipate that yes, there was COVID.
Yes.
Causing depression.
Yes.
Yes. And when you look at our results, they don't indicate that depression was actually very high. So we did not have those confounding factors that we actually catered for in terms of controlling for that anticipated high prevalence.
Okay, just a brief one also. I noted that possibly maybe I was confused a bit. Are you looking at depression in caregivers or patients with cancer? Because I saw the things intermingling at the end. Then the beginning it was about patients with caregivers with depression among the caregivers. Then at the end it was patients of cancer with depression. Then lastly, I saw you saying when these patients possibly they're at home, there's less depression. So can we say that when patients are in the hospital here, their caregivers possibly go into depression than when they're in their homes?
I don't think I've been talking about patients having depression. The main issue here is determining depression among the caregivers of cancer patients. Possibly you have been seeing caregivers of cancer patients.
Yes, thank you, Simpson.
Yeah.
I think it is fair that I ask something now that you're talking about depression. So my concern is about your recruitment procedure.
Yes.
Why did you run an advert? How did you run it? Because we know depressed patients have low energy, low motivation. So do you think were you expecting them to willingly come for assessment, especially those with severe depression? Could that explain your low prevalence? How did you run the advert? How did you recruit the people?
Yeah, we actually drafted the advert. It went through the IRB. We were explaining the issues, the purpose of the study, and calling upon those potential the caregivers to actually come, and we schedule an interview with them.
I think, Baba, that is one of the limitations of this study. If someone
Yeah,
is depressed,
mainly.
they are unlikely to even show up.
Yeah.
For the interviews. Otherwise,
but
thank you very much,
I
Simpson.
again said we actually approached them physically and interviewed them. So that mitigates the other advert. And this study is also already published in Psycho-Oncology Journal. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Simpson. Thank you, the audience. I think our time has been used up. We beg that if you have any personal questions, please approach the presenters. I'm sure some of you had so many questions, and I'm sure you noted those down and you noted those we are presenting. I beg that we stop this session here, and I think it's Angela now to take us to the next program. Is Angela here?
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the close of this annual research dissemination conference. Keith, I expect you to sit here for a reason. Keith, please come forward. We're going to have the closing ceremony, and I would like to invite, oh, he's here. The Vice Chancellor is always just on time. Is the academic registrar here? Yes. Professor, you're seated over there. Okay. Dr. Stephen, please take the seat up there. Dean, Faculty of Medicine, or the Deputy, please come and take the seat. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, amidst us, we do have a guest, Dr. Schwarz, Jeremy. Dr. Schwarz, please come and take the seat at the front here. And he's from Yale University. Yale. They have killed me today.
It's just down the road from Harvard.
Okay, next to Harvard. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, after his just remarks, we're going to have the launch of the book of Dr. Mujenyi, and we shall have the closing remarks by the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Professor Schwarz.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me and inviting me to give some remarks. On the agenda, it says I'm going to talk about mobile health research, which indeed is one of my areas of work, but I'm not really going to talk about that. The hour is late. I'm not going to give a research presentation. I just thought I would compile some thoughts from my observations today and leave you with some very few short comments. But briefly, my name is Jeremy Schwartz. I'm an associate professor of medicine, general internal medicine at Yale University. I've been working in Uganda for about 18 years since I was a medical student, and I co-founded and co-direct a research to policy initiative that's based in Kampala, but our work is happening around the country, and we focus on non-communicable diseases and health services research. It's called the Uganda Initiative for Integrated Management of NCDs. It's a long name. We're known as UINCD. We have a number of projects and key involvement from multiple stakeholders, including in academia and the health sector and Ministry of Health. So this is my first time in Mbarara in 18 years of working in Uganda, which is embarrassing to say in this room, but it's true. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm one of the mentors in the multimorbidity, it's also a long name, Multimorbidity Research Capacity Initiative. And so I'm here under that, in that capacity, mentoring one of your colleagues, Judith. So I want to be very brief. I went to a number of talks. I let gravity assist me. So I started on the 3rd floor and then came down. And so spent some time in all the rooms. And I was just really impressed by the breadth of the research topics and the energy in the rooms, the really inquisitive questions that were asked and thoughtful responses. I heard a number of talks around engaging community, around context-specific interventions, around using locally derived data locally, and a number of mixed methods projects and qualitative projects that clearly were engaging research participants and community members. I heard a wonderful description by one of the presenters about citizen science and what citizen science is. And so with these thoughts in mind and these observations, I just wanted to leave you with a couple of things. So many of the presentations I heard and saw today acknowledged the co-investigators or PIs, acknowledged the research participants. Many of them had a slide that showed the publication or publications that had come of the research, but just some thoughts. This is a research and dissemination conference, and this is certainly one very important dissemination audience, but I would just maybe push you a little bit in thinking about the next time you're talking or presenting, and maybe encouraging you to include a slide that shows the audience who were the stakeholders that were engaged or involved in the work. What organizations, institutions did they come from? Because those stakeholders play such an important part in the work that all of us do. And so not just thanking them, but really describing who they are. And of course, these presentations are short and time sensitive, but I'm just leaving you with some thoughts. And in addition to that, what are the next steps in the project, right? What are the next steps in the research? We all have a trajectory that we hope for, and most of these projects are small and formative work, and some will be funded and some will not be, but that shouldn't matter, right? At this stage, the idea is, what are your visions? Where is this going? And who are the people who are involved in helping the project and the work proceed? And the last thing along the same vein is maybe including a statement about what are your other dissemination strategies, right? So in addition to publishing, in addition to talking in this really important and diverse group, where else are you with whom else are you sharing your work? So just some thoughts about the next time you put a talk together. I too am working on this and trying to acknowledge and describe my partners and stakeholders more thoroughly, and talking about how I intend to share and disseminate my work. So I just wanted to share that with you, and thank you again for allowing me to make some comments and for being here, and for hopefully this is the first of many trips I have to Mbarara, so thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having the next part of the program is to have the launch of the book. Then we shall have the publication awards by MGH. I invite Dr. Mjenyi. Dr. Mjenyi is a senior lecturer, a mentor, and a researcher who wrote a book about obstetrics and gynecology to support undergraduate students who are joining the ward for the first time. I don't want to preempt the speech, but let's have that now.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. I'm Dr. Mjenyi Godfrey. I call myself a publisher because I have published one book. And this book is being launched today, and I'll just give a few remarks. I must acknowledge that I don't have a lot of experience in giving book launch remarks, but I'll try. So, on the slide is the shape of the book, and the dame here represents the same book. This book has two authors, Dr. Mjenyi Godfrey, myself, and my role has been the author. There's another co-author called Professor Sanchez. Next slide. Professor Sanchez, Cesar Emilio, is my mentor, my teacher from Cuba, and he has been working with us here for quite some time. This has been a journey of over 20 years that I have lived in MUST as a teacher, but of course I was in MUST for my undergraduate medical school. I did internship at MRRH. I worked at MUST as an assistant lecturer, then as a lecturer, and currently as a senior lecturer. I think my application for associate professor is already with my dean. And I hope I'm pitching a good cause for it. Over those years, we learned that, next slide, we must publish or perish. So, as busy clinicians, we keep, I don't know which word to use, but complaining around that we have no time to sit down and write. Yet we know that these write-ups are important for our progress. So I sat down and started a journey, long time, and came up with this book, which has 7 units, organized in 53 chapters, and the units are prenatal care, pregnancy problems, labor, puerperium, and postnatal, medical disorders in pregnancy, infections in pregnancy, special topics, and others. The number in brackets are the number of chapters in each of those sections. Especially in this book are new areas Along the way, COVID came, and there was COVID in pregnancy. It was at the time of going to print, but we realized that there is no book, textbook, that had COVID in it. A lot of journal publications, but we deliberately put it in a textbook, and there it is. Medical simulation education in obstetrics is very important. The monitoring of labor worldwide is moving from use of a pathogram to a new tool, which is the labor care guide. And we inserted a chapter in there. And then maternal early obstetric warning systems, which work a lot in developed countries, but they're not very well developed here. And having published a little bit of work in labor monitoring with Professor Jessica Habara, and also with other people, vital sign monitoring in labor is very, very, very important. Of course, obstetrics, and of course this is pregnancy and childbirth for those who do not know, is a special area in maternal fetal medicine, and this is where the focus of this book is. You'll not find there topics in gynecology or other branches of gynecology. It's only specific for childbirth. What has been the process? Because people have been asking me, what is that you went through? Of course, in the first annual research dissemination conference, Professor Kayanja, in I think this hall or around this hall, made it very clear that you either publish or perish. And me, I chose not to perish, and I did some publications elsewhere, but I've now added a book. We developed the themes, which later became chapters, and these were during residency training programs at MAST. We used these themes for teaching the residents, and we took it as everyday work because we knew these are the areas our students needed. And we took it further and organized and compiled and edited, read and proofread each script. But of course there are timelines. This book should have come in print way back in 2010, 2011, where we had even identified editors and publishers, but they quoted a bill of $10,000 for publishing 1,000 copies, black and white, and at that time, there was no funds from MAST. The Faculty of Medicine tried, and there was no time, and we had regret after a lot of work. We waited for another funding cycle, 2014-15. I remember when Professor Obua had come, we wrote some letters around, and still there were no money. We looked around for partners to help to get $10,000. We couldn't get a grant that accepted our request. 2021-22, we resorted to personal funds, and I acknowledge the executive producer for this book, because we used family funds to produce this book, because what used to be $10,000 in 2010-11 was still $10,000. Initially 17 million, but now 35 million shillings. So I'm glad to put on the timeline 2023, the book launch at MAST with the 17th annual MAST Research Dissemination Conference. Next slide. It's a busy slide, but it's just the purpose of this book, and it is copied from the book itself. So I will leave that for you to go and read it in the book. But it's a summary, what the authors think and how the book is going to be useful to the readers. Next slide. We have just been asked to not only acknowledge, but also talk about the people in the acknowledgement. So the co-authors, Professor Sanchez, has been my teacher, and he is in Cuba. He was here for 2 contracts, about 8 years, and we walked the journey together throughout all that period. The executive producer is Dr. Esther Atkunda, who is a senior lecturer at MAST, and also my wife. And I would wish to, in a special way, really recognize her effort. She's there, right there. Thanks a lot for putting all your effort into this. My children, they used to think, Daddy, what is that keeps you thinking and complaining and thinking and complaining? But they have a copy of the book in their suitcases at school. They tell their friends that Dad is a book writer. Nicholas Rock Umjisha, Destiny Media Publications. This guy wrote and designed the whole book, and he stayed in my house doing this work, the final bit of it, for more than 2 weeks, working day and night to make sure that we beat the deadlines, now that the producer had availed the funds. All the people who believed in us, there are very many people using the book. We have sold more than 300 copies, but we are still waiting for a purchase order from Mast Library. Individuals have bought, but I think it is upon us to avail the book to the library, much as the executive producer donated 5 copies to Mast Library. And I want to thank all my mentors, including but not limited to Professor Obua, Professor Jessica Ibara. You've been such a great companion. And finally, everywhere I pass, people think I'm a high-class person without a PhD. And Professor Obua almost beat me up. I'm now a PhD candidate. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
Yes, now I would invite Professor Obua, Professor Jessica, Dr. Schwartz, and the Dean Faculty of Medicine. My boys, please come and lift this a little bit higher. Yes, now I invite you. Why we are this side, John? Oh, the Dean. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I would invite you to come here. The photos will look better here. Yes. Around the book, and then we hold the scissor. Don't cut the book, Professor. The scissor is over here. So, like the cake, yeah? No, you're covering us. You stand that way, they are launching the book for you. So, Professor, hold there, and then the deans. Sorry, the camera guys, I'm sorry. Professor, extend there. Yes. You hold Professor's hand. Yes. Dr. Schwartz, please come this side, I'm sorry. Godi, you're covering the camera. He said he's not used to these things, so yes. Yes, that's it. Not happy birthday, and not he's a jolly good fellow. So I need your smiles here. In 3, 2, Professor, look this side. Yes, it's at 1 that you look that side. 3, 2, 1, 0. So you can open the book and read. Yes, there are copies available with the signature of the author, but I would request that you sign on the book. Yeah. Don't sign on the woman's belly, Professor, where there is white. Thank you, Professor. Then, Professor. Yes. You can put a message. Don't put never forget. We used to write that in school. Yes. People are writing an essay. Okay, yes. Dr. Shwazi can sign.
That man can change your life from zero to hero.
Oh, that's nice.
He can take you from the grass to your grace in no time. He's a man of his word, oh, as faithful as he says so. You will not see him changing, no.
And finally, the Dean Faculty of Medicine. Don't use a red pen, you can use. Awards, and he's going to do it with Professor Obua. We have one slide there.
Choose this one.
So I'm just going to read it. It's okay. Nothing terribly exciting visually.
Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties. So our slides aren't projecting, but what I'd like to do is just tell you about these awards. These are from the Global Health Collaboration, and we'd like to honor all of the incredible work that has gone on in the past year with manuscripts coming out of Embarara University of Science and Technology. And I think with any award process, it's really critical from an equitable lens to describe the process, so we can be transparent in how we selected the awardees, so that you know also for the future if you want to try to compete. So our criteria for selecting the top manuscripts from us in the past year was to do a PubMed search. We looked for any manuscript written by an affiliate of the university or Embarara Regional Referral Hospital and published in the calendar year 2022.
So we eliminated any manuscripts that did not actually have that author. So we, searches are not always perfect. So we made sure that the search met our criteria. And we eliminated anyone that didn't have a first author. So we were looking specifically for first authors from MUST or MRRH. And then there were so many, which is a good problem to have. There were 107 just from 2022 alone. Actually, let me pause there. Please clap for yourselves. That is incredible. So those are first authors from those two institutions. So those were just too many. Oh, here we go. Too many to review. So we made a decision to look at impact factor. So the impact factor of a journal indicates the average citations for any given article when they first come out. And so the list was cut by an impact factor of 4, and that's really quite a high bar. So the remaining 29 manuscripts that got reviewed are really reaching quite a few people. So of those 29, let's see, can you advance the slide? Or maybe I can. Yes. So we had 10 reviewers. And as with any process, you want to make sure that more than one person looks at it, because we all have our biases and we want to make sure this is fair. So we assigned about 6 manuscripts to at least 2 reviewers, and we looked for conflicts of interest. So anybody who was reviewing an article could not have been a co-author or collaborated in any professional way with the author in the last 3 years. So these are pretty standard conflict of interest rules, which we applied to this process as well. And then similar to a lot of other reviews, we looked at 3 different criteria to judge the merit of the paper. So we looked at the quality of the writing, we looked at the impact, and we looked at the scientific rigor and rated that on a scale from 1 to 5, and then looked at the summary scores. Next slide. Yeah, there we go. So in trying to decide how many of these awards we could give, we looked at our data. Like all scientists do, we have some idea we want to recognize those who are really at the top. But we decided not to go with a first, second, third sort of ranking because our data showed us that there were 4 papers that really stood out from the others and were within 1 point of each other. So based on that, we are providing 4 equal top awards. And I think these manuscripts really nicely actually reflect the diversity of work that's going on here. That was not part of the process, it's what came out, but I think it was a really nice coincidence. So, Annette, do we have the awards? Or Stephen? So I'm going to read these off in no particular order. So again, these are the top 4. If you would mind helping me, you can hand them out. What do you have on top? Okay, that would be great.
Professor Opua.
He wants me. He asked me to do it for him.
Yes, you need to handle.
And we're presenting on behalf of Dr. Louise. So we're presenting on behalf of Professor Louise Ivers, who's the Executive Director of the Mass General Center for Global Health. Okay. So again, these are not in any particular order. And I will put the full citations up on the next slide, but I don't want to spoil the surprise. So our first award goes to Dr. Data Santorino.
Please keep coming till he comes. Data, data, data. So his data and he has data and his data.
So actually, I guess I will have to put a... So I have them all on one slide. So could you tell us about your article? Just a short summary.
I don't know which one.
We have so many. We have so many.
So this article that was ranked among the top is Peer Learning and Mentorship for Neonatal Management Skills, a cluster randomized trial. This article we published in Pediatrics, and it looked at skills retention among frontline health workers. It was addressing the fact that immediately after training, skills decay. And so we developed a new intervention methodology for low dose, high frequency practice in health facilities by health providers to maintain their ventilation skills. And we did a randomized control trial for that. Thank you.
And that was published in the journal Pediatrics. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Question there. Oh,
yes, be careful.
Thank you. Loaded.
Okay, our next award goes to Scholastic Ashaba.
Please keep coming till she comes. Ashaba. Ashaba.
So this is for the article, Challenges and Fears of Adolescents and Young Adults Living with HIV Facing Transition to Adult HIV Care, published in AIDS and Behavior. If you wouldn't mind telling us just a bit about your article.
Thank you so much. This came as a surprise. This is a paper that came out not so many months ago. And it's part of the work that was founded by Center for AIDS Research, Harvard. And I was looking at transition readiness. I presented the paper in the afternoon and it was about the scale. But before the scale, went through some of these publications. So this was looking at the challenges and fears of these adolescents as they think about the next stage. Hey, I'm 20, I'm 19, I'm supposed to grow up and go somewhere. How do I get there? So it was published in AIDS and Behavior. And it's one of the good papers for those who do research in AIDS. And I always say I love reading my papers. I think it actually read well. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Okay, our next award goes to Hedman Okela, who I understand is out of the country and not here at the meeting today. But I'd like to invite Dr. Kagwa Bruen to come up on his behalf. Is Dr. Kagwa here? Okay, come on up. Can we clap?
Please clap for him, yeah.
So I'm going to let you read the title because I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce it properly for this one.
Thank you so much. I'm a co-author. I'm not Edmond, but it was a nice piece of work. Admit profiling and molecular docking of potential antimicrobial peptides, previously isolated from African catfish. So the main theme was solving the problem of antimicrobial resistance. And we looked at lungfish. These are fish that grow in that environments. And we are, of course, wondering how they survive in such environment. So we extracted mucus from the skin and then isolated the peptides, which we tested for antimicrobial activity. And then actually later we are able to synthesize the peptides. Thank you so much.
So the money will reach?
Okay, and last but not least, we have, I probably will mispronounce this, Teddy Kiyomuhangi. Please come on up. Keep clapping. Come on, keep clapping. And this is for the paper Health System Strengthening using a Maximizing Engagement for Readiness and Impact, or MARI approach, a community case study published in Frontiers in Public Health in 2022. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for honoring our work. This has not been the normal research paper. It has been an account of Healthy Child Uganda since we started. So it is our experience, but we use the implementation science models to be able to craft all that we have done since 2003. And it was a serious hassle. Just sitting and remembering what was done. Some of it was documented, some of it was not documented. So I thank my co-authors. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. So I'll just advance this. I thank you, Stephen. So just in case you didn't catch all of the different titles, these again are our top 4 manuscripts, and we look forward to having this award again next year. So hope this is motivation for both the recognition and there is a financial award along with the certificate. So one more round of applause, please, for our 4 top manuscripts. Thank you, that's all.
So, thank you so much, Dr. Jessica Heber. Colleagues, I am not Angela to ask you to write at the back of your head. I think there's better things to do at the front, which is bending elbows immediately after here. We have had a long day, very rewarding, very productive day, a lot of learning, a lot of sharing. But importantly, I think these last 2 activities is something that we need to reflect on as a university. One, that indeed there are people who do not only look at the day-to-day, the work they do and take it as a given routine. I mean, from the publication from Health Child Uganda, many times we collect data and we ignore, and yet you could write a wonderful piece from that. So you hear Dr. Komihangi was saying it was not a research, but they were reflecting on the work that they have been doing. And many of us have been doing that. You know, you have been in your position working every day, and you took whatever you're doing for granted, and yet that's a good resource that you can publish in. So this is very important for us to take note of. And importantly, I remember a few years ago, if you mentioned implementation science in Barara, people want to slaughter you. But I think now we can understand that that's where the world is going. You know, people want to understand why are things happening like this? And that is the implementation science methodologies and approaches that we use. Then, not last but not least, the book that we have launched today. You realize we are changing the HR manual to recognize publications. One of the things that is going to come out is that if you publish a book, it will be equated to 3 publications, 3 research publications. So if you have enough energy, you write 2 books, that is equivalent to 6 publications. And we are also going to try to equate publications to supervision of graduate students. So that if you publish a certain number of articles and you have not supervised students, we can equate and say, okay, because you have been busy in this area, we will allow you to offset off. In lieu of supervision of students, we allow your number of publications to compensate for the number of students you should have supervised. So that is one way of encouraging people not to think of saying that because I have not done in that area and therefore I'm going to be denied promotion when the time comes. In terms of promotion, we have asked the HR director, I saw him around this afternoon, we have asked him to compile the list of people who have either applied or have been recommended, but with their own applications for promotions, because we will need to present this data to the government to say the backlog of promotions in the university is amounting 200 billion. We need that money to promote these people, because there are people who have been working in this university for 30 years now. They entered the position they have entered in, they have not been promoted because government says, we are going to give you money for salaries, but we are not going to give money to the institution for promotions. So, but that's an exercise that we want to do now, so that Dr. Mujenyi, who is thinking of becoming an associate professor tomorrow, will have his name and recommendation in our data system and the amount of money required for his promotion, and we present that one to government so that they understand our needs in terms of money needed to promote people or staff in the university. Now, as I said, we have been here for long, but I thought I needed to give those two comments. I would like to thank the colleagues who played a role either moderating or who have given talks, like Dr. Jessica Heber, Jeremy Schwartz, the various speakers, all the people who presented their work, the moderators who coordinated and moderated these presentations, the people who are working in the background, I mean the slide operators. I was wondering, where are these slides coming from? Until finally I realized there's a corner of some people there with laptops. So we want to thank you for the work that you have done, notwithstanding the occasional power interruptions. That reminds you that you are in Uganda. And you, the participant who sat, listened, and got all this wisdom, and you're going to take it home to know that there are people who have done work, they have shared with you, and now you know the kind of research being done, not only at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, but the various researchers who submitted their work to be shared in this conference, whether within or without Mbarara. We thank you and congratulate you for this wonderful work that you have done. On behalf of management, you should know that every year we plan and budget for the annual Research Dissemination Conference. And we shall continue to do that. When I was in Makerere last, the university had stopped planning for annual Research Dissemination Conferences because the university had become too big. You cannot hold an annual Research Dissemination Conference in Makerere for 33,000 people. So it was devolved downwards to colleges or faculties to hold their annual Research Dissemination Conference. And as a result, now you have to source for money. So who was in the organizing committee who was a money maker? Anne, yes. So we will always want to make sure that you are part of this organizing committee to support the little money that we budget, because it's never enough. We still will always look out for people to collaborate with us and continue to fund this activity. And that Dr. Mujenyi, the library purchases books recommended by your departments. So now that this book has been launched today, we want to see it among the books that have been recommended for purchase. Because if it is not recommended, the library will not put it in their budget to buy the book. So the department, and I see the dean, the other dean, not this dean, but the other dean seated in among the participants there. that dean should work as a member of that department to ensure that this book is recommended for purchase. At least some copies to be put in the library for access by students. This is a book that is good not only for learning, for the learners, but also for practice. I still remember a little bit about pregnant women because one, I succeeded to make some women pregnant. That's one. Two, I also, well, I mean, you know, yeah. Oh, at least one woman. That one I know. You know, in Africa they say, you don't know that you're the father of the kid until you're dead. Because it is only the mother who will say, so and so is the father of this kid. You know, so yes, so I have a couple of kids in my house whom I'm told I'm their father. But in the practice, as was one of the young doctors that was practicing, as was the routine in Uganda, and I think still is the routine, immediately you qualify as a doctor, you're posted to a district hospital, and you must practice there. And you are the only medical doctor sometimes. You're the consultant, you're everything. So some of these conditions of ureteral fistula, whatever you were calling it, I could have contributed to a few because I did several cesarean sections and many other, surgical procedures. But the important thing is that this is a book that can be used not only for learning but also for practice. And I want to tell you, all of us here have some association with some academic work. If you graduate and you have never gone back to read anything that you learned, within 10 years, you have lost at least 50% of what you learned. And that's why we say you must always make sure that you are able to read something. Read something. Continue reading every day. Otherwise, there is a depreciation rate of knowledge and skills. If you ask me today, can you still do a cesarean section? Because I think I last did about 20 years plus ago. Can you still do it? I'll say yes, but I wouldn't know which hand to use to hold a scalpel. That thing you use for cutting, what is it called? You see? The blade, is it not called a scalpel? It's a blade. It's a scalpel. He's calling a blade, and I'm saying a scalpel. So, yes, the skill has probably deteriorated now to almost zero. I have theoretical knowledge, but the practice now is probably gone. If you talk to our former Vice President, Spe, who is an accomplished surgeon when she was not yet the Vice President, but I think the moment she became the Vice President, the practice disappeared. So that is the kind of scenario we find ourselves in. But I would like to encourage us that please do write the work that you do, the research that you do, please publish it. You might never know. You might be awarded something. Those who are seated near the awardees who have received certificates now, you'll find that the certificate is actually mentioning a certain amount of money. So if you don't know how to make friends, please make friends with these people, these 4 people, this evening. Make friends with them this evening because that envelope is loaded. You might benefit from it. Finally, we have had a long day, but I am still impressed that we have slightly over a third, almost 50% of the participants who have been here. Not a very bad attrition rate, because for many conferences I've been in, towards the end, for every one occupied seat, there will be 2 or 3 empty seats. But I think we have done very well to keep you here up to now. So I must thank you for your patience, for your endurance, and of course for your interest in learning what has transpired from researchers in this institution. With that, I now take the opportunity there is always something you've forgotten. to declare the 17th Annual Research Dissemination Conference closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'd also like to thank AYIT TV. We've been live on the YouTube and Twitter. And then I also thank the influencers who have been on Facebook and other social media pages. Thank you so much. Clap for you. Yes, the world is going digital. That's why we have the influencers and AYIT TV keeping us live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for the cocktail at the University Inn. Everyone is entitled to 5 bottles of beer. You can convert them to soda or water. Feel free. Let's rise. Is Reverend Dean Faculty of Medicine? No, not to go for dinner first. I wanted a closing prayer. Reverend has gone. Dean Faculty of Medicine. You pray for our food and prayer. Reverend is around? A menu? Okay, fine.
Now, I would have prayed, but there's someone who missed being a priest, but is still dreaming to become a priest. That's a menu. We are seeing his footsteps of transformation. So please come and pray, menu. Yeah, I think after this prayer, the emails will reduce, but let's allow menu to pray for us.
Okay, let's bow down. Oh, Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the discussions that we have had. But above all, we want to thank you for the life that you have given us, the strength that you have given us throughout this session, the perseverance. And Lord, we also want to thank you for the ideas that we have shared. We want to request you that these ideas be converted into innovations and encouragement to others so that we can continue in it. Lord, now time has come for us to separate, but let us remain in one spirit. Lord, we want to thank you. Where we are going to have drinks. Bless all these drinks and other foods that have been prepared for us. Lord, may it be of use to us to nourish our body, to give us strength and energy to do your will and to expand your kingdom in this earth. Lord, we thank you. Lord, take us back safely as we came, so that we can remain serving you and giving good testimony about your name. We can mention a lot, but it's only you who knows what's good for us. Fulfill what we have not mentioned through your Son, Jesus Christ, as we pray. Amen.
Next Research Dissemination Conference, we shall ordain Reverend Emenu.
Unlock the potential of your event with Livelihoods live streaming and video production services. Reach a larger audience and engage
engage with them like never before with our services, perfect for weddings, funerals, corporate dinners, workshops, product launches, product or service activations, and church events. For entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses, yet provides you with business management knowledge, technologies, financial support, and digital marketing tools to help you get your business off the ground and running. Join us today and learn how to start, manage, finance, and operate a legal business.